Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is story about what if Naruto trained by Lady Tsunade. Part 1. If you guys enjoy this what if and want to see part 2, comment down below. And let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends. And check out the description. And check out my playlist. So let's start the video. Jiraiya, one of the great Saiyans, looked upon his only student. A man whom he could almost proudly call his son. Minato. You've done it. The old hermit asked, dreading either a positive or negative response for separate reasons. Yes, Iro-sensei, the mighty Hokage, couldn't help but grin, referring to his teacher by his favorite nickname one last time. It's done. Jiraiya's eyes pooled with sadness as he caught a glimpse of the shadowy figure hovering patiently behind his pupil. Its wretched face drawn back into an inhuman grin. For Namikaze, Minato's shadow was the shadow of death. The Shinigami. The god of death. Minato. Jiraiya started. There was so much to say, but the words froze in his throat. His pupil had made him proud beyond words every day. Did the cruelty of fate truly know no bounds? Minato reached for the bundle of cloth cradled in Jiraiya's arms. Is that him? My son. Minato addressed the bundled child even as he felt the life draining away from him. How he had dreaded this moment. I never wanted this for you. When you're born an orphan, the last thing you ever want is for your children to live that life. The pain of being alone and watching families alive and whole be happy or angry or sad together, well, you must suffer with no one to catch you when you fall. Above all, I never, ever wanted this for you. Please, please. Believe me. And forgive me. My one and only son, I'm so sorry. Let's begin, Jiraiya suggested, eyes closed, for he couldn't bear to see the world right now. He would only see pain and a strong, proud man weeping for a bright future that he had worked all his life for. About to be crushed by his own two hands, the personification of death hovering behind. More substantial than ever. He felt the rain, as if the sky were crying as well on this darkest of dark nights. Minato, the indomitable fourth Hokage who never backed down, gave up or lost, croaked out a high, as if it had to be forcefully ripped from the depths of his soul. Life above happiness, justice above life, duty above justice. But coming from a cold and empty childhood, when Minato found he would be a father, he had put family. Family above all. But he loved his village like family. The people who had been there to see him grow up. He was a child of Konoha, if not of anyone else that he knew. And it was for their lives, along with the life of son, which would all be forfeit if the demon was not sealed into a proper container, that he was about to seal the worst of the demons inside his not a day old child and condemn him to a future of unknown dangers. Through the painful irony, Namikaze Minato had never felt so ashamed. Konoha General Hospital. The battle, if it could be called such, with Kyuubi no Kitsune had incurred many losses. An old weary man pondered this as he walked down the somehow pristine corridors of Konoha's General Hospital. Responding to respectful, if subdued, bows and addresses of Sarutobi-sama with an empathetic look and kind smile. Sarutobi could not help but feel a deep sorrow. Many losses. And not all of them physical. Spirit was at an all-time low. The crippling terror of the demon fox still lurked in the once bright eyes of men and women alike. Sarutobi sighed, but paused mid-stride as something caught his eye beyond the glass screen on his left. Tsunade. Hello Tsunade, the old man greeted as he entered the dimly lit empty room. Tsunade Hao was seen sitting on a chair, holding a bundle of cloth in her arms. She looked quite comfortable, and Sarutobi could only guess just how long she had been sitting there. Hello, Sarutobi-sensei. You're wearing that ugly hat again. The patron medic Nin observed. Ah yes, well, since Minato's passing. It looks like I'll have to be Hokage again, for now. Sarutobi grimaced. He would gladly take up the responsibility for his village, but Minato had been the bright future of the next generation. Once again, he felt a deep sorrow for Konoha. Tsunade only grunted in response, seemingly remembering to be intensely annoyed with something. Something the matter, Tsunade. Damn right, something's the matter. The blonde hissed, I found one of your medic Nins trying to kill this infant with a scalpel. And keep your voice down. I've only just gotten him to sleep. Sarutobi didn't miss how Tsunade sounded, royally pissed and vaguely disgusted at the first part and suddenly embarrassed at that last part. But there was an assassination attempt already. By a medic no less. Tsunade opted to carefully move the cloth from the sleeping bundle in her arms and show Sarutobi the damage. 6 black lines stretched across the infant's cheeks in a clear rendition of whiskers. Sarutobi flinched at the sight, but Tsunade pressed on. She used a solution on the scalpel to stop the blood from clotting and another to stain the skin. Even when I heal it, it looks like a damn whisker tattoo, except I can't remove it like one. I'd be impressed if I weren't so goddamn disgusted. The reinstated Hokage, veteran of 100 gruesome battles, felt suddenly ill. "Oh Minato." Sarutobi darkly lamented under his breath, "Perhaps you are better off dead. It would have only killed you 1,000 times to see your village act like this. To do this to a child. Such a perversion of medical knowledge is disgusting." Tsunade looked at Sarutobi pointedly. Dully noting the dangerous look from his former pupil, Sarutobi reached into his bag of tricks and pulled out a technique he'd learned from an old friend of his who had become a successful lawyer. That is to say, he figuratively covered his ass with both hands and bent the truth until it looked like a pretzel. "Of course I'll investigate into it right away, Tsunade. I'm sure it's just an isolated incident. I can't imagine a citizen of Konoha doing such a spiteful thing." Though, Sarutobi became gravely serious for a moment, of course the culprit will be harshly dealt with. There were no good excuses for attempting to assassinate one of Konoha's own children in Sarutobi's books. That seemed to appease Tsunade well enough. She returned to staring intently at the sleeping babe. He involved in some sort of family feud. Sarutobi sighed. Truthfully, he didn't really know if this would just be an isolated incident at all. But he could hope. No. He's an orphan, I'm afraid. An orphan. Tsunade seemed to hold the child closer while trying to look like she wasn't doing anything of the sort. A fact that wasn't lost on Sarutobi. "Tsunade, are you?" "What's his name?" Tsunade interrupted. Not missing a beat, Sarutobi replied. "Ah, there's a problem with his last name. But the first name is confirmed. Naruto." Naruto, Tsunade mused, testing the name on her tongue, the ramen topping. Sarutobi's sweat dropped. More like maelstrom than the ramen topping. "How Naruto?" "I like it," she rocked the child slightly. "Do you like it, Naru-chan?" In response, the infant yawned, which, let's face it, was the closest Tsunade was going to get to any kind of confirmation. "How Naruto it is, then. I'll send Shizune to deal with the papers later." Mother and child. Seeing his former pupil smiling brightly down at her just-adopted son, Sarutobi was suddenly overcome with an overwhelming sense of hope for the future. It was odd how, even in the aftermath of the bleakest days, he had found such a glowing sight. He didn't know what strange twist of fate had led these two to each other, but he was grateful. "No," Sarutobi shook his head, "that's not necessary. I'll handle it all. He's not just a normal child after all, I'll have to deal with the council." The old man sighed. "You see. He's the container." "The container?" Tsunade echoed. Then as realization struck, she pulled the cloth around Naruto's stomach away, revealing Minato's seal. Tsunade frowned softly at it and did something a little unexpected. She didn't care at all. "My poor Naru-chan." She caressed his hair consolingly. "Not even in Konoha for a day and you're already in danger. I'm getting you out of here." She'd lost her husband and brother in Konoha. She'd be damned if she'd lose her newly adopted son here to some vengeful villager with a sharp object. Sarutobi flinched, acutely aware of Tsunade's current views on Konoha in respect to her loved ones. It was then that the old man came to a sudden realization. "Tsunade, did you say you healed the child's wounds?" "I did heal him, but I didn't say anything about it," Tsunade informed. "But your hemophobia." Sarutobi trailed off, referring to Tsunade's incapacitating fear of blood. Could it be? Tsunade stiffened reflexively at the mention of her condition. Well, I couldn't just let him bleed to death, it was true. Something about the kid made her want to viciously guard him from danger. Sarutobi looked quite surprised. Then she was cured. She was cured. "I hear that the operation rooms are swamped," he hinted hopefully. Being the Hokage was more than a job, it was a lifestyle. Tsunade narrowed her eyes at her old sensei. "For old time's sake," Sarutobi hazarded. "I've been working all morning for old time's sake. I'm getting Naru-chan out of here. Now." Sarutobi didn't give up. "But this is still the place that Naruto's father built his legacy," he reminded the headstrong woman. "He may want to visit here someday. And Konoha would forever be in your debt." Tsunade paused halfway out the door. That was true. If Naru-chan ever wanted something from Konoha, it might be good to have some swing here. She looked at the precious bundle in her arms, sighed, kissed him on the forehead, and gently handed him over to Sarutobi. "If he gets hurt at all, Sarutobi-sensei, I'll kick you where the sun doesn't shine," she promised. Now what was scary was that, with Tsunade's legendary strength, she had been known to punt boulders over the Hokage monument. Watching his former student stride down the hallways, Sarutobi felt the blood drain from his face. Well, Naruto-kun. Why don't we just stay right here in this nice empty room until your mother returns? The baby, of course, only fidgeted in response. Konoha. Outskirts. Shizune made a thoughtful sound as she looked over at the young Naruto in Tsunade's arms once again. Actually, she was glad for the change. Not that she didn't completely respect Tsunade, but no matter how you slice it, traveling with only your gamble maniac mentor for company could get so tedious. His name means maelstrom, right, Tsunade-sama? No, Tsunade disagreed, more like the ramen topping. Our ramen. It's cuter, Tsunade explained. I see. Shizune said, though really she didn't understand at all. By the way, Tsunade-sama, if you're going to be Naruto-kun's mother then, Not going to, Tsunade interrupted testily, I've already adopted him. He's my Naru-chan, have you been listening at all? Right, Shizune placated her mentor, whose rage itself was legendary, but, oh, spit it out already. Tsunade sighed. Can I be his sister? Shizune blurted, surprising the Sannin. Fine, Tsunade said after a time, but I'm going to hold you responsible if you turn him into a spoiled brat. Shizune grinned widely. Oh, she'd always wanted a little brother. Can I hold him? She asked excitedly. Don't push your luck. Amik. A few days later. Shizune, did you bring it? Tsunade asked, not diverting her intent gaze from the sleeping bundle that was Naruto. Hi, Tsunade-sama, Shizune replied dutifully, though Naruto-kun isn't even awake to drink it and it's just going to cool down. Again. You fool, Tsunade berated, he's asleep now. But when he wakes up, he'll be hungry. The blonde tested the milk's temperature by shaking some onto her wrist. Shizune, get me a thermometer. I'm not sure this milk is properly lukewarm. And close that door. You're lowering the room temperature. Weeks after that. Thousands of ninjutsu in this goddamn world, Tsunade groused, and not even one diaper change no jutsu. Alright Naru-chan, all clean now. Tsunade-sama. Shizune appeared out of nowhere, you can't use language like that in front of an impressionable infant. They learn how to speak by imitation. Tsunade waved off the complaint. What are you talking about? He's a man, isn't he? He can swear at whoever he wants. Isn't that right, Naru-chan? Tsunade cooed, you're going to grow up and swear at all the assholes that deserve it, aren't you? Yes you are. Yes you are. She finished, rubbing the infant's stomach affectionately, who giggled in response. Shizune was quite horrified. Tsunade-sama. No, I won't allow it, you're corrupting him. Shizune declared as she stole her young and impressionable little brother from her mentor. You're intentionally swearing more than you do normally. Of course I am. Tsunade shot back, my Naru-chan won't take crap from anyone. He's going to grow up and tell off all kinds of people. Perverts, lawyers, political powers, old man Sarutobi. She trailed off. No way. He's my precious Odato and I won't let you set such a bad example. I'm his mother and I'll teach him to swear like a FNG sailor if I want to. Nuo. Shizune cried, covering Naruto's ears, Odato, don't listen. End. It has begun. Awesome. I uploaded chapters 1 and 2 at the same time, though. So just go over to the next one already. A reviewer pointed out that Sannin is a counter used for groups of people. The specific ending, nin, signifies it. The nin part is most likely short for ninjin which means human. So for instance Jiraiya could be called one of the three. Additionally, Jiraiya can also be called a Sennin rather than a Sannin. Sannin is a rank. No perhaps a title, but Sennin means either hermit, immortal, sage, or adept. Jiraiya can go by the name Gama Sennin, frog hermit. Shinigami means death god or something along those lines. Naruto actually means Malestrom, pretty much a whirlpool. It's also the name of a fish cake slice I think, with a swirl on it used as a ramen topping, presumably because of the swirl which is vaguely like a whirlpool. It's also been used as a nickname for the sign at won't let me type it, but it's that A with a swirl that you can see in email addresses, again because of the vaguely swirly nature. Hemophobia is an actual condition. It's a fear of blood, like arachnophobia is a fear of spiders. Tsunade had a traumatic past, which ties into both the fear of blood and the fear of Konoha, causing more misery for her. It is irrational, but sadly fear cannot always be banished by logic. Odato means younger brother. Life with the House. And so it was that young Naruto came to be taken away from the village of Konoha and its villagers' festering resentment, not even being a day old. He grew up in a loving, if volatile, home. When it came down to it, what more did one really need? Many things happened, of course. Tsunade and Shizune were both medic nins. Obviously, they looked up various books on child psychology. Naruto ended up having a fairly advanced vocabulary for his age, just from listening to his family talk, which included a fair knowledge of swear words picked up from his mother, much to Shizune's horror. Growing up with family, one's parents naturally pass on what skills they have to their children. The father will gladly teach his children how to throw a ball or play a sport. A mother will teach her children, whether they like it or not, social etiquette and how to deal with people. And so on. Now when you're growing up with a mother and sister that have constructed more than half modern medic nin theory, well. You pick up some things, like how to take a noogie from your freakishly strong mother. Of course it wasn't until shortly after little Naruto's second birthday that he actually learned what a medic nin was and consequentially started to actively follow in his mother's footsteps. What's that? Asked a confused Naruto, now 2 years old and still struggling with newer bigger words. Can I eat it? No, Tsunade explained sweetly, you can't eat it, Naru-chan. It's like a job, no. She suddenly exclaimed dramatically, it's much more important, you save people, and they all look up to you. You mean, like a superhero? Naruto asked in awe. Yes, exactly. Tsunade cheered, like a superhero. Superheroes are cool, right? Tsunade-sama. Came Shizune's voice as she barreled into the room, years saving her Atautu from corruption, having practically giving her a sixth sense. Stop trying to manipulate Naruto-kun like that. You're talking nonsense, Shizune, why don't you take the day off? You can have paid leave, Tsunade offered. You don't even pay me, I volunteered to be your assistant. Shizune protested hotly, and you can't bribe me, I'm not going to let you manipulate my Atautu. GRR. While Shizu was her assistant and differed to Tsunade on pretty much anything, when it came to her Atautu she could be so. It's not manipulation, it's a sales pitch. It's clearly manipulation. And of course, his first memorable meeting with Kitsaya later that year. Ah-chan, what's the surprise already? Can I eat it? Naruto inquired. For the last time, brat. Tsunade dragged out, no, you can't eat it. You glutton, stop caring about food so much. Fine. After you stop drinking sake so much. Naruto shot back. Of course, taking lip from her adopted son was pissing Tsunade off, but she only grinned. Why? Okay, Naru-chan, I'll show you the surprise now. Ready? Tsunade asked. Yeah. Tsunade flipped though the hand seals quickly. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, sheep. Bite the thumb, a bit of blood on the palm, slam it into the ground, and… Fuchius no Jutsu. Tsunade was treated to the sight of Naruto screaming like a little girl before hiding behind her legs and pointing fearfully. It's a giant slug. It's going to eat us. Kitsaya, meanwhile, was decidedly put out. Oh my, I won't eat you, Naruto-san. Don't worry. Sadly, Kitsaya's efforts had quite the opposite effect. Naruto screamed shrilly, it knows my name. It's a mind-reading, giant slug. Ka-chan, run for it. Tsunade-sama. Shizune muttered, maybe we should have told him about Kitsaya-san before. Tsunade cleared her throat, why yes, and Naru-chan, don't double you were. She managed to get out before doubling over in laughter. Naruto was afraid of Kitsaya. Kitsaya the vegetarian. He screamed like a girl. Naruto-san, I'm your mother's summon, Kitsaya explained, trying to coax the child from behind his adopted sister's legs, now that his old cover spot had been compromised due to it. Laughing uproariously. You don't have to worry, she's told me all about you. Oh, of course. I knew that. Naruto claimed as he shakily came to stand before the giant slug, I just have an irrational fear of slugs, Naruto provided weakly, I've gotten over it now though. I see. Was the only response from Kitsaya, who was, honestly, a bit amused and somewhat enamored with Naruto's cute antics. Well, I hope that means we can be friends, Naruto-san. I'd be honored, Kitsaya-san. Naruto smartly replied and bowed smoothly, please don't mind Ka-sama. We don't know why she's so strange sometimes, but she is. Oh my, that must be terribly difficult for you, Kitsaya offered her condolences, but you're such a polite boy, she must be so pleased. Naruto-kun. Shizune interrupted, taking pity on her Otato. Your manners are very impressive. When you use them. Which isn't often, she almost muttered aloud, but you don't need to be so formal with Kitsaya-san. She's almost like a part of the family and of course you'll be able to summon her one day. Oh really? Naruto asked, oh. Then Kitsaya-chan, can you do something about my really mean mother? He pleaded. I'll do my best, Naruto-kun, Kitsaya offered. And, amidst cries of just whose summon are you? She proceeded to lob a glue-like substance at the venerable Tsunade Haim. You could say that Tsunade was much better off for knowing her adopted son. He brought light and life to her previously unexceptional existence as a drifting gambler. You could even say she changed for the better as her sardonic side, despondency and general hate of the world decreased. Though of course, some sacrifices had to be made. Tsunade's eye twitched in irritation. Impossible. She was at the market, standing before an interesting shelf. Sake. She muttered, glancing to the right and finding large glorious bottles of sake. And ramen, she muttered, glancing to the left. Shelves stocked with the yummy instant noodle packets which Naruto was such a fan of. A big fan. Damn. Why is ramen being put beside sake, anyway? She yelled in frustration. Shizune didn't miss her mentor's dilemma. Ramen or sake, what would she buy? Suddenly, the assistant's face split into a somewhat meddlesome Cheshire cat grin. Oh, Tsunade-sama, did I tell you? She asked, sounding far too innocent. Naruto-kun's been doing so well with his studies lately. And yesterday he found a pervert and threw him all the way to the top of a redwood tree. Tsunade's lips twitched, having seen the aforementioned man clinging to the top of a 30-meter tall redwood for dear life. Naruto did that. That's pretty high. She mused. Tsunade seemed to struggle, she reached out vainly for her sake. Sweet glorious sake. But. Damn. Stupid maternal pride. She ground out, finally giving up and snatching some ramen from the shelf. Come on Shizune, we're paying for this crap before I come back to my senses. Grinning insanely, Shizune followed. Oh, Tsunade-sama had chosen something over sake. She was so proud. And though Tsunade now had a son, she did unfortunately retain her status of a wandering gambler. In fact, it was while wandering through the small town of Rukodo that Naruto first encountered the last piece of what would be his family at the local onsen. Oi, kid, what's that you've got there? Naruto eyed the silver-haired man, what do you mean, old man? That thing on your back, Jiraiya insisted, indicating the intricately stylized lines covering the majority of Naruto's back. Oh, that. It's a tattoo. My Kachan got really mad when she found out. Naruto trailed off evasively. That's no tattoo kid, it's a seal, Jiraiya said shortly, causing Naruto to narrow his eyes at the stranger. If you know what it is, then don't ask. Naruto snapped. How did this guy distinguish the seal Kachan put on his back from a tattoo? I meant, Jiraiya growled out slowly, what's it for? It wasn't a question. Who the hell is asking? Naruto shot back. Obviously, he had picked up how to swear from his mother, to a point. Hearing his cue, Jiraiya amazingly managed to perform an impromptu introduction dance in the hot spring, splashing water everywhere. For emphasis, he held open a copy of Icha Icha Paradise in one hand at the end for Naruto to see. Though why he would take that book into a hot spring is anyone's guess. Naruto eyed the inside of the cover. The world's greatest novelist and ninja, he read flatly, the wonderful Jiraiya-sama. Naruto sighed at the evidence. Tacky silver hair. Check, he muttered aloud, lame introduction dance. Check. Picture in a perverted book. Sigh. Check. Yeah, it's him. Naruto suddenly turned his head to the wall separating the men's bath from the female side. Hey, Kachan. I found Uncle Jiraiya. Though Naruto had never met the man, his mother had regretfully informed that. Between Jiraiya's history as part of her genin team, which was almost like her second family growing up, and his status as the close mentor of Naruto's biological father. Jiraiya was more than qualified for the position of uncle if he wanted it. Tsunade swore. A lot. In fact, if Naruto hadn't been so used to it by now, he'd have been scarred for life. Naru-chan. If that idiot starts peeking, beat the living hell out of him. Which brings us to our present scene. Some years and much history after Naruto's first encounter with his uncle, our hero is found standing in a small clearing within the forest behind his current house one moonlit night. Once again, Naruto's fist made contact with the unforgiving rock. The resounding thwack going unnoticed by the blonde as he continued to pound away relentlessly at the boulder in front of him. His strength was steadily, if achingly slowly, approaching his mother's freakish level. The crescent-shaped slab of rock he was pounding on, which had once been a boulder, was a testament to the fact. Chips and splinters of rock littered the ground around him, reminiscent of so much broken glass. Isn't it past your bedtime, brat? Naruto snapped around, spotting the familiar spiky silver hair. Oh. Hi, hero, Uncle Naruto greeted. Didn't the female population around here petition you to stay away? Gee. Little nephew, you have much to learn. Jiraiya lectured. When a woman tells you to stay away, it means she likes you. Naruto stared at his unofficially adopted uncle. Was he serious? Hero uncle. Naruto sighed, are you really an idiot or just in denial? Jiraiya merely grunted and opted for a change of topics as he sat down on a fallen tree trunk. And what about you, brat? You're out late, sneak out of the house. He asked, bringing the conversation by some strange fluke to a civil level as he threw a can of juice at Naruto. Naruto made a non-committal grunt in response as he reached up to catch the cold beverage arsing through the air and. Shit. Naruto suddenly swore as the can slapped into his open palm and unexpectedly sent laces of pain shooting throughout his open hand. A dead silence ensued, only broken by the ding of the dropped beverage bouncing off the floor. Naruto looked at his palm in bewilderment. For the first time that night, he noticed the bloody mess that his knuckles had become. Need me to patch you up, kid? Jiraiya asked, only half joking. Nah, this is nothing. Naruto explained and proceeded to form seals in jerky movements that were clearly interrupted by the insane pain his hands had to suffer through. A few agonizing seconds later, not that he showed just how much pain he was in, Naruto picked up the fallen beverage and joined the old man on the impromptu bench, completely healed. So what's up, hero uncle? You come here to do research for that perverted book of yours? Peeking? Nah, Jiraiya explained, I actually came looking for you, kid. Haven't seen you for a while. Naruto felt the older man reach over and muss up his hair affectionately and asked, really? Sure, the frog hermit grunted, I even missed your 4th birthday, remember? Though I'm not saying I won't do some sightseeing before I go. Naruto ignored his uncle's sudden perverted chuckle. No, it's fine. You sent a card with Gamakachi. Jiraiya sounded thoughtful. You know, any normal kid would be complaining or demanding presents by now. Naruto merely scoffed at the thought. Normal? What's that have to do with me? True. You're a pretty weird kid. Normal isn't sneaking out at night to punch some rock until it gives up and crumbles into rubble. The silence stretched out to follow Jiraiya's last statement. He held his tongue as he saw the medic nin in training frown at his can of apple juice. You know how I never told you what that seal on my back was for? Indeed, Jiraiya remembered the seal well. Frankly, he was impressed that Tsunade could pull something so complicated off. How many months or years had it taken her? Well, Naruto continued, it's not really for sealing anything. It just alters this one, he mumbled, lifting up his shirt and exposing nothing. You can't see it, but it's there. The Kyuubi seal. Naruto muttered. You know, when seals are put on people they only show up when you mold some chakra through them, Naruto informed. Jiraiya's brow furrowed, that was true. Very true. Kid, I've never seen the one on your back disappear. He informed gravely. Yeah, Naruto's head lifted up, now contemplating the stars, chakra's always running through it. Jiraiya was almost afraid of where this was going. What is it? A lock. Naruto promptly answered him. It's just a lock. It keeps the Kyuubi's chakra from touching mine. But why? Jiraiya asked in befuddlement. The medic nin needs very high chakra control, he stated as if it were a simple and profound fact of life. And even Kachan's battle techniques need a lot of control. And I can't, Naruto sighed, I can't reach the right level with Kyuubi's chakra mixing with mine. I don't understand it much, but it's a lock, Naruto reiterated. It cuts Kyuubi out of the loop. And it seals off a quarter of my chakra to stay active all the time. 25%, huh? That's pretty steep. Jiraiya carefully informed, Minato's seal will grow with you, so your mother's will have to grow to match it. That's 25% of your chakra that you'll never see for the rest of your life. Just to make it as if Kyuubi wasn't there. Naruto didn't seem fazed, in fact the little boy seemed much older than he was. There's more to pay than that. I was chosen as the container because I was born the closest to when Kyuubi was sealed. My body is the container. And to stay the container, Kachan's seal will fade once a month and adjust my body. Jiraiya grimaced. So once a month as Kyuubi's chakra is open to you and your body is forced to alter itself. Which day is it? Naruto nodded. Ni-chan picked out the day. She said making it work once every new moon would be more convenient. It's not bad, but I can't fight or train very well. I feel sick and cough up blood a lot. Ah, Jiraiya couldn't hold it anymore. I knew Tsunade was paranoid about Minato's seal, but I hadn't even considered this. Listen Naruto, having the Kyuubi sealed in you shoots your chakra control to hell, but it's not all bad. Minato's seal will let you heal faster and have more chakra converted slowly from Kyuubi. It balances out. You can't reach the ridiculous heights of control that Tsunade has, but… Naruto stood up and faced his uncle with a determined look. I need chakra control to be the heir to Kachan's techniques, he said firmly, his face taking on a more fierce tone as he continued. And I don't need help from the Kyuubi for that. Or anything else. Jiraiya looked surprised, but ended up chuckling wryly and conceding the point after a time. Once Naruto's made up his mind like this. Well, you either agree or get out of the way. And Jiraiya could very well understand the boy's sentiments regarding getting far under his own power. Alright kid, I get it. Sit back down already. It was then that Jiraiya made a wistful observation. All children have the desire to surpass their parents. Such a sweet little kid, aren't you, Naru-chan? Naruto smiled, bearing the brunt of Jiraiya's jibe, just glad to see that his uncle understood his decision. Don't sound so laid back, old man, Naruto countered cheekily, I'll surpass you, too. HMPH. Jiraiya snorted contemptuously as he made a show of flipping off the log dramatically. A brat like you? Kyuubi already shot your chakra control to hell. You have absolutely no natural talent for it at all. You can only use 75% of your chakra, and to top it off, you're an idiot. What did you say? Naruto demanded, lunging for the famed pervert's throat. And you're loud. Jiraiya yelled back as he dodged Naruto's lunges with ease, you're the worst possible person to try and become a ninja. Naruto growled and charged again. This wasn't playful banter anymore, this was war. But… Jiraiya thundered, causing Naruto to pause in his tracks and listen interestedly. You got guts, kid. Jiraiya smiled proudly as he continued. You built your chakra control up from scratch to something damn impressive for your age. And you never let your 25% chakra handicap slow you down, you just worked harder. You really aren't a genius like some other kids. Your book smarts isn't anything impressive. But you're always reading a scroll or book whenever you walk anywhere. You had me, Shizune, and your mother to teach you, but in the end you grew damn strong kid. Under your own power. Naruto almost got teary-eyed. Almost. His uncle sure had a roundabout way of delivering praise, that was for sure. The boy walked up to the man and gave him a wide smile. You forgot something, Naruto informed. Yeah? Jiraiya asked, amused. Yeah. I'm loud but Naruto cocked his fist back. I can trick idiots like you any day. Wham. Ugh, Jiraiya groaned as he peeled himself off of the tree Naruto's punch had sent him sailing into. Damn brat, I take back everything I said. You're useless. Ka. Naruto snorted, you think you can insult me and then get away with it by saying some other stuff? You're the only idiot here. Ungrateful brat. Hirobaka. Hirobaka. Naruto taunted, pointing an accusing finger at his uncle. When they see him, all the women run away. He has to peek because no one will date him. He's been slapped by women in every country in the world. Well. No one ever said they had a normal relationship. Normal would be too boring for those guys. But at the end of their meeting, Naruto and Jiraiya walked away with the underlying messages behind their scuffles and arguments engraved within their hearts forever. And that was alright. I understand your decision, Naruto. I'm proud of you. Thanks for understanding, uncle. Amik. Naruto walked up a small hill and found his uncle sitting atop a grassy knoll. For once, not doing anything perverted. Yo, hero uncle. What's that thing? Jiraiya just grunted and continued to twist a little multicolored cube in his hands. Hey. What is it already? Naruto pestered. It's called a ruby cube, brat. A merchant sold it to me. It's a puzzle. See? You have to get each side to have only one color on it. Jiraiya explained, giving it a decisive twist. Ah, I see. 30 minuets later. Ah. Piece of junk. Jiraiya yelled before suddenly throwing the cube away. Only to have Naruto catch it in one hand. Geez. It's just a cube. What kind of Sannin are you, anyways? Let's see you try it. Jiraiya demanded. Fine, I'll solve this thing easily. Just watch carefully, Hirobaka Naruto instructed. Another 30 minuets later. Naruto sat, fuming at the little cube before him, taunting him mercilessly. Damn it. It's a stupid thing, anyways. Naruto pouted. Of course, Jiraiya agreed factually, in fact, I have much more important things to do. Me too, Naruto quickly agreed, I can't believe I've wasted this much time already. I mean, it's probably impossible to do it. Do what? Jiraiya asked, I don't know what you're talking about. And I definitely don't know anything about useless cubes that are beneath my notice. Oh hey. A Rubik cube. The uncle-nephew pair turned in tandem to see the origination of the voice. A spectacled kid suddenly bent down and picked up the aforementioned cube. Wow, I haven't had the pleasure of idly indulging my crazily cranial-cracking intellect on three-dimensional cubic entertainment of this magnitude since I was 3. The child, no older than 4, observed. 30 seconds later. Ah. The nameless boy exclaimed, as extraneously easy as I recalled. Naruto and Jiraiya's eyes twitched in irritation. Naruto didn't even know what every other word out of this guy's mouth meant, but a stranger had just shown him up. Badly. Without even knowing. Well, good day, gentle sir. I'll just return this delightful mind teaser to you, my good peer, and be on my way. How good of you to leave it so unimaginably far from solved for me. I bid you, adieu. And with that, the little spectacled boy went on his way. Naruto had to physically restrain himself from hurling the Rubik cube at the gifted child's retreating form with a vengeance. However, Jiraiya took the cube and threw it at the smarmy brat, himself. This never happened. Jiraiya insisted. Naruto could only nod fiercely in agreement. Next week. Yo, Tsunade, Jiraiya greeted as he entered his old teammate's current abode. Jiraiya, Tsunade drawled from the kitchen. How coincidental. You managed to somehow drop by just as dinner was prepared. Again. And I'm sure that you must be very hungry after traveling so far. Again. And I'm sure you won't leave me alone until I let your freeloading ass eat for free. Again. Wow, Tsunade. You really are a remarkably astute woman. Quack. Jiraiya was hit in the head by a flying projectile of the egg-timer nature. But hey, it was worth it. Free food. It didn't matter that he actually had loads of cash. Freeness was bliss, plain and simple. Jiraiya sounded intrigued as he spotted an innocent-looking cube perched on the counter. Tsunade, what's that? The slug Sannin followed his gaze. Oh that. Neri-chan kept bugging me to buy him this thing a while ago. Kid kept carrying it with him and fiddling with it when he wasn't training. I swear he wouldn't put the damn thing down, even though it pissed the hell out of him. And then. She shook her head wonderingly, when he finished it, he just put it on the windowsill and left it. Tsunade shot her old teammate a look. What do you know about it? Jiraiya grinned madly. So, the brat didn't give up after all. He kept going for a week even after all that happened. For what? To gloat? For praise? No. To accomplish what he couldn't before. To not back down. Kids got guts, he informed, feeling somehow insurmountably impressed. Tsunade's eyebrow delicately rose in that way that made people feel like they were idiots. What, are you just finding this out now? You really are slow, aren't you, Hiro Baka? Jiraiya's pride stung painfully. Too painfully to reply. He felt like he'd been verbally punched in the gut. Naruto suddenly strolled into the room, his pristine white clothes now covered in mud. He looked over and noticed the shocked and insulted look his uncle was sporting. Ah. Hiro Baka is here again. I should call you Hiro Freeloader, but it's too long, he informed pointedly. I'm going to take a shower, Kachan. Naruto yelled over his shoulder as walked past the stunned form of his uncle. Make sure Hiro Freeloader doesn't eat all the food before I'm done. Tsunade smiled proudly. That's her Naru-chan. Putting idiots in their place and throwing insults at perverts with pinpoint accuracy. Ah, she was so proud. For the house, days passed by in more of the same fashion. Neither the house nor Jiraiya were known for staying in one place for very long. The house wandered fire country, occasionally stopping for months at a time in any one village, renting apartments or houses. Jiraiya spent most of his time around fire country as well, though he wandered the world. It was never a great surprise to see him making short visits to wherever his nephew happened to be, staying just a bit longer than he normally did in a particular city. It was even less of a surprise for him to sit in for some free food, with the barest of excuses and absolutely no invitation. Naruto continued to make steady progress with his studies. Despite Shizune's always ready praise, he could not help but feel inadequate. He hadn't his mother's nor his sister's natural affinity for manipulating chakra, still being leagues behind the ability they had displayed during their first years of General Academy training. It would only be natural, if sad, for an adopted child like him to gain the concept within his subconscious that he was simply a damaged child. Kyuubi's existence had done nothing if not been a damage to his natural stats, after all. He had no natural affinity for chakra manipulation to speak of. Where his mother had started off already gifted in the chakra control field and advanced by leaps and bounds, Naruto staggered forwards. As it was, he seemed determined to pay off the difference with raw effort. If Naruto was seen building sandcastles or catching bugs, it was because he was out of chakra. If he was seen lying on the ground, it was because he was out of physical energy as well. One would think that the issues of Naruto's apparent inability compared to his mother, though he was supposedly her heir, might have caused a rift or awkwardness. And perhaps it might have, if only Naruto and Tsunade hadn't known such things from day one, and all parties concerned weren't dealing with the reality of his situation with only minimal concern or effort. As it was, the issue just never came up. They were just those kinds of people. You could say that when Tsunade adopted him, Naruto became her child for life. Shizune was of a similar disposition, as evident by her fierce guarding of her precious Itautyu from her mentor's attempts at corruption and general manipulation, though he seemed more independent by now. Perhaps it was due to these strong family bonds of love that drove Naruto to join his sister in the ongoing war, to get his mother to diminish her much-cherished sake in gambling habits. And again, perhaps Naruto was just a brash kid that had absolutely no problems with letting someone know when they were being stupid. Either way is plausible. However, the immediately relevant point is simply that during the year several subjects were touched upon. And in fact, it was halfway through the year that the subject of Jiraiya's ability as a teacher came into question. On this particular day, a now 5-year-old Naruto was found squatting down on the ground, hunched over some object of interest. He seemed to be absorbed in whatever it was that he was doing, and so Jiraiya had no problem sneaking up to him. Jiraiya had just made it into town. It had been a month since he'd last seen his adopted nephew, and he was wondering how the brat was doing. So here he was. "Oi, Naruto," he prompted, startling the boy out of his reverie. "Huh? Oh, it's just Hiro," Uncle Naruto observed, standing up and dusting off his pants with one hand. "We already ate lunch, so you can't invite yourself to eat all our food today." He held up the other hand to the sky. And it was a small blue bird, wing finally healed and once again ready to soar into the sky. It did so with great joy and thanks. "Really? Damn." Jiraiya muttered. Shizune was one hell of a cook. "I mean," he coughed into his fist, "do you really think so little of me, Naruto?" "It's not just me," Naruto pointed out factually. "Everyone thinks about you like that." Needless to say, that elicited a response. "Ungrateful brat." Jiraiya shouted. It was one of his favorite phrases of all time. "What are you talking about? I have nothing to be grateful for." Naruto shouted back. "You're only good for practicing how to heal slap marks." Well, that wasn't completely true. He also made a good test subject for weak poisons and subsequent antidotes whenever he was in particular need of divine retribution for something which usually involved him using Naruto as a scapegoat. Sure, the old man might summon some frogs to help his nephew train before running off to be perverted, but the way Naruto saw it, that was mostly the frogs being useful. Fine. Jiraiya hummed. I was going to teach you a super cool jutsu, but I guess I'll just go research instead. Jiraiya recited, it was another of his favorite phrases. Old man, Naruto growled, the day you actually teach me a super cool jutsu is the day I read that perverted book of yours. Naruto argued, pointing his finger accusingly at his uncle. Jiraiya's eyes widened and suddenly filled with a terrible gleam. Deal. He shouted, grabbing Naruto's outstretched hand and giving it a vigorous handshake. Wait. What? Naruto said dumbly. No way, I take it back. I don't want to read your stupid perverted book. Too late, brat. I may be old, but I can still trick idiots like you any day. He gleefully proclaimed, reversing a line Naruto had used on him before. Blah. Buh. Naruto mumbled incoherently. The old man had tricked him. Him. Naruto. He'd just been roped into reading a perverted book. He was in shock. Later. Naruto sighed. He couldn't believe this was happening. If his mother ever found out, he was dead. He sat cross-legged on the ground, watching his teacher take up a lecturing pose. Okay, Kid Jiraiya began, looking like he was actually going to take this seriously. You know how you're always doing chakra control exercises? Yeah. Yet, despite your constant efforts, Jiraiya continued, you're still a complete failure compared to your mother and sister. Shut up. Naruto snapped. Jiraiya internally admitted that perhaps he hadn't made the fairest comparison. Tsunade and Shizune were like gods when it came to chakra control, and the brat had actually gotten pretty damn good. Of course, Jiraiya wasn't going to be the one to tell him that more than once or twice a year. Anyway, the point is that you're always burning out your chakra, Jiraiya concluded. It's unexpected. But because of that, you have some massive reserves for a kid your age, even with your Kyuubi suppression thing taking 25%. You could say chakra is like a muscle. The more you use it, the greater it becomes. Yeah? Well, I guess so. Naruto mused. So you see, your useless attempts at getting better are good for something after all. Enough already. Naruto shouted, shaking his fist angrily. And it's not useless, I am getting better. You said so, too. He defended. Just teach me, you idiot. Ah, sweet revenge. Jiraiya was basking in the fact that he was getting back at his nephew for all of the brat's disrespect. Which mostly centered around Jiraiya's perverted work, which was very important to the frog hermit. But back to work. Did you know that in Konoha, the Uchiha clan used to teach its kids the C-rank technique Kaiten? Gakyaku no Jutsu? It was some sort of rite of passage. Naruto blinked. Gakyaku no Jutsu? Great fireball technique. I'm going to learn to shoot a fireball. He asked, excitedly. Oh, the first thing he'd do was toast that Irobaka. No. Jiraiya said pointedly. You already have the chakra for it, so we're just going to skip Hausenka, Gakyaku, and all that low-rank kiddie stuff. Wait. Skip? Naruto asked skeptically. He was getting a bad feeling about this. A useful B-rank jutsu. Kaiten. Kiryu Enden. Here, stand like this, he said, spreading his feet apart. Naruto followed suit. The seals are rat, horse, tiger, dog, ox, dragon, horse, hare, and tiger. Mold the chakra so that it ends up flowing into your lungs and then blow it out. Think of a fire dragon when you do. Naruto eventually managed to remember all the instructions. That's a lot of hand seals, but it doesn't sound so hard. Just tiring. Okay. He closed his eyes and began concentrating on how his chakra was molding as he slowly moved through the hand seals. Actually, you'll probably. Jiraiya trailed off. Kaiten. Kiryu and Ak. A small flame issued forth and Naruto fell to his knees clutching his burnt lips while utilizing a few of his adopted mother's more choice swear words. He began to flip through a more familiar set of hand seals. Jiraiya watched amusedly as Naruto held up a glowing yellow palm of chakra to his mouth. Hey, Jiraiya observed that the brat's lips were still burned, can't you just heal it? Naruto shot his uncle a look as he quickly rifled through his inside coat pockets. He developed a kind of lisp from having his lips burned. I don't know that one yet. He defended. I just numbed the pain a little. Naruto proceeded to pull out a vial of clear blue liquid and apply it to his lips. Hare, horse, bird, monkey, dog. Kashu Nanku Fukasu no Jutsu. Another palm of yellow chakra later, Naruto was in good health. Jiraiya's eyebrows rose. Oddly, Naruto didn't really blame his uncle for the burn. Not that he'd let the pervert know that. In an attempt to knock his temporary teacher out of his stupor, he opted to explain himself. Since I don't know the first-degree burn heal, I have to combine an ointment of East Fire Root and the burn ointment accelerator technique. Jiraiya's eyebrows remained up. Brat was full of surprises. He actually sounded like he knew what he was talking about. With the way the kid normally talked, it was easy to forget that he actually studied. Naruto shot his uncle a flat look. Yeah, I didn't think you'd understand. Listen Irobaka, I can only heal burns if I have this bottle of stuff right now, okay? Back to work. He snapped. Nightfall. The vial of ointment lay on its side empty. The whole day had gone by with Naruto practicing, arguing with his uncle while he recovered, and then practicing again. He knew he was going to catch hell when he went home with his cloth singed as they were, and there was also the looming promise of having to read Irobaka's book of extreme perversion. Naruto panted. D-damn thing. Won't work. He groused. Jiraiya made a distinctly fed-up sound. It's getting late, brat. Let's call it a day. We'll start again tomorrow, Jiraiya proposed. For the record, you're not doing well. Pompous-ass Naruto muttered. It's fine, you already taught me the damn super cool jutsu. I'll read your stupid book, but… He paused. I'll never become perverted like you. Jiraiya shook his head sadly. Your loss. He then handed Naruto a few sheets of paper. You're obviously not mature enough to care about adult things, so I'll only make you read the non-perverted parts. Relief dawned on Naruto's face. Really? Cool. Naruto mumbled. Hey wait, you only gave me 3 pages. Naruto protested. So? There was utter silence for a time. Even the local animals of nature fell into silence. Perhaps in shock. Ugh, the medic nin in training sounded in disgust, the implication sinking in. Why did he suddenly feel a headache coming on? Out of an entire novel. He emphasized each word, you only have 3 pages of non-perverted stuff. That was very true. But rather than becoming defensive, Jiraiya seemed to brighten up at this, and his chest puffed out in pride. Icha Paradise is the most super perverted series in the world, he said severely, as if the title were of some life-altering significance. Sadly, there were probably people out there whose lives really were altered drastically by the perverted book. Those pages aren't even double-sided. And the books after that one have even more perverted content. He shouted triumphantly, and with much vigor. You should understand. Its power is so great that I am required by law to sell a pair of nose plugs with each copy, lest first-time readers suffer extreme blood loss. Naruto gaped. 2 words. Throbbing headache. Did people really get nosebleeds from perverted thoughts? Why then, did his uncle not always have a nosebleed? Was he so adapted to being perverted that he had built up immunity? I'll read these small pieces of you not being perverted later. Naruto began to slowly trudge home. Jiraiya followed suit, unsurprisingly. Jiraiya coughed into his fist for the second time that day when he saw Naruto's raised eyebrow. Well. I have a hotel, but all the good restaurants are closed by now. You know how it is. He said conversationally. Naruto smiled tiredly, yeah he knew how it was. His uncle was a cheap freeloader, that's how it was. Well, since you actually weren't useless for a change, I guess I won't complain. Come on Iro freeloader, I'll try and keep Kacchan from attacking you with the egg timer again. As they trudged along, there was one thing Naruto couldn't stop thinking about. I still think it's weird that you didn't try to make me read the whole perverted book. Are you kidding? Jiraiya asked scandalously. Your mother would beat me to death and your sister would just kill me in my sleep. Ah. That makes sense. And this closed the subject of Jiraiya's uselessness. In regards to the Kyoryuenden. After more than a week of practice and empty bottles of East Fire Root, Naruto still couldn't do it. Not ready to give up completely, Naruto nonetheless put it lower on his list of priorities. He considered it good training, but hopes of actually using the technique itself seemed slim for the near future. There was clearly something wrong. Regardless, more subjects would be addressed this year. The subject of Konoha was a bit of a touchy one for the house. Or rather, it was to Tsunade. Due to the scars of her past, Konoha for Tsunade was both a nest of painful memories and a place which she distrusted greatly. Unfortunately for her, at that time in the shinobi world, the country one was born in dictated the village they could become a ninja of, meaning Naruto would have to go to Konoha. It was a fact. An eventuality. And it was this eventuality that saw the house visiting Konoha shortly before Naruto's 6th birthday. The exact purpose itself for the visit was somehow foggy. But Konoha was something that the house would have to face sooner or later. The Grand Gates of Konoha are one of the most widely known landmarks in the current shinobi world. It's not that hard to believe. The daunting sight was certainly something that one would remember and bring tales of back to his or her own village. The twin gates were constructed from trees that the first Hokage himself had called forth. With a height that easily equated to at least 3 stories and a density that made the wood all but diamond hard. The Grand Gates of Konoha were like many of the world's widely known landmarks completely and utterly useless. They were just too damn heavy. It was impractical. In fact, due to the daunting need of at least several hardy taijutsu specialists to open and close the gate each and every time such an act was required, the Grand Gates of Konoha were practically never used. Still, it was a sight to behold. To a merchant that frequented Konoha, it might only warrant a small pause and short look of awe. To an assaulting enemy force, it would look like an impenetrable barrier that would strip away all hope and fighting spirit. The Shizune, it looked like something mildly interesting that she was considering sounding very excited about for her Atautu's benefit. The fact was, Kitsai was bigger. To Tsunade, it just looked like a big door. This most likely stemmed from the fact that she could open and close it regularly without a team of taijutsu specialists breaking into dry heaves as if it really were nothing more than a large door. No. It was what lay beyond that door which intimidated her. For beyond that door was fear. Uncertainty. Danger. Not for her of course. No, damnable Konoha wouldn't take her. It struck at who she loved most in the whole world. The dearest lights of her life had been swallowed up and taken away. Because death was a release and life without your light was a living hell. Dying heroically or whatever, dead was dead. And Nawaki and Dan didn't deserve to die, not like that. And now Tsunade took a deep breath. She was about to walk the third and dearest light of her life straight into the village that had claimed the other two. The Sannin growled. She didn't like this, she definitely didn't like this. She was a gambler, hell the kanji on her coat meant gamble. But she didn't gamble with her child's life. Not ever. This was just so wrong. She wasn't an idiot, she knew that her views of Konoha were skewed at best, but when your little brother dies on a supposedly safe and simple mission, and your significant other dies bleeding to death in your arms before you can even have your honeymoon. Just as you're starting to regain hope in life not being a twisted tunnel of emotional pain and hell, well, you start to see a trend. And it's not a good trend. This was just so wrong. Little Naruto looked up at the mega-sized gates before him. Of course, his head had to be craned back like crazy so that he could actually see the size of it rather than just a solid expanse of wood. As an aspiring medic nin, he was aware that craning your neck back this much and this long was actually pretty bad for you, but wow. Those were some big doors. And on the other side of them. Home? He wasn't sure. He hadn't even ever been inside of Konoha, except for the day he spent there as an infant. Did just being born there let him call it home? If not, then where was home? Ridoku, where he'd first met his adopted uncle. The Toro, where his mother had worked an all-time record of 2 weeks in a row at the local apothecary to pay off at least some of their debt for a change. Kasigo, where his wandering family had stayed the longest. Ha-chan. Naruto finally spoke, are we home? Tsunade's paternal heart endured a stab of pain at the odd question. Just what did that mean? Was all the traveling getting to him? To her, home was wherever her Naruto was. But if Naruto wanted to stay here, could she call it home? We'll see, Naru-chan. Tsunade promised, we'll see. And now. Apparently done with the sightseeing, Tsunade calmly placed her right palm onto one of the monolithic doors and pushed. Shizune watched as her mentor calmly proceeded to force open the monolithic grand gates of Konoha with one hand. Shizune would be the first to tell you that Tsunade was the one that worried over Naruto the most, yet she looked so calm at this point. It was an odd trait that Tsunade and Naruto were prone to exhibiting. When the moment of truth arrived, they would become suddenly calm if fiercely determined or some such other emotion. All fretting and what-ifs and if-onlys were thrown out the window. Problems were quickly ascertained. Then dealt with in much the same manner. The past was left behind and assumptions were prone to being discarded in an instant. Where someone else would widen their eyes in shock and lose their footing, her mentor and Atautu would narrow their eyes and decimate what obstacles stood ahead. Naruto had even coined a phrase off of that by accident one morning during breakfast conversation. When you have nowhere to move but forwards. Don't look back. Shizune thought it was adorable how he'd look as if he was lecturing her when he said it. Tsunade kneeled, the grand gates now opened. Naru-chan. Do you remember where you got your whisker marks? Tsunade had hated to tell her son that a medic nin had spitefully tried to assassinate Markham on the day he was born, but she trusted her son to be strong enough to handle the information and wasn't willing to lie about it. Her trust hadn't been misplaced. Yes, Ka-chan. Naruto mumbled, I remember. Tsunade's eyes softened. Good. Hold my hand and stay beside me, okay? Naruto nodded resolutely, I promise. And as Tsunade took his hand in hers and smoothly entered Konoha with her son by her side and her attendant trailing behind her, Tsunade wondered. What did home mean to Naruto? Konoha. Interior. It was a generic day at the crowded outskirts of Konoha's market district. Meaning it was sunny, with a few clouds drifting lazily in the sky. Tetsu, a 16-year-old local old enough to be tall, but not old enough to look old with brown hair and unremarkable features, was taking his little sister of 4 years for a walk. Why? Mostly because he was sick of hearing her complain about being bored, to the point where hearing her complain about her feet being tired had become a tempting prospect he couldn't ignore. Just for a change of pace. But he also cared about her when she wasn't looking. He prided himself in acting like a good elder brother that really should be too mature to hang out with kids ought to act. The low rumbling and the sound of long unmentioned hinges creaking prompted the normal din of the market crowd to take on a new direction. Look. It's the grand gates of Konoha. There. They're opening. Of course, by this point the crowd was staring in shock at the sight of the monolithic gate actually being opened. What type of terrible force was being exerted on the other side? What did this mean for Konoha? Immediately, the general public broke into hysterics. "Oh my god." One villager shouted. "We're being invaded." "No." Another disagreed, not able to imagine any human gathering able to open the three-story gates. "It's a gigantic summoned creature here to kill us all." Tetsu couldn't look away from the impossible sight. It's some kind of horrific monster with freakish strength. The door finally stopped moving, and it was then that people began to recognize the figure of a blonde, big-chested woman kneeling to speak confidentially with a child. It was Tsunade-sama. Of course, she was famous and widely known in Konoha, even amongst the non-ninja villager community. One could say that it was due to her being a Sannin, the single greatest contributor to medicine in history and the savoir of multitude of sick or injured. But really, it was just that she was damn impressive and looked cool. Basically, the village wanted to be proud of her. It was a morale thing. One could even say it might have been a "we're better than you are" sort of thing. Whispers of Tsunade's name and general murmuring were heard as the newly arrived group smoothly strode up to the busy streets of Konoha. Tsunade didn't walk as if she were hurried, but she seemed to be mildly annoyed with something. "So, the Sannin stopped uncomfortably close to Tetsu, now I'm a horrific monster with freakish strength, huh?" she asked, eyebrow faintly twitching. Tetsu gulped in fear. Another reason for people's knowledge of Tsunade's name may have something to do with her legendary temper, which was known to cow the Hokage on occasion. Her willingness to extract said temper in impressive displays of otherworldly strength may have had something to do with it as well. Regardless, Tetsu knew he and his sister were toast. "I'm out to," he shouted as he spread his arms wide in the classic human shield pose. "Run away and don't look back." He screamed, "I'll distract her." Tsunade's left eyebrow developed a sporadic twitch. Did this brat really think she was going to grind his bones and make soup with it or something? The twitch got even worse as the brat's little sister ran into the crowd yelling, "I won't forget you, Tetsu Naichin." That did it. Tetsu reflexively closed his eyes as the fist came sailing at him at impossible speeds. But the force halted centimeters away from his face, and as the wind that was dragged along with the fist blew past him and he found that yes, he was still alive, Tetsu dared to open his eyes. Brat," Tsunade muttered. From her fist, which was halted inches from Tetsu's face, Tsunade's index finger rose in a swift decisive act. Flick. Naruto winced as he saw the poor villager go sailing into a wooden fence. His mother's mighty finger flick of death was something to be feared indeed. He was still a ways from pulling that particular move off. "Ka-chan," he said as he peered at the post-flicked boy, "I think you dislocated his arm." Shizune peered as well. "No, Naruto-kun, he's just seems unconscious." "Halt." A masked Anbu demanded as he appeared out of nowhere. "Welcome back, Tsunade-sama. But I'll need to see some ID." "ID?" Tsunade asked, not quite believing that she, Sannin of Konoha and summoner of 5-story slugs, needed to present ID. "Are you telling me that there is someone else that can open those huge excuses for doors with one hand and knock a person across the street with one finger?" Well. The Anbu floundered. "I wasn't really here to personally see either case and..." The Anbu trailed off. "Oh, that had bad move written all over it. Just what had he done to himself?" "You should have just said so," Tsunade informed. In an instant her right hand was centimeters from the Anbu's face, ready to flick. "Here's my proof of ID." "No." The Anbu shouted in an embarrassingly high-pitched panicky voice. Not a soul blamed him. "That's okay, there are enough witnesses, you see." "Well," Tsunade drawled, "if you're sure." "I'm very sure," the Anbu whimpered. Naruto took this time to observe his surroundings. So this was Konoha. They were on the street that led directly from the Grand Gates, obviously. The path then split up ahead. Down the right street, he could glimpse the starts of a market area. Over the left, whatever was on the street was immediately ignored in favor of staring at the hillside, which had a bunch of guys' faces carved into it. Directly ahead, a giant circular tower rose above the roofline. He also caught sight of a banner advertising his uncle's perverted books above a building. As well as an impressively big house to his left that was surrounded by trees. All in all, it seemed like a good place. But slowly he felt the gazes of the villagers shift away from his mother and towards himself. Towards his whisker marks. He wondered, would they see how Naruto? Sannin Tsunade's son, or would they see Naruto? Kyuubi no Kitsune's container. "We've come back," Shizune said wistfully to the wind. "It's been a long time." Seeing his adopted sister's apparent relief or joy at returning to her village of birth, Naruto wondered if he dared share his concerns with her. She worried too much as it was. "Yes," Tsunade agreed, voice lined with a vague concern. But if I say I'm back, will Konoha say welcome back? Naruto looked at his mother questioningly. The woman shot her son a soft smile. Naruto. Tsunade began softly. Home is where someone you care about is waiting to say welcome back. Naruto's eyes shot wide in awe at this concept, the words burning into his memory forever. Slowly, he nodded to his mother and after a time smoothly lifted his gaze skywards. The breeze played wistfully with his hair. I'm back. Konoha. Amik. The subject of Tsunade's gambling came to a head one morning. The roar of the argument had long since scared all the wildlife away from the Hao's current house of residence. Tension was high. Each word was shouted with alarming force between the two fierce verbal combatants. I thought it was just a hobby that you spent money on. Naruto proclaimed feveredly. It is my hobby, you idiot. Tsunade shouted back, clearly beyond ticked off at this point. No, it's not. It's a competition and you suck at it. Naruto accused. What? Tsunade exclaimed in shock. The sting was extreme. That was a sensitive subject for her. No more ramen, brat. She vengefully commanded. No more ramen. Naruto felt like he'd suffered a terrible blow. But he regrouped alarmingly quickly. He'd have to endure all this time he hadn't understood the true nature of this gamble, but now he knew. And things had gone on long enough. It's the truth. They call you the legendary sucker Ka-chan. You suck so much, it's legendary. Shizune hadn't really thought of this aspect, she'd always been more concerned about the monetary side. The whole. We're in debt and it's both shameful and hazardous to our livelihoods aspect. Though her Itautu's concern somehow fit his personality to a T. And of course, she was glad that Naruto was finally taking a position against her mentor's gambling. At least. She thought he was. That. Tsunade floundered. You're not even wasting our money doing something interesting, you're wasting it playing a game you suck at. Naruto insisted. At least waste it on something cool. Tsunade glared down at her adopted son. That will change. Statistically, I have to hit some kind of jackpot. No, Naruto disagreed, statistically, you suck. It was at this point that a rage-filled punch sent Naruto crashing through the front door, which was thankfully open. But as he was used to being on the painful end of his mother's temper and was perhaps too fired up for his own good, Naruto was up and back in the argument in a flash. Live up, Ka-chan. Find something you're good at, or at least something you're not really bad at. No, Tsunade glared stubbornly, she should have punched the brat harder. Damn it, I want to gamble. Fine. Naruto threw up his hands in frustration. But can't you not suck so much? Get training or something. He demanded. Work harder, damn it. Suddenly, Shizune didn't like the way this conversation was going. Work harder? Tsunade asked, shocked. Work harder? I've been gambling for 13 number dollar plus years straight. That's training for longer than you've been alive. And? Naruto glared, you still suck. Naruto? Tsunade lunged. Shizune did her best to physically restrain her mentor, but wasn't going to last very long if Tsunade started to utilize her monster strength. You think it's easy? I'd like to see you try. Fine. Naruto shot back. If I completely fail, then at least you won't be lonely. It took a little effort, but Tsunade eventually managed to get the local casino to agree to let little Naruto in to gamble, but just for a day. Tsunade, calmed down a little from yesterday, led Naruto and Shizune to her place of gamble. The establishment was quite large, but was somewhat lacking in decoration. This is it, brat, Tsunade announced. Are you ready for this? She challenged. Bring it on. Naruto yelled back. Ni-chan, I need my pouch. Shizune sighed. Naruto-kun, I really don't think this is a good idea. I have to do this, Ni-chan, Naruto insisted. Sighing, Shizune regretfully handed over the small pouch that contained every yen of allowance Naruto had ever gotten. Ruefully, she noted that he seemed so determined and dead set on this. She supposed he must feel strongly about the subject. Well, as long as Naruto didn't get hurt or addicted to gambling, she supposed it was okay. Bravely, the trio entered the building. Casino. Interior. Alright, brat, Tsunade began, it's a game of skill, strategy, and… Yeah. Let's start. Naruto shouted bravely. What? Tsunade shouted in disbelief. So I get 5 cards, Naruto observed. And they have stuff on them. Do I win? Tsunade peered at her son's hand. 4 of a kind. Keep those cards and get rid of that king. She whispered loudly. Of course, the dealer heard her. Okay, Naruto said as he proceeded to throw away 3 cards. What are you doing? Tsunade demanded. Well, Naruto reasoned, I figured that since you suck so much, everything you say must be really bad. So I got rid of some other stuff. You. Tsunade mumbled, not able to express her rage. The dealer laughed. Partially because the kid had guts. Partially because this win would be so painfully easy. He gave Naruto 3 cards to replace the ones he'd lost. Now I have a bunch of funny stuff. I think this is good. Naruto deduced. You idiot. Tsunade shouted from her spot at the side of the table. Don't bet anything. I'm going to bet all this stuff. Naruto proclaimed, indicating his betting chips, going for broke with his theory. Tsunade ground her teeth. For the first time in her life, she seriously considered slamming her head on a table in frustration. The dealer grinned widely. I'll match you, he informed. Full house, Kitty smugly explained, putting down his cards. Naruto made a sound and proceeded to look at his cards at great length, shuffling them around. Well, the impatient dealer finally said, what do you have? How should I know? Naruto snapped, I'm just a kid. I don't play poker. I have a bunch of red guys, a 10 and an A, he said, putting down his cards. That's good, right? Tsunade stared at the royal flush. Of hearts. The fact that she hadn't gotten one of those in 13 years of gambling was not lost on her as she proceeded to gape openly. Shizune watched, torn between being upset that her Atautu was gambling and being pleased that he was so good at it. How are you doing that? Tsunade demanded. How should I know? Naruto protested. I'm just a kid. I don't know what I'm doing. I just pull the handle. Try pushing those buttons, I think they're good. Immediately, Tsunade as well as every person in the casino that had been sitting at a slot machine and listening in on Naruto's conversation for some kind of miracle tip began to push random red buttons with gutso. It was the end of the day and the house were sadly forced to leave the casino. Tsunade exited the main doors first, looking generally dazed and disorientated, walking mechanically and wondering just what the hell had happened. Naruto slowly followed after her, dragging a criminally large green bag of cash, and Shizune followed after, pushing the other end with her shoulder. This is. Naruto panted, good training. Naruto-kun, Shizune grunted out, under the strain of pushing such a ridiculously sized bag. We can pay off a lot of debts with this. Well. Okay, Ni-chan. I know you worry about that stuff, Naruto consented amongst strenuous gasps for air. But I want to use most of it for ramen, he insisted. Most of it? Yeah, Naruto grunted, let's go to the store first. Then it won't weigh much the rest of the way, right? The Taotu. Shizune mumbled, tough, her breath was short from exertion. I don't think you could spend much of this to buy the whole shelf of ramen. Really? Naruto asked. You might get it lighter if you buy the whole store. Oh. Naruto said. He would be more excited, but he'd had a very strenuous day of shocking people by consistently winning money at impossible odds that left them so stunned they'd been effectively robbed blind before they knew what was going on. Well, Ka-chan, I was right. I didn't even know what I was doing and I still won all this stuff. Naruto lectured. So you must really suck at gambling. Yeah, Tsunade mumbled, still looking around in a general daze, having just seen several general rules of probability decimated by her own son. You're probably right, Neri-chan. I think I'll just gamble for fun from now on. Well. Naruto muttered, still straining with the bag he was pulling. I'm still confused about how it works. It's not really a good game, he observed. I don't think training helps, so it's not really your fault. That was a surprise. You think so, Neri-chan? She asked. That may have been one of the nicest things she'd ever heard about her gambling addiction and unnatural ability to lose repeatedly. Yeah. Hey, Ka-chan. Were you serious about that no ramen thing? That? Well. Not really. Oh. Just checking. Konoha. The hidden village of leaves. Konoha. Its existence was both feared and respected by many throughout the shinobi world. At one point, it was commonly believed that it was the single most powerful hidden village in the world, despite being one of the youngest. This was commonly believed to be largely due to Konoha's startling number of heroes. Ninjas that rose far above the average level and transcended into another league altogether. It began, of course, with the first Hokage. The founder of Konoha himself. Hao Hananoki was more commonly just called Shadame out of respect. He was known for having a unique and interesting talent. The use of Mokuten Jutsu. An entire new branch of techniques that was reserved specifically for the Shadame. According to legend. He used his gift to construct the basic structure for Konoha in a single day. During warfare, his ability to create ramparts and drastically alter the landscape turned the tides of many battles. Then there was the Shadame's brother, the Nidame. Hao Itamizu, whose raw combat ability struck fear and awe into armies and whose mastery of Suiton Jutsu was acknowledged even in Mist Country. The Sandame. Sarutobi Fuayu was called the Professor. He was known to be fair and diplomatic, but he was equally known for his near-encyclopedic knowledge of jutsu and seemingly endless list of abilities for any given situation. The Yondaime. Namikaze Minato, also called Konoha's Yellow Flash, was a name that was borderline taboo in certain countries. After a time, he was universally deemed to be completely invincible in straight combat. Entire battalions were instructed to cut their losses and just run for their lives if they were ever unfortunate enough to meet him on the battlefield. There was Konoha's White Fang. Heike Tsukumo, who was known as the ultimate assassin before his choice to neglect the rules in favor of saving his friends and his subsequent forced harakiri. Konoha, to be blunt, had consistently produced select people that were just too powerful. No one knew exactly why that was, but it was sometimes thought to have something to do with the social values of the general populace and both their accepting and their encouraging nature. As how Naruto trailed beside his mother through the whispering and increasingly unfriendly streets of Konoha, he found that particular explanation a little difficult to agree with. "Relax, Naru-chan." Tsunade mumbled as she swept her hawk-like gaze over the whispering crowd. "We're almost there. Don't worry." Naruto absorbed his mother's words silently. His usually upbeat attitude subdued for a change by the speculative and gradually more hateful gazes that were beginning to surround him on each side. Naruto did not know it, but news traveled faster than his own walking speed in Konoha, and news of the Kyuubi container's return was apparently at least twice so quickly spread. Apparently, the medic nin that had scarred Naruto's cheeks had spread the word of her accomplishment to the villagers, giving them the knowledge to easily identify the Kyuubi container on site. Nearly 6 years away did little to dissipate Konoha's hatred towards Kyuubi. Recap. She used a solution on the scalpel to stop the blood from clotting and another to stain the skin, even when I heal it. It looks like a damn whisker tattoo, except I can't remove it like one. I'd be impressed if I weren't so disgusted. End recap. Relax, Naru-chan. Tsunade repeated. If anyone tries to hurt you, I can kick their asses, easy. Spying the obvious tension in the balled fist his adopted mother kept at her right side, Naruto was not sure whether she was trying to address his feelings or her own. While there wasn't much that scared a woman like Tsunade, there was a lot that pissed her off. And seeing the villagers of Konoha gossip and glare was one of those things that really pissed her off. Shizune trailed behind her, obviously annoyed mentor silently. Disgust and concern were welling up slowly inside her, though her face tried to remain carefully neutral. That was her precious Atautu those villagers were glaring at, but it was her childhood home that was doing the glaring. What should she feel at a time like this? I knew this was a bad idea. Tsunade muttered spitefully under her breath. At least we're here. Naruto looked at the building of their destination. No, make that buildings. Before them, there was a large wooden fence, clearly cutting off the district within from the surrounding one. Two wide-eyed, pupil-less guards stood rigidly straight and at attention to each side of the arch that signaled the main entrance to Konoha's own Hyuga district. A man, standing straighter than the guards, came walking out through that arch to meet them just as the house reached the entrance. The event seemed as if he had taken practiced care to arrive at exactly that time. "Ah, Tsunade Haim. How good to see you grace Konoha once again with your prescience," the rigid man greeted. Though his sentence was genial enough, not a ghost of a smile filtered across his stony-set face. "Please, come in for some tea. The house are, of course, always welcome at the Hyuga district. Could I ask if you'll be staying long?" If the Hyuga's stony expression affected Tsunade at all, she didn't show it. "Tea sounds good about now, Hiashi." She sighed while leading the group through the wooden arch that signaled the start of Hyuga territory. "Depending on certain things, I may be back for good." By the surprisingly easy exchange between Tsunade and Hiashi, it could indeed be surmised that news of the house arrival had stretched beyond them. The question that was brought up in Naruto's mind was that of why the Hyugas, knowing of their arrival, had basically put out the welcoming mat as if it were a given. His adopted mother seemed to assume that she'd be welcomed by the Hyugas as well. He pondered this as he walked slowly past traditional houses kept immaculately clean and proper on each side, still holding his mother's hand. The one-story structures bespoke of either pride, wealth, or a healthy mix of both. His speculation didn't last long, as he halted it in favor of gawking at the large building that they were being led to enter. Inside. Naruto sat uneasily at the low table, legs folded underneath him. His mother sat beside him. The stony-faced man and who Naruto guessed was his daughter sat on the opposite side. "Ka-chan." He whispered to the side, "Why did Ni-chan have to wait outside?" "She's not a Hau." Tsunade answered, as if that explained anything at all. She didn't seem to particularly care that she was carrying on a private conversation in front of their hosts, which were being ignored. "So?" Naruto prompted. His face screwed up in confusion. "Are we some high-class family or something?" he asked sarcastically. Tsunade's eyebrow rose delicately as if to mock such a question. "I've adopted you as my son, you know. That means your great-grandfather was the first Hokage and founder of Konoha," she reminded. "Your great-granduncle was the second Hokage." Tsunade continued listing flatly, "Your grandfather was the most successful apothecary in history, and your beloved Ka-chan is the patron of modern medical theory that doubles as a ninja on the cage level." Leaning closer, Tsunade peered at her son as she spoke flatly. So what do you think? Are we a prestigious family? Oh shit. Naruto hadn't thought of it like that. Everyone knew that his adopted mother was the first Hokage's granddaughter, but he'd never paid it any mind. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. His great-grandfather founded the damn village. His mother's work had saved thousands of important lives. He had a damn legacy to uphold. Were his clothes straight enough? Were they wide enough? Did he comb his hair today? Did he ever comb his hair? Crap, he didn't. Quick. Look noble. Seeing her poor adopted son sweat bullets and give Hiashi a run for his money in the rigid posture department, Tsunade spoke up. Relax, Naru-chan, your great-grandfather made sure we wouldn't become a clan. The house or just a little famous to some people. It's not like you'll have clan head responsibilities or anything. Looking at Naruto, she sighed, seeing her words having little effect. Different tactic. Besides, your great-grandfather would have already been proud of how you've lived your life until now. You don't have to worry, she informed, ruffling Naruto's oddly fluffy hair. Really? He asked dubiously. Yes. Really, Tsunade grinned, seeing the tension ease out of Naruto's posture as he seemed come to terms with the revelation. Now get back to being the annoying brat I love so much. Naruto, fears abated, now bristled at the tease. Shooting his mother an annoyed look, he scolded her. I'd insult you back, Ka-chan, but our ancestors up in heaven would be disappointed if I sunk to your level, he informed factually. Then pointedly ignored his mother's prescience altogether and turning to his host. Could I please have a cup of tea as well, Hiashi-sama? Hiashi, similarly ignoring Tsunade's insulted expression, motioned for his daughter to begin pouring the tea. Of course, Naruto-sama. Wait. Tsunade interrupted, having recovered from Naruto's backhanded insult. You brat, what did you say about sinking to my level? With his mother's arms suddenly wrapped around his neck, Naruto's head was pulled in closely to her ample chest in a headlock. It was a position many men dreamed of, but Naruto only knew fear. Let go of me, you barbarian. Alright, that did it. Vengeful mother's secret technique. Noogie of instant humiliation. Ah. There were even hand seals this time. Naruto cried in disbelief before the Noogie session began with a vengeful force. Later. Hiashi had quickly gotten used to tea with the house, which was decidedly different from tea with anyone else. They would be the picture of quiet nobility one moment, but were prone to short bursts of rancorous insults or general tussling. Once whatever argument they suddenly had was just as abruptly resolved, they instantly returned to their polite and dignified veneers. Seeing this, Hiashi didn't have any major problems with the odd behavior. It was even mildly entertaining. You may not be a clan, Hiashi lectured, but you are a family of greatness. The nobility, ability and intelligence shown by your forefathers are something that the Hyugas have always respected. They accomplished great things. I see. Naruto mumbled, then you don't mind me being the Kyuubi's container, just because I'm also a Hau. Hiashi took a moment to get over his surprise. The boy revealed his secret status as the Kyuubi container quite easily. Yes. Whatever would be subtracted from you in our eyes is more than made up for in your dignified family name. I understand. Naruto nodded slowly. The Hyuga have a long history with the house, Hiashi continued. He felt the need to ease the mind of this child, though he knew not why. I'll say it again. The house will always be welcome at the Hyuga compound. Though for now at least, you two are the last remaining house in this life. Naruto was silent. It was a kind offer. To always be welcomed somewhere. A great promise. But whether the rest of the Hyugas would abide by that promise, and if so, to what extent, would have to be seen later. Hiashi-sama, Tsunade prompted over her teacup, I'm going to need to talk to Sarutobi-sensei today. Please look after Naruto for me. Of course, Hiashi responded as if it were a given. Though that raises a question. Where are you planning to take up residence, Tsunade-hime? Good question. Her old house would be a wreck from over a century of neglect. For the moment, she'd been planning to stay at a hotel. Because. Hiashi let in, the house will always be welcome at the Hyuga complex, he informed once again. With a new undertone this time. Tsunade's eyebrow quirked upwards as if to say, you're serious. Thank you, Hiashi-sama. I'll tell Shizune to unpack. An offer without an offer. Nothing new from the Hyugas. She didn't really mind the game of words. The game of putting up fronts to show one's strengths while strategically hiding one's weaknesses. Listening to what is said and what is not said. Speaking in curves and implications instead of direct statements, all the while watching your opponent like a hawk. Trying to wheedle inside their brains with a wedge of polite inquiry. It was like riding a bike for her. It was easy to play that game even after all this time. But hell, that didn't mean she wanted to get used to it. Didn't mean she wanted Naruto to get used to it either. I'm off, Kid, Tsunade informed, standing up. I'll be back later. Yeah, right, Naruto said, sarcastically. He stood up as well. I'm coming too. Tsunade made a disgruntled sound. Just sit tight, brat. This is between Sarutobi-sensei and me. I'm leaving Shizune behind too. Just play with Hiyashi's daughter or something. Or hell, help your sister unpack. Tsunade breezed past her son. She was halfway through the door when his voice paused her movement. She glanced at him over her shoulder. Naruto's deep cerulean eyes met hers, looking like wells of deep understanding. And why not? He was her precious son, after all. No book-smart genius perhaps, but certainly no one's fool if he could help it. Just tell me the important stuff later, okay? If there's going to be news that concerns me, I want to know about it. Tsunade's eyes flickered to the door and back to her son. Hiyashi spied this as a sign of quick consideration and forethought. Tsunade let out a breath. Not quite a sigh. Fine, brat. If you're sure you can stay awake through it all. I'd like to protect you forever, but that's impossible even for me. I still think you're too young to be protecting yourself, even a little. But you're too young for a lot of the things you've done and dealt with so far. You'll manage. I know. But any mother would worry about what that would do to you as a person. Naruto watched Hiyashi follow through the door after his mother, presumably to show her to the door. He turned to Hiyashi's daughter, who was still kneeling dutifully at the tea table. Hey. He began, but stopped short. Blinking, he realized that throughout one solid hour of polite conversation with side orders of tea and arguments, he hadn't ever gotten her name. He shook the oddity off. Hi, my name's Hao Naruto, he proclaimed. Whatever, he'd just reintroduce himself. You The little girl stuttered. She was being put on the spotlight. She was deathly afraid of being the center of attention. She had quickly learned that when she was the center of any attention, she inevitably did something to drive her audience to hidden disgust. Steeling herself, she spoke for one of the few times since Naruto had met her. Hyuga Hinata. Cool, let's go play. B.A. Hinata was startled by the sudden outburst. Naruto, in turn, shot her a flat look. What was there to be confused about? Did this girl not know how to play? Looking at her, she was pretty small. And dressed in that kimono. She reminded him of a doll. In fact, could she even run in that kimono? Whatever. He continued to drag the Hyuga heiress into the garden area. Let's play hide and seek. Hyuga Complex. Central Garden. Naruto had someone to play with, as well as a place that would let him stay indefinitely in a village that might just end up being his home for a long time. Taking care to keep an eye out for signs of unacceptance from the Hyugas, he found none. Could he really stay here and not be glared at? Very cool. Things were looking up. Okay, I'll be it first. You just go hide and I'll count to 20 over by that big tree, okay? Go. Hyuga Complex. Interior. From an overlooking window at her bedside, Hyuga Hayatari gazed upon her daughter happily. It was both unprecedented that she would have a new friend and that she would be playing in the main garden with that new friend. Slowly, she felt her heart bubble with a relieved happiness that rose through her chest and upon reaching her eyes brought tears thereof. She let them fall. And the happiness remained with her even as the scene gradually disappeared behind a descending curtain of darkness. She would be afraid that the world was fading away from her view so unstoppably, but for now there was a very clear image of her daughter running around for a place to hide, and with that warm thought to cloak her mind with, fear could not touch her for now. Hyuga Complex. Central Garden. Ha! Found you? Naruto declared victoriously. He pointed a finger at the Hyuga heiress and grinned. It's your turn to be it now. He hadn't played this game in a while. It was a good game. Hinata started hesitantly, still crouched behind her bush. Did I fail? What? Naruto blinked. Fail? What are you talking about? He seemed to take a while to seriously muse this over. Is it possible to fail hide and seek? I don't think so. He mused briefly. No, he concluded. It's not possible to fail hide and seek. I'm pretty sure it's just a game. I didn't fail? Hinata asked, almost hesitantly. Naruto just shot her a look. Stop asking silly questions, already. You can fail to play well, but you can't fail hide and seek. You play it for fun. You're having fun, right? After a brief period of consideration. Hesitantly, Hinata shook her head. The hell? Naruto exclaimed loudly. You're not having fun? He asked incredulously. The concept itself took a while to sink in. You fail. Completely. Put more effort into it. Hinata e-pet and scurried over to the tree Naruto had been at earlier. Now count. Naruto demanded, reminiscent of a drill sergeant. Oh, T2. Hinata stuttered, diligently covering her eyes with both hands. No. Naruto ground out. Count like you mean it. Oh, Hinata cried. T2. From a carefully unnoticeable location off to the side, Hiyashi watched the exchange with a piqued interest. 16 counts later. 19. 20. Hinata finished. She looked around. It was her turn to find Naruto. Tentatively beginning her search, Hinata sheepishly checked several bushes only to find nothing. But wait. A gleeful snicker alerted her to what was probably Naruto's location. Behind her. Hinata's mouth fell slightly open in a show of surprise. Naruto's eyes were gleaming victoriously as he clung harshly onto the one tiny, lone branch he managed to get up to. Odd thing was. The branch was on the big tree that was being used as the counting spot. He'd hid behind the very tree Hinata had started counting at. He'd hid where no sane person would ever expect him to be. He was so clever. Devious, in fact. He could not contain his glee and cackled out loud. You Naruto-sama. I found you, Hinata informed. What? Naruto paused his cackling. How? He demanded, still hanging from the tree branch with both hands. US snickered. Hinata mumbled, embarrassed and hesitant. And then you. C cackled evilly. Damn, Naruto swore. It's always the cackle. Crack. Naruto needn't have concerned himself. If his snicker hadn't alerted Hinata to his presence, the much-abused tree branch snapping which he'd been hanging from for some 5 minuets would have. Ow. Naruto rubbed his sore posterior. My super sly, devious plan of great sneakiness. Ruined. He lamented openly and with great enthusiasm. If only he could walk up the tree with chakra like his adopted mother and sister. Not for the first time, he cursed his inability to do so. The chakra control exercise somehow managed to elude him to this day. Hinata, frankly, didn't know what to say. Oh well, Naruto perked up. Moving along. What? It's my turn to be it now. Naruto informed. You're not mad? Hinata asked timidly. I have found you. Hinata stuttered. Would he be angry? Naruto looked at her. Really looked at her, and Hinata suddenly felt as if those blue eyes were far deeper than she'd ever remembered them being. Did you have fun? Naruto asked softly. Why yes. Hinata blinked, having been surprised by her own words. When had she started having fun? She didn't know. Somewhere between counting from the number 16 to 17, she'd stopped stuttering. Somewhere between seeing Naruto snicker and then cackle, she'd learned to trust him. He really did only want to have fun. And he only wanted her to have fun, too. She could trust him. Not to look down at her with disappointed eyes. She somehow felt very, very sure of that. Well, as long as you're having fun. Then no, I'm not mad, he grinned, eyes glinting. Hinata had to squeeze her eyes shut because at that moment the sun had seemed kiss his hair, seeming to make him shine in its golden light just for a second. Okay, I'm going to count. Be ready for it. 1, 2. Hinata broke out of her daze and iPad before scurrying off to find somewhere to hide. She did not know it, but a small childish smile slipped onto her lips. 19, 20. Ready or not, Hinata-sama, here I come. Amik. Shizune's nose twitched. Instantly, she dropped the insanely large scroll that contained her mentor's backup supply of sake. Her eyes crossed comically as she peered at the twitching nose intently. It was her secret weapon against the forces of evil. Over the years, she'd found that whenever her precious Otaku was being corrupted or swearing more than was forgivable, her nose would twitch. It was her equivalent of a sixth sense, but oh, so much more reliable. Now how she always managed to get from wherever she was to wherever Naruto was quickly enough to stop the proceedings. Well, that was just a damn mystery. Zoom. Naruto swore openly, causing his playmate to blanch and cover her mouth in shock. Number. He continued. He'd fallen from the damn tree for the 6th time. And this time he fell on a large rock. He was going to have to numb the pain with a jutsu, how ridiculous was that? Taking a deep breath, he was on the verge of beginning another lengthy list of swear words he'd picked up from his adopted mother. It was then that the temperature plummeted. Oh shit. He spun just in time to see Shizune tower above him, and Naruto could swear he could almost see the outline of either an undertaker or an incensed legal court judge. Oh 2-2. She bellowed darkly. Oh boy, Shizune was pissed. It was all that damn rock's fault. Angrily, he glared at the offending object, which only sat there innocently, of course. In his mind, he cursed it and promised to haunt it from beyond the grave. I can't believe that you. The horror. Naruto's mind screamed out in suffering as he had no choice but to sit through what must have been his adopted sister's own personal version of hell. For 2 solid hours, he was lectured angrily. How she could even keep yelling at him for that amount of time was yet another mystery that would remain unsolved for all time. But alas, his weak heart. He could not run. His love for his sister added a dull sting to her words and kept him chained firmly in place. The bond stronger than steel. Damn that rock. Even now it still sat there, playing the innocent. Its blank surface mocked him, his numbed mind insisted. It mocked him. 2 hours later. Naruto kneeled, panting. His mind was numb, and his energy was somehow exhausted just from living through that hell. Such terrifying power. His adopted sister's rant was something that should be classified as an S-rank technique. Nothing could stop its terrible might. Shizune let loose a long, resigned sigh. "I'm sorry, Naruto-kun," she admitted. She looked it too. "I was too hard on you, forgive me." Having just lived through hell, Naruto was tempted not to forgive her so easily. Alas, his weak heart. "It's okay, Ni-chan. I'm sorry too. I just fell on this rock and where normal kinds might say ow, 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 ow. Or make hissing, pained noises without consciously wanting to, Naruto had been exposed to large amounts of swearing on purpose. And so ow, 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 ow was replaced by colorful expletives of varying degrees of inappropriateness. Naruto proceeded to reiterate his tale. And afterwards, Shizune nodded emphatically, she knew where the true blame lay. She felt slightly ashamed for exploding on her precious Atautu like that, though she knew it wasn't really his fault. She couldn't help herself, the true culprit was not somewhere that she could currently scold her at. But of course, it was only a matter of time until Tsunade returned home to commence with the real scolding. "I'll make it up to you, Naruto-kun, I promise. How about you two take a break for some ramen?" "Ah, wonderful, sweet Shizune." Was it any wonder he could not have run away? "Come on, Hinata-chan, we'll have a ramen eating contest," he proclaimed. "Ch-chan?" Hinata stuttered, voice small. It had just gone from Sama straight to Chan. "Well." Naruto scratched the back of his head. "We already play together, right? I can't keep calling you Hinata-sama." Hinata rolled over this idea in her head. It didn't necessarily seem normal, but Naruto clearly had his own way of seeing things. Then. "And Naruto-kun?" "Yeah?" "And nothing, I just wanted to say your name." Hinata mumbled, overcome with a blush. That hadn't sounded right at all. "Is-kun okay?" "Of course. I already told you to stop asking silly questions, didn't?" Banks mumbled one afternoon. Hinata turned from her calligraphy. Merely another of those things that she was expected to practice and like it. "Yes. Well." Naruto scratched the back of his head. An act that his friend had quickly discerned as a sign of mild embarrassment. "It's been bothering me for a while, but it's just that good." Was this really Naruto? Hinata could scarcely reconcile the hesitant undertone in her new friend's voice with the loudly outspoken youth that she'd gotten to know over the past weeks. In a way, finding that even Naruto could sound like this gave her hope for herself. She smiled a little at the prospect. "What is Naruto-kun?" Naruto took a deep breath, do or die time. As if a great dam busted within him, Naruto's next words blurted forwards. "Why do you have such weird eyes?" Thud. Sounded Hinata's brush as it met with the floor, the heiress's easy hold on it failing after the arm holding it still raised in the fourth stroke of her kanji fell loosely to her side. The long, ruining mark of ink that was dragged behind went unseen as Hinata stared at Naruto, her silhouette frozen in shock. "The air. Sorry." Naruto apologized, feeling he'd crossed some kind of line. "I shouldn't have asked. It's obviously some mistaken mutation beyond your control and, well, anyways, they're not that weird, really. And." Noting that Hinata's form wasn't getting any less statue-like, Naruto was starting to panic. He'd broken her. Shizune was right. Girls really were sensitive to these things. "Sorry." He tried. "And Naruto-kun, why you really don't know about," once more regressing to stuttering, whatever Hinata was attempting to convey was interrupted by a newcomer. "Ah, Hinata-sama, Naruto-sama, am I interrupting anything?" A wide-eyed boy asked politely as he entered the room. Naruto silently thanked the stranger for giving him a legitimate way out of the awkward situation. "Ah, hee. No, not really." Naruto replied. "What's up?" "My father has asked me to test your mettle." Niji almost said aloud, the words of his father yet echoing inside his head. Flashback. "Niji?" "Yes, father." Hyuga Hisashi trailed a speculative eye over his son. His pride. The boy was a genius, there were no two ways around that fact. The child's gift with the Byakugan notwithstanding. He was also a genius in every other aspect as well. The boy soaked up Gyuukin techniques like a sponge, and his analytical and decision-making skills were far above his level. A true prodigy. He'd none of them. Failings of Hiyashi's daughter. None of the weaknesses. And he was still both polite and kind. A perfect son. Any father would be proud. Perhaps it was the greatest source of pride left in his life. After being allocated to the branch family and having the accursed seal placed upon his head. His fate had been sealed. Forever was he at the main branch's mercy, his brother's mercy. It was a trend that would continue until his death day. And why? A few seconds difference. They had been twin brothers equals at one time. He bared his pain silently, but when it became apparent that his offspring had been so much more gifted than his brothers, his pain had increased sevenfold under the weight of his resentment. What could have been taunted him? Niji was so fit to be the next head of the Hyuga. He had everything that Hinata was lacking and more. Yet he could give his son nothing of what he truly deserved, it was all being given to another. It was almost a joke. A cruel prank played by the gods of fate. And one day soon, Niji too would be branded forever with the cursed seal of the Branch family. All this he had to bear while pretending that he deserved no better. "Niji, are you aware of Tsunade-sama's arrival?" the elder Hyuga finally asked. "Yes father, I heard about it last week. She has a son only a year younger than you, who has like you been training from a young age. I want you to challenge him to a spar. Check his progress, and your own Hiashi smiled, there is no one left to challenge you within your own age group, after all." "Hi, father." Niji said, smiled, and turned to walk out towards his newest challenge. And Niji Hisashi interrupted. "Do your best. For only through you are there any ways to gain victories, small and neglected, though they would be against the main house. Against my brother." "Yes father," Niji said, interest was newly dulled. His father's face just now had a hint of something else. A shadowy overcast dwelt within his father's eyes, a signal of a harsh adult world that existed in one's mind. The world that very few children sought out to bring into their sunny days of open fields and clear skies. "I'll do my best." Then flashback. "Naruto-sama, my name is Hyuga Niji." Niji bowed formally. "It's an honor to make your acquaintance." "Sure, likewise," Naruto responded. No need for formalities, this guy couldn't be that much older than him, right? "What's up?" Niji glanced between Naruto, who seemed nervous about something, and Hinata, who seemed dumbfounded by something. Was he really not interrupting anything? "I'm here to challenge you to a spar." Hyuga Complex. Central Garden. Hinata could not help but notice the perfection in motion as Niji took up his stance. His arms were spread out perfectly in front and behind him, the front arm slanting upwards from the ground and the arm behind continuing that trend. His weight was resting primarily on his right leg as his left stretched out before him. Hinata easily noticed the form as one that could easily flow into either close combat offense or defense. Its only weaknesses were to back attacks and being surrounded by the foe. It was a favorite for one-on-one battles among the higher-ups on the Hyuga power scale. Naruto, on the other hand, stood loosely with no semblance of form whatsoever. With a sinking feeling, Hinata realized that Naruto had no idea exactly what kind of opponent he was up against. Time passed as the two combatants stayed neutral in their small grassy arena. She was just about to give her friend some kind of warning when it happened. The complete silence of the scene was broken, a subtle splash being heard clearly by the combatants. Naruto's eyes tracked the slender blue fish as it made a small leap out of the small pond it inhabited. His eyes elsewhere, the soft tap, tap, tap of feet was the only warning he received. Naruto's eyes snapped back to his quarry, who'd already closed the distance by half. With an internal swear of damn. Naruto's eyes slid shut as he concentrated on what he could sense of his opponent's chakra in preparation for the first strike. There. Naruto's eyes snapped open, his body already sidestepping the open-handed strike of his opponent. But it was not possible for Gyuukin to overextend or leave the user suffering from any significant recovery time due to his own failed attacks, and Naruto found himself with no room for a counter-attack as the succession of offensive blows continued. His eyes were telling him one thing, but his chakra sense was saying something significantly different. When forced to choose between the two, his decision hadn't taken a second. Naruto bent his knees and batted away the striking arm from inside Niji's guard. All he could immediately tell was that those fingers were dangerous. Niji was trapped somewhere between excitement, terror, and complete awe. Never before had he ever heard of someone choosing to dodge the opening move with his eyes closed and then step inside their opponent's guard in order to launch an effective defense. But his strikes were being battered away as quickly as he could launch them, with such impossible force that each attempt ended in his striking arm being thrown wide, the precious speed of his assault suffering as a result. It was perhaps the only reason that Naruto's unexceptional taijutsu skill could keep up with his own offense. And Niji had no choice but to stay on the offense, it was either that or go on the defensive against the raw power that Naruto displayed while inside his guard. Hinata watched in a kind of horrified awe. Naruto's thought process was a confused frenzy. His attention was not split evenly between combat and tactical analysis, it swung like an erratic pendulum between concentrating fully on countering what, to him, seemed like lightning-fast blows and trying to figure some way out of this situation. His senses were working overtime. His hearing and chakra sense worked together to alert him to the general angle of attack shortly before the eyes could properly track it, and the rest was a frantic scramble. He'd knock a strike wide away, only to find his opponent's other hand halfway to his shoulder. A shift of the weight, step and again, past those dangerous fingertips, and he could deflect yet another attack in a seemingly never-ending assault. Rinse, dry, repeat. Here's the 10 million ramen packet question. How long could he keep it up? Niji was still struggling to deal with a situation which was completely unique to his world. He was constantly on the offense, but also constantly on the retreat. Backstepping to get the room to launch another quick strike before Naruto once again closed the distance and defended. He'd been on the offense the entire battle and had never landed a hit, but arms stung with pain every time Naruto knocked one aside with a raw physical power he may have never seen the likes of, and he was left wondering which would run out first. The strength in his arms. Or the space behind him available for retreat. His Byakugan gave him the answer. 2 steps of space left. Niji struck out with his left, the strike getting batted away like all the others. This time, Niji went with it. The spinning sweep kick caught Naruto completely by surprise as he was sent falling backwards. Naruto struggled to keep his feet underneath him, he landed in a crouch rather than on his back and sprung back to his feet. More surprising. Niji had come out of his sweeping kick into a stance that reminded him frighteningly of a coiled spring ready to release. Jaiuken. The Hyuga prodigy landed 5 strikes on his opponent's torso. He hadn't the strength remaining in him to continue the combo, but rather than go on the defensive, Niji ended in a thrusting palm strike that sent Naruto sprawling backwards and out of counter-attack range. Options like that were what made Jaiuken one of the most feared Taijutsu styles in the world. Knocked off his feet once more, Naruto struggled back to his feet and slowly backstepped to increase the distance from his opponent. Something was wrong, his chakra sense was telling him something was definitely wrong. With a sinking feeling. All the pieces came together. Naruto's eyes were disbelieving as he pulled down the collars of his jacket and shirt with his left hand to see the slight red points of inflation below his collarbone. And no way, you closed me you. As the realization sunk in, Naruto could feel the moisture in his eyes as he tried to blink the tears back. You can form needles of chakra on your fingertips. Can you even sense the location of and close them? His opponent suddenly seemed 10 times more skilled than he had previously. The level of chakra control and chakra sense to perform such things could only be imagined. Naruto didn't even feel his jealousy. It was washed away in a sea of anger, some for his opponent, but most of it directed towards himself. This stranger was so far above him in his own field. Damn it. The words broke free from his emotionally choked throat as Naruto's left hand struck into the ground with all his frustration. What have I been doing all this time? A small tremor of the ground as he struck it went unnoticed by the blonde as he didn't bother to remove his hand from its imprint in the earth or get up out of his kneel by it. I've been working so hard, but you. Naruto's anger faded, not knowing what to do. All that was left was the pain. The desperation in his voice was evident. Am I really so hopeless after all? I trained all my life. Well, I was supposed to be asleep. Well, I was tired. Well, I was sick. Niji didn't know what to say. Did Naruto not know about Byakugan or Jaiuken? It seemed impossible, but at the same time, the only explanation that made sense. What about Jaiuken could have such an effect on the golden-haired youth? He tried to say something, but he couldn't find the words. Naruto-sama. Niji's eyes widened as a stray thought grabbed his attention and wouldn't let go. If Naruto didn't know about the Jaiuken, then how? Can you sense the form of my chakra as I use Jaiuken? To be able to sense something like that. Such an accomplishment at such an age. It was not completely unbelievable, but to actually encounter such a thing. Don't look down on me. Naruto growled as he stood angrily, his rage back with a vengeance. Even if you're better, do you think that I can't even manage something like that? Don't get so high and mighty you bastard. Who the hell do you think I am? Niji was more aware of the stinging in his arms than ever. He tried to raise them into the stance he'd used at the start of the battle, but the pain gave him pause. It was then that his first-class sight caught movement on one of the surrounding rafters. A shift of cloth. Father. Niji bit back the pain as he shifted his body into the open swallow stance for the second time that morning. Picture perfection once again. It was then that Naruto finished his angered speech, accenting the last word with the beginning of his thunderous charge, running full tilt towards Niji's location do or die written in his eyes. Steeling himself, Niji sprinted forwards as well. The distance quickly closed and Niji struck out with his right hand an open palm strike to Naruto's left shoulder, but the strike only met with Naruto's own palm. Another shock registered in Niji's mind. His opponent had just chosen to sacrifice almost everyone in his left palm. The reason why became apparent as the fingers quickly curled around his own, locking his arm in place. Naruto's angered growl of "this is the end" was the only warning Niji received before he was yanked forwards by the right arm, the one Naruto had locked in place, as his opponent bent his knees and slammed an already cocked back fist into his unguarded torso. The impact itself was such that it produced an audible book and sent Niji sailing into the large tree behind him, upon which the Hyuga child's flight was abruptly ended and the boy slumped down at the base of the tree, doubtful of his prospects of getting up to rejoin the fight again. Neji glanced up to see his opponent already standing before him, left hand hanging limply by his side all but useless, the right hand still clenched tightly in a fist. "It's my loss," that Hyuga consented, his mind still reeling from the blow. But even as his mind reeled, it demanded that his opponent's right fist deserved further attention. Externally, first-degree burns. And internally. Though he'd only closed in Naruto's left hand, the chakra lines in the blonde's right hand had nonetheless been damaged by something. Perhaps it had to do with the bright flashes Byakugan detected just before impact. Neji deactivated the Byakugan and struggled to get up and converse with the victor properly. "Naruto-sama." "Stay still," Naruto interrupted as he kneeled down, his anger exhausted for the time being. "I've broken one of your ribs. I can do the bandaging and binding, but my chakra coils are too damaged to do the rest. It'll be up to Ni-chan." Tsunade didn't personally heal anyone unless it was Naruto, one of the injured animals Naruto brought home, or she was being paid a lot. "You know." Naruto said reluctantly as he removed Niji's undershirt and placed his right hand on his chest, slowly leaking his chakra into the injured boy's system, seeking out the broken rib that was doubtlessly floating around in his patient's chest area. "With your skills, Niji-san. You could make," Naruto struggled to force the admission past his lips, "a great medic nin. Maybe, the best of our generation." Niji winced. Bracing for the pain that he was sure would come. He was happily disappointed. Blinking, he noticed that though the feeling of something moving around inside his chest was quite strange, it was no more painful than being pinched by marshmallows. Now that the match was over, Hinata had scurried over to her friend's side, looking at her cousin with some concern. Noticing that Niji was strangely alright, despite having a broken rib, she turned to her friend and the issue that seemed to trouble him so. "Naruto-kun, you really don't know about the Byakugan?" Our eyes. What followed was a 10-minute eye-opener about the Hyuga and just what made them the most prominent clan in Konoha. It was Naruto's first personal encounter with a bloodline limit and it shook his world. The concept of such power being attained simply due to one's heritage felt wrong on many levels to the boy who'd worked his hardest for every scrap of ability he'd ever acquired. Naruto sat quietly, a significant change for him to say the least. He was contemplating what he'd just been told, but his reverence was soon broken. "Boy, brat. Kachan." Tsunade came to stand in front of Naruto, who stood up to meet her. Glancing slightly at Niji's prone form out of the corner of her eye, Tsunade formed 7 hand seals too quickly for the children to follow and slapped her palm onto Niji's chest and slipped a post-it note onto his forehead, read. "No strenuous exercise, 2 weeks. In a very I'm barely paying attention to what I'm doing attitude." The whole time, she hadn't looked away from her son. Niji blinked. Today was an odd day, he kept meeting godly medics. "Tsunade-sama, arigato." "Whatever, kid. You're healed so get out of here already," and make a shooing gesture. "You too, Hinata, I need to talk to the kid." The 2 Hyugas were quick to comply, they knew not to mess with the woman. Soon the mother and son pair were alone. "So," Tsunade took up her son's right hand in both of hers and examined it, "you used it?" Naruto's gaze fell to his feet. "Yes," he mumbled, "but I still can't do it properly." "Look at me, Naru-chan," Tsunade demanded. "Don't underestimate that technique's difficulty, even Sharingan masters have tried to copy it and failed. You'll be the second person in history to use it because you're the only one I've taught it to. Even Ni-chan can't." The mother shook her head, her voice took on the patient explanatory tone that all good mothers keep in reserve. "Shizune just wants to be a medic nin. If she never sees another battlefield she'll be happy, so what does she need freakish strength for? Besides, she was my apprentice and you're my heir, there is a difference." Naruto chuckled, almost embarrassed. Moving right along, Tsunade came to the main reason she was out here. "Anyway, I came to talk to you, kid. Me and Shizune will be working on a tough case for a few weeks, so you probably won't see us around." "Tough case?" Naruto echoed. "Hinata's mother." Naruto was shocked and concerned all at once. "What? That's horrible. You have to do something." "I have to do something. Does Hinata-chan know?" "We need to do something." "Shut up." Tsunade yelled, pounding her fist into the top of her adopted son's head. "Calm down already, you noisy brat. You're giving me a headache." "Yes, it's horrible, I am doing something, you don't get to help, Hinata knows, and no we don't need to do anything, but I somehow got stuck agreeing to help her." "What?" Naruto deadpanned, "you owe her money." "Pound." Naruto peeled himself off of the floor. "Again. You know, I could file for both child abuse and malpractice," he glared, "I'm still injured, damn it." "Restrain yourself, woman." Quack. You would almost think Naruto was going for some kind of obscure record. "Ow. You're no help at all," he complained. "I'll heal my own painfully injured hands, thank you very much." "Oh shut up, you insolent brat. Keep your mouth closed and you'll live longer." Naruto, opting to avoid further punishment for now, sighed and dropped the argument. So how did you get stuck agreeing to help Hinata-chan's mom? Tsunade dropped the argument as well. Hiashi groveled and shrugged. A lot. And I knew you'd blow up at me if I turned it down. Besides, I wouldn't call her my friend but she's an acquaintance, at least. Naruto said nothing. His mind had frozen as Hiashi groveled. Wasn't that an oxymoron or something? He was sure there was some rule that you couldn't use Hiashi and grovel in the same sentence. Tsunade hadn't let go of her son's injured hand yet. She bent down at the waist and looked the boy in the eye seriously. That's right Naru-chan, he groveled pitifully. He broke down and cried, she clarified pointedly. This is also an important lesson of being a medic nin, don't forget it. It doesn't matter how strong they are on the battlefield. Because when their family, friends or loved ones are on the hospital bed, they can't do a damn thing to help. Fathers, mothers, sisters and lovers will turn to you to keep the light in their lives and their loved ones by their sides. Do you understand? Naruto nodded slowly. When his mother said it like that, the concept of the stony-faced Hyuga groveling was not so hard to believe. Tsunade sighed regretfully. You're not going to be just a medic nin, Naru-chan. You're going to be the son and heir of the legendary Tsunade. Miracle healer. The medic nin that can cure anything. People have that image of me, Naru-chan, and they'll expect the same of you once your training is over. The worst cases that everyone else would give up on will be brought to you and you'll be expected to do something about it. Naruto nodded, I get it. Yet another dimension was added to the idea of being a medic nin. Layers upon layers, there were always new aspects to consider. Good, Tsunade placed a light kiss on her adopted son's forehead, let's go inside and treat that injury of yours. Yeah, Naruto agreed, and as the mother-son pair headed inside, a question bred of his insecurities popped into Naruto's head. Hey, Kachan. Do you know anyone that became strong without a special ability? Tsunade raised an eyebrow questioningly. Of course they said as she slowly traced her indefinger through the air. For a second, Naruto thought his adopted mother would point at herself, but the finger kept moving along its course and pointed off to the distance. Squinting against the glare of the afternoon sun, Naruto gulped as the finger came to rest, while clearly pointing towards the rightmost corner of the Hokage monument. Clearly visible even from this distance. Well, there's always your biological father, Yondaime certainly started out with no special talent at all, Tsunade smirked and of course, there's one more that comes to mind. Yeah? Who? Using the same index finger, Tsunade poked her son's forehead playfully, don't sell yourself short, brat. It doesn't suit you. Whatever Naruto blustered. Scene change. Father, I've returned, Neji announced, entering his father's room. I see, and the results? Hisashi asked in an all-business tone. Neji shook his head. A complete loss on my part. Naruto-sama's fighting is incredible, it's as if he does not know fear. His tactics were swiftly made and executed without any hesitation at all. He did not flinch once, despite the dangerous situations he put himself in. The wide-eyed boy paused briefly to collect the words for his next sentence. His senses were razor-sharp and his power was overwhelming. Though, it's strange. His taijutsu skill itself was very basic. But in the end, I was disabled with a single blow. Neji couldn't stand it, he focused on the floor. Too ashamed to look his father in the face. Hisashi sighed through his nose. That was just another reason to be proud of his son. He never made excuses. You fought well, the father recounted factually. It's just that sometimes your best isn't enough, the man almost said aloud. But Hisashi would restrain himself from disenchanting his son's childhood. He was his precious son, after all. You're young yet, Neji, the hand fate has in store for you has barely yet been revealed. That in mind. Continue to work hard. Hi. The boy instantly beamed, he'd make his father proud. But father, Naruto-sama's last move still puzzles me. Ah, Hisashi sounded understanding, so you caught that with your Byakugan. It was the secret technique of Tsunade Hime herself, which combines with her physical strength to produce a monstrous impact. Maximum amounts of chakra is molded and then concentrated in the fist and released in an instant. You should understand that the version Naruto-sama used was incomplete and the power was weakened and he injured himself. If Tsunade Hime used that technique in her prime, even Hokage-sama would have trouble surviving a single blow. It is no shameful loss, and while you have suffered defeat for the first time against a peer, you've also gained an acquaintance. In fact, I believe I hear him outside right now. Neji glanced, stood and looked out the near window. Indeed, Naruto was once more playing hide and seek with Hinata. Hisashi smiled. Why don't you join them? Even if it meant spending time with Hiyashi's daughter. Hisashi's Byakugan did not lie and right now he could see clearly for the first time in a long time that he'd been pushing Neji far too hard lately. Neji blinked, really? Hi. Amik. There was always, of course, Naruto's outfit and the story behind it. Tsunade mused, observing her adopted son with a critical eye. Yes, it will do. Naruto stood in front of a full-sized mirror, looking thoroughly miserable in his new long-sleeved jacket and unadorned pants. He felt stifled. He felt so uninteresting. Ka-chan, what the hell is this? It's seriously restricting. Tsunade snorted, wait until I write the movement restricting Jinjutsu onto it. Bring it on, Naruto only replied arrogantly. Naruto-kun, your arrogance is showing, Shizune chastised kindly. Naruto responded, properly scolded. Looking at the outfit he was wearing, it was no wonder Naruto felt stifled. The long-sleeved jacket may not have been thick or particularly hot, considering how closed up it seemed fashion-wise, but the color scheme left a lot to be desired in his eyes. It was pure white. And those painfully plain pants. Pure white. He was surprised they hadn't bleached his hair yet. Could he not get some color over here? A splash of blue? Even a measly speck? Oh, what he wouldn't do for some orange right now. I look like a geek. Naruto cried. A complete geek. What are you talking about? Tsunade demanded. It looks good on you. Yes, Naruto-kun, Shizune placated, you look scholarly. The cool intellectual kind of scholarly. Naruto sniffed. Or the geeky, doesn't know how to have fun and is always reading a book kind of scholarly. Well. Shizune's hesitation wasn't helpful to her case, I knew it. Naruto screamed in vindication, I look like a geek. Oh, stop complaining. Tsunade yelled. She'd had those clothes made especially for him. How dare he? Oh, just leave me alone. Naruto yelled. My life is already over. He cried. It wasn't enough for you to put that girly seal on my head, was it? He demanded. You just had to dress me up like a geek, too. You're still complaining about that. It's been 3 years already, get over it. Tsunade demanded. That seal is for Genesis regeneration, grow up and accept it. Shizune felt like crying. It was not just clothes, the argument was starting to branch out into other areas now as well. They were making such a scene. Genesis regeneration is fine and all, Naruto grudgingly admitted. But it turns into a diamond. A girly little diamond. At least make it a frog or a slug or something. Tsunade looked like she was going to be sick. And you want me to listen to your fashion sense? You idiot brat. If you had your way, our house would be one big orange animal farm. Stop insulting the color orange. Naruto demanded fervently. Orange is stupid. Tsunade yelled down at her son adamantly and with an alarming display of immaturity. Orange is ugly. 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 It really is the ugliest color in the world. Naruto shook his fist. At least my fashion sense doesn't make me look geeky. It's scholarly, you idiot. Tsunade shouted back. At least my fashion sense doesn't make you look like a pumpkin. Naruto growled, how could you do this to me, Ka-chan? I'm telling you. I really hate these clothes. He yelled loudly. Tsunade flinched. Why, you idiot. I spent 2 hours picking out the design myself. She yelled angrily. The two locked in an intense glaring contest. Both seemed hurt that the other wouldn't understand their feelings on the subject. Soon, the glares broke and the pair oddly left the store in silence after paying for Naruto's outfit. Shizune trailed worriedly behind. Scene change. Shizune was worried, the two hadn't spoken much since their argument at the store. Surely, it wasn't unusual for them to fight or argue, they did it all the time. But this time seemed strangely different. Shizune could almost feel the pressure of unsaid words hanging in the air, as if it were a tangible force. Naruto walked into the living room, towel draped over his shoulders and hair wet. Looking up from the medical scroll she'd been reading, Tsunade spotted Naruto and his appearance visibly surprised her. What are you doing, brat? She asked evenly. If you just take a shower to get clean, don't wear the dirty clothes from before. It's common sense. Naruto looked down at his plain, white geeky outfit. Well. I just got it today, right? It's not really dirty, so. Naruto paused, so I'll just wear it again. It's not really that geeky anyway, I guess. Tsunade didn't know what to say. Yeah. Well, good, she seemed somehow uncomfortable. Though thinking about it, a brat like you loves to wear holes in your clothes. We should probably go shopping again tomorrow. Or something. She mumbled. Maybe even grab 1 or 2 orange things. Orange? Naruto asked. Well. If it's 1 or 2. Orange? Naruto repeated energetically. Now hold on, brat. Tsunade yelled. 1 or 2, I said. Was that it? Shizune mused. Did they want to just say I'm sorry, you actually have a point? She chuckled, what was she thinking? Sometimes, those words were the hardest to say. Either way, as long as those two reconciled already, then everything would be alright. Orange? Naruto screamed with his arms raised gloriously to the ceiling. Either just because he was actually that excited or he simply wanted to piss his mother off more. One or two? Tsunade demanded. One or two, I say. Damn it, she would be heard. Don't you dare get carried away. Naruto mumbled incoherently as he stumbled towards the breakfast table, dressed and ready to go, but still rubbing the sleep out of his eyes. Good morning. Hinata smiled at her friend, already at the table. She restrained herself from giggling at Naruto's appearance. It wouldn't have been appropriate. Oh heyo, Naruto-kun. Are you excited about today? Today? The sleepy boy croaked out. Today is. Naruto scrambled to remember. Was there something important today? Oh. He suddenly shouted, looking for all the world as if he hadn't been the very image of a walking zombie previously. It's that day. Yes. He cheered, bouncing over to the table. Hinata giggled, as she usually ended up doing when Naruto was around. Hi, it's Heroes Day, she informed me. Heroes Day. The biggest festival of the year. So named after the Yondaime Hokage, who had traded his life in to defeat the terrifying Kyuubi no Kitsune. All of Konoha had gathered to produce the liveliest gathering many would ever see, as if to bask in the joy of life which they had come so close to forfeiting to the Kyuubi those years ago. Hinata's heart wrenched as her words had the opposite of their intended effect. It hurt to see Naruto's eyes reflect his shock before his hyper-happy face slowly slid from that state to one of desperation, neutrality, and finally, one of resigned dejection. His right hand came up to stop just inches from touching the whisker marks upon his cheek. It was as if the world was suddenly placed on his shoulders and he wasn't the least bit surprised that his burden would increase 100-fold. It's her fault. It was always her fault. Why could she just never do a single thing right? She had to try to cheer her friend up, somehow. Why you're Yondaime's son in the container for Kyuubi. Everyone will probably be so happy to see you, she tried vainly to little result. Maybe they'll give you free ramen, or. Maybe, Naruto assented, though he didn't sound hopeful in the least if his subdued voice was any indication. Hey, do you know if Kachan or Nichan are coming to breakfast? He asked, looking left and right as if expecting his adoptive family to walk down the halls at any second. They should be here today. Ah. Hinata looked worried. Breakfast was sent to their research room again. The pair of high-end medics had holed themselves up in an unused room and had scarcely come out for food and washroom breaks. Oh. And so the minutes ticked past, Naruto saying nothing and Hinata following suit. The boy looked as if his day had been wrecked utterly, but at least he could see his family at the breakfast table. Hinata wanted her friend to feel better but was too sure that she could only make his day worse to try to cheer him on. So it was that Naruto was left to cope with his problem on his own. Then Naruto-kun, Hinata finally managed. Hey, aren't you hungry? He hadn't touched his food. No, the boy muttered, dulled eyes locked onto the tabletop. You start eating, I'll eat with Kachan and Nichan when they get here. Then Naruto-kun. What could she say? Hinata-sama. Huh? The Hyuga era spun in her seat to face the arriving branch family member. The seamstress has arrived. I'm to escort you to her. That's right, the seamstress appointment. It was for tonight's kimono. As she'd be helping represent the Hyuga influence at the festival, the entire day had been allocated towards her getting dragged to outfitters and the like. Naruto-kun, I'm sorry. She apologized. No, it's okay. I'm just going to keep waiting here, Naruto said, producing a forced smile, even as he remained clenching a portion of the tablecloth on top of the table in his first subconsciously, as he'd been doing for the past hour, just in case they come after all. It was noon by the time young Naruto finally left the breakfast table. As a branch family member arrived and took up his breakfast plate, replacing it with lunch, Naruto simply stood up and left without a word. So, they even made a festival. Naruto mumbled, standing now in the Hyuga Central Garden, before the very counting tree that he'd become so familiar with. He didn't know why he'd ended up here, but he similarly couldn't think of anywhere else he could go at the moment. They'd made a festival out of the day a demon had been sealed inside him, the day his biological father and mother had died, the day he'd been born. Somehow, the cold glares he knew awaited him outside the confines of the Hyuga complex, combined with the images of happy, normal families enjoying a happy, normal festival on this day. It was pissing the hell out of him. Slam. The sound was that of his foot impacting the massive tree trunk before him. He didn't know why he was doing this, maybe he was trying to prove something, but just what he didn't know. Naruto proceeded to walk up the tree in a vain attempt for what seemed like the 1000th time. Step after step, each slow step being a little more difficult than the last. Naruto was 7 steps his all-time personal record up the tree when he lost control. The boy didn't even bother to try landing on his feet and impacted flat on his back, staring dispassionately at the tree-covered sky above him. Happy birthday. To me. He wouldn't have minded getting presents or congratulations, but he didn't really care either. He didn't need that. He just wanted to talk to his family at the breakfast table today. A piece of normalcy time together. He would have been so grateful just for that. Naruto didn't move from his position sprawled on the ground at the base of the counting tree. What was the point? Naruto let a stray leaf drift down to land on his forehead, where it started to itch. He paid it no heed. Looking rather impassive, he didn't move a single muscle. Because it doesn't matter who you are. Sometimes your problems, people's expectations, uncertainties and responsibilities just pile up. One after the other, and you can pretend like it doesn't matter, but you secretly know it does. And so it is that the world just brings you down, and at that point you'll just feel so tired that you'll never want to get back up. Naruto's gaze remained unfocused and ahead. In fact, he didn't so much as flinch at what happened next. Catching a swift movement within his peripheral vision, Naruto's right hand shot out and caught the falling object. His eyes slowly drifted towards the contents of his right hand, and he was broken out of his stupor at last. Bird. Looking up, Naruto took note of the corresponding nest, then back at the bird he'd saved. You're learning how to fly, aren't you? He spoke to the bird, as if he half expected the creature to understand him. He stood up and put the suicidal avian on a nearby fence. You're obviously too young to fly, you bird brain, he informed. You could be seriously injured, and… But the rest of Naruto's words became stuck in his throat as the little bird hurled itself off of the fence and started to flap its wings like its life depended on it, which it probably did. You idiot bird, Naruto huffed, having caught the damn thing again. Who do you think you're trying to impress? Your Kacchan probably can't even see you from where she is, he scolded, putting the bird once more on the fence as he knew how much birds disliked staying on the ground. Besides, what's the point? I'm telling you it's dang. The small bird's tiny chirp halted Naruto's speech as the strange thing went ahead and hurled itself off the fence again. Raw reflex was the only thing that let Naruto catch his plummeting acquaintance, as the boy was truly shocked. But as his thought process rebooted, a familiar glint entered the boy's eyes, and suddenly, he was tired of being tired. What the hell was he doing? It took a second for Naruto to notice that he was chuckling. This has got to be a joke. He muttered, looking at the ball of feathers. Outdone by a bird. He suddenly snorted. Yeah. Right. The fire was rekindled within Naruto's heart and it expanded and grew until it was the roaring bonfire that was accustomed to being there. Slam. Naruto braced his right leg against the tree trunk, keeping the young bird that he might deem a comrade tucked against his chest. Try numbers. 1001. And with that, the birthday boy was off like a rocket. Step after fierce step, the ascension transformed from a brisk walk into a dead run, and Naruto never gave an inch. Thud. 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 There. With one last push, Naruto lighted upon the topmost branch of the counting tree, bird safely in hand and feeling good. Damn good. Here you go, he practically chirped, depositing the bird into his nest of origin. Despite the fact that the idea of the tiny bird actually managing to fly should have been truly ridiculous, Naruto was yet only half surprised when the little bird flung itself out of the nest once more and this time proceeded to, while struggling, fly. Heh. Ha ha ha. Dot. Go figure, he could only say, shaking his head in wonderment. Watching the little bird's course of flight, Naruto's gaze got hitched at a certain point. While the central garden was indeed at the center of the complex, it was also at the south end and beyond the wall before him. The sea of trees that the Hyugas had around their complex seemed to call to the young boy. It was time to see for himself. The Konoha that he might one day come to call home for good. Ready or not, Konoha, here I come. Hyuga complex. Unused room, now Tsunade and Shizune operating room. Tsunade hissed as she slumped back into the comfy chair that she'd absolutely demanded be present. Of course it was disinfected and covered with a plastic cover that stopped it from releasing any particles into the air, but it was a comfy chair nonetheless, and right now her back really needed a comfy chair. Shizune slumped against a far wall, in a similar state to her mentor. It's over, she tiredly declared, as if she couldn't believe it. Tsunade nodded and rubbed her temples finally. Hiashi was kneeling by his wife's side, with actual emotion on his face for a change. Hi Atari-chan. He keened. Shizune almost fell over. Somehow, she still didn't expect Hiashi to use Chan even with only two other people in the room. Tsunade sighed. As I thought, we weren't able to remove it completely. She'll be fine for now, but this is a temporary fix at best. Hiashi's back tensed, but he didn't turn from his wife's side. How long? At best. A little over 1 year. I see what Hiashi said. Thank you. For giving us the time you have. He still hadn't turned from his wife's side. The headaches will come back, along with the loss of sight and everything else, Tsunade informed, standing up. Your bloodline makes it hard to operate on the cranium. Don't try for another operation, you hear? I understand, and again, the man did not turn. We're leaving, Shizune. Tsunade barked. Hisashi needed to be alone with his wife right now and Tsunade needed to see her son and then get some much needed sleep. Tsunade opened the door and frowned. Shizune shakily stood up, she was only the assistant and she was still tired. Scampering over to her mentor's side, she was ready to head out and look for her, but Tsunade's arm was suddenly before her, barring her progress. Tsunade-sama. She followed the frowning gaze to the floor, finding 2 plates of food. "Dinner?" she asked, sounding befuddled. She was hungry and both mentally and physically exhausted. Connections just weren't being made within her mind at any kind of speed. "No," Tsunade answered. If anything, she was more exhausted than Shizune, but also more naturally perceptive to her environment. Rolled omelette, rice, miso soup. Fuck. This is breakfast. What? We purposefully chose a closed-off room which even light didn't penetrate. And worked through the goddamn night by accident, she ground out, she couldn't believe it. Of all the times for this to happen. But Shizune sounded distressed and suddenly wakeful. But Naruto-kun. Yet Tsunade growled, "It's Neri-chan's birthday and we didn't even have goddamn breakfast together," she said as she purposefully stepped over the cool breakfast and stormed down the Hyuga halls, yelling in search of her son. Shizune was not 1 second behind her in the task. And so it was that the assistant medic ran smack right into the back of her mentor when the woman suddenly stopped. Tsunade, for her part, just glanced over her shoulder at her apprentice. "Shizune, did you get a look at the moon last night before the operation?" Yes. Yes, I did, Tsunade-sama. What phase was it in?" What? It. The color drained from Ni-chan's face. It was. The look on her apprentice's face was answer enough. "Fuck," Tsunade reiterated. Neri-chan. Neri-chan. Konoha. Streets. It's the demon. Whispers. It came out. We have to finish it while it's still a child. Those damn whispers. No, if Sandaime-sama finds out how many times. SHH. Be quiet, it'll hear you." This same goddamn conversation more or less repeated everywhere he went. Stupid ninjas, Naruto thought. Were those guys just exceptionally bad ninjas or did they know that he would hear the whole conversation and pretend that they didn't? Either way, 2 things were becoming very clear. 1. The Heroes' Day festival was indeed as big a deal, if not a bigger deal than he'd been led to believe it was. And 2. The villagers and ninjas of his home village would rather he didn't exist. Some seemed confused at what to make of his existence, while the rest seemed resolute in their beliefs. But sadly, what both factions were united in was that everyone would be only too happy if he were dead. Some didn't care how he would die, from what he could gather, but the vast majority wanted the sincere pleasure of ending his life personally. But they were all talk and no action, for now. And none seemed to be acting on whatever murderous thoughts hid openly behind the obvious whispering and dismantling glares. But that was okay. They just had to get used to the idea that he wasn't a demon sealed inside him. They'd see, they wouldn't have a choice. Naruto wasn't feeling generous enough to give them one. He'd make them see his face every day. His and not the Kyuubi's. In fact, he'd be so in your face that they couldn't help but notice him. And over the weeks, months, years, whatever it took, they would see that he was still there, in their faces, having done nothing intentionally harmful or demonic. And then they'd start to think. Really think. They'd think on their own, apart from their clubs, groups, or gossip rings. And they wouldn't think about how the demon was biding its time or how he was going to kill them all. Because the evidence for that would be too pitiful and that would be stupid. They'd be thinking that hey, that Naruto kid doesn't seem dangerous after all. And then they'd stop being afraid. And then maybe he could call this place home for good. Oh, what a dream. But then again, every child needs to dream sometimes. And though they won't admit it to themselves or each other, every adult needs to dream just as much. Playground. Ha ha ha, hey look guys, it's the big 4-headed girl. A child said and pointed. Sakura's stomach dropped. They were here, the bullies. Not the boy kind that beat you up after school, though. Rather, they were the girl kind that spat on your dreams and dismantled your self-worth. They were the bane of Sakura's every day. "Ooh, is she making a sand castle?" came the sing-song second voice. Sickeningly sweet words, Sakura recognized. It was the most dangerous tone of voice. Hey. One brown-haired girl piped up. "It's actually pretty good." Sakura foolishly got her hopes up. It really was a good sand castle, she'd slaved meticulously over it for hours on her own and managed to create something beautiful and with a meaningful existence. And as its creator. Maybe, just maybe she could have those same values attached to herself. Maybe they would stop teasing her all the time. Maybe she could even join their group. Be one of them. Aha, she probably smoothed out the walls with her forehead. One joked. The reference to her abnormality caused a deep sting for Sakura as she recognized that she'd been a fool. They'd never accept someone like her. Don't let your head swell up in pride, Sakura. If it gets any bigger, you won't be able to fit through the doors. Ah ha ha, oh look, it's a mosquito. Quick Sakura, get it with your forehead so it can't escape. The cackles of those children continued among the teasing. Some of which was getting repetitive, but the children certainly didn't care. The blonde slowly made her way to the front of the pack. Ah. Ino-chan's here. The brown-haired girl declared. In contrast to Sakura, Ino was always cool and with it. She knew the popular trends, the popular topics, she was just popular. The young Ino snorted. Making sand castles. Stop wasting your time with childish things and grow up, Sakura, and get some fashion sense while you're at it, she added, as if as an afterthought. For God's sake, do something about that forehead of yours, she accented her statement by walking past the pink-haired girl and roughly kicking her sand castle. Ruining it and spraying sand everywhere. In the world of the girls' half of the playground, Sakura was weak. Those that were weak didn't need to stay weak. They could learn how to talk, how to walk, and how to dress just like Ino. You just had to put in the hours and the research. Sakura chose to stay weak by staying so unimpressive, and the strong preyed on the weak. That was the nature of the world. Ino stepped back to observe her handiwork. No. Sakura cried. But, laughing, the other bullies merely followed their sometimes leader in her sudden act of meanness. They did it because it was fun, because it made them feel important, grown up and influential, and like they could get away with anything. Ah ha ha, you're such a crybaby. And indeed, Sakura was far into her tears by now. Thoughtlessly, a brunette threw the first stone. And though Ino tried to stop the act, she'd found herself too slow. The rock was not 2 inches away from Sakura's face when a boy appeared out of nowhere and was there to instantly catch it in an outstretched palm. Those present would later theorize that he'd arrived during a blink, except none of them had blinked. Boy, the new blonde growled, don't you think you're going too far? Ino blinked, kids didn't just move like that. Her father moved like that. Yeah, as a matter of fact. I do, Ino testily replied, making sure the newcomer could see her eyeing the brunette girl whose arm she still held tightly, presumably in a failed attempt to abort the brunette's throw. But what's it to you, new kid? She hadn't thought a kid could pull off the whole move faster than you can actively register trick, even against other kids. You know, it sucks. I'm trying to show people that I'm not dangerous to anyone, but I don't. Like bullies, Naruto informed warningly, scaring a few people. Ino didn't back down. And so what? Ino demanded. My dad's a ninja. He's a jounin, and he'd kick your ass. Oh, so formidable. Naruto mock cringed in fear. Sarcasm was practically dripping from each word as Naruto continued. You gang up 5-1 on a kid that's just making sand castles, and then you're gonna drag your father into this? I can really respect your spine. Sakura wiped her tear-stained face with her sleeves. She'd been saved from those bullies. Someone was standing up for her. It was like a fairy tale, except it wasn't like being saved by a knight in shining armor at all. To vocalize it. Let's see. It was more like being saved by an angry bear. Listen kid, we did her a favor. Forehead girl is already a loser. If she wastes her time on childish things like sand castles, she'll just become even more loser-ish. Ino sneered. The way this guy stood, the way he talked. He had it all. Everything Ino had. He could be one of the cool kids and a leader easy. Why stand up for a loser? What the hell? Naruto growled. The pack of girls, minus Ino, gasped in response to his language. Sandcastles are childish. So what? We're children, you complete idiot. He yelled to Ino's face. What the hell about you is so special that you feel like you can look down on the rest of us? I'm taller than you, but you keep calling me kid. Listen up. I'm only going to tell you this once, so try to wrap your little blonde head around it. My name's Naruto, and I'm a childish brat that can kick all your asses. Yamanaka Ino spat back. And I'd like to see you try. She totally neglected the fact that she barely ever took her father's light training sessions seriously and that her friends were either the same or just civilians. This is what's called hot-headed thinking. Ino? Naruto stared. You're making fun of someone for their forehead size, but your name means pig. Shut up. Ino hollered. It's a respectable tradition in my family, you fish cake boy. Fish cake? Fish cake, Naruto echoed. Oh, it's on now, Ms. Piggy. The two blondes' faces were mere inches apart, each having their right fists raised and shaking with anger. To a casual bystander, it would look like the two were on the verge of beating the ever-loving snot out of each other, but this wasn't true. In actuality, they were on the verge of an insult-hurling contest the likes of which the playground had never known. Wait, Ino-chan. One of the offended girl's friends came to try and restrain her from getting into what she thought would be an actual fist fight. I've heard about him. Yeah. Another shouted, restraining Ino's other arm. My dad told me. He said that if I saw a kid with whisker marks, that I should stay as far away from him as I could. He's dangerous, Ino-chan. Dangerous? The word echoed in his mind. The villagers had gone so far as to warn their children away from him. Go figure. But he hadn't thought it would be so painful. Their eyes had all been fixed on him in glares before. But now, their gazes wouldn't meet his eyes. He doubted their gazes even met his shadow, except for one. Yamanaka Ino was still looking at him face to face, eyes searching as if she saw something she couldn't quite figure out. All of Ino's friends were looking away from the new kid. But she kept looking. Looking into that face that fiercely hated bullies and trying to find some way to explain how he was supposed to be dangerous. She looked at him and she didn't see a sheep. One of those vast numbers of kids that would just follow the crowd. She didn't see a loner. One of those kids that kept to themselves and acted like nothing was important. She saw a tough, stubborn, loudmouth blonde that wouldn't keep his opinion to himself if you paid him to shut up. She looked at him and saw someone that she could treat as an equal. Finding nothing of the answer she sought in that face, Ino eventually let the pack of girls drag her away. But Ino knew where she could get her answers. Her father paid special attention to human thought patterns and knew the real stories behind a lot of things. Naruto watched as the gaggle of girls departed. Of course he'd wanted them to leave, but not like that. He shook off the depressing thoughts and spun around, finally, to face the girl he'd stood up for. Hey, he smiled. You okay? Saved by the devil? No. As Sakura looked up, she's sitting in the sand, he's standing, at the tired smile that she was sporting, she realized something profound. He was just like her. You're not bad at all, are you? She asked wondrously. People just don't like you because you're different, right? Because of you. Whisker marks. Huh? Naruto was genuinely surprised. The girl was connecting his whisker marks with her forehead. Heh, maybe if he didn't have these damn marks, his problem would be smaller, at least. No, my problems are a little different from yours. Oh. Still alone with my big forehead, huh? Sakura mumbled, gazing at the sand at her feet. Well, not really, Naruto objected. Sakura aped, she'd said that out loud. I mean, Naruto continued, there's you, your forehead. And me. Make three, he joked. Right. Sakura's heart plummeted. Her savior was picking on her too. She thought he would be nice to her. Right, she confirmed when prompted, nonetheless. What? He'd even begun laughing. And slowly, somehow, Sakura started to laugh too. It started out as a giggle as she realized that she'd insulted her own forehead before he did. But then her giggles seemed to bring forth even more powerful gales of laughter from the boy before her, and soon they were both clutching their sides in mirth. It was then that she realized that he was laughing with her, not at her. Ah, she'd almost forgotten what it was like. Sakura laughed harder, as if making up for lost time. Somewhere between giggles and guffaws, Sakura told her hero her name. Giggle Haruno giggle again Sakura. The pair laughed for a good while. In fact, at the end of this chuckle session, their cheeks were sore from smiling and their throats were dry from laughing. Noting this, Sakura showed her new friend to the water fountains and the subject of sand castles came up. Sakura explained that the one that Ino destroyed had been her best work and she was sure that she couldn't ever match it again. Nope, Naruto immediately disagreed. You can definitely do much better. What? I just told you. It's impossible, Sakura complained. She was hesitant to sound rude and maybe drive her new friend away, but had he not been listening to her at all? Naruto pondered the situation at a little more length. Nope, you're definitely wrong and I'm right. He's definitely not listening at all. Sakura's mind demanded. Because, you see. Naruto lectured. That sand castle was your best one, but now I'm here to help. Huh? Why yeah. Sakura smiled. We'll make the best sandcastle ever. Naruto shouted. Yes. Sakura cheered. The best ever. Later. Because, you see. Sakura mimicked a fairly good Naruto voice. That sand castle was your best one, but now I'm here to help. The girl waited a few seconds and took a deep breath. You're absolutely no help at all. Naruto sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. Before the pair was a mound of sand that could only be assumed to have been an attempt at something. Probably a sandcastle. But it was hard to tell. Haha, sorry. I don't know what's wrong with me today. Instead of the best. He was pretty sure they'd made the worst sandcastle ever. Well, it was sort of a sandcastle. If you squint really, really hard. Ah. Are you sick, Naruto-kun? Sakura asked, concerned. All traces of earlier eardrum-blowing rage are long gone. Naruto saw fit to comment on this. Ah, Sakura-chan. Weren't you just yelling so loud that I had to cover my ears? Sakura visibly flinched. Ha ha, sorry Naruto-kun. It's just that you kept ruining the sandcastles for 2 hours straight. Over and over and over and over again. And I kind of exploded. Gomen. Naruto gave a short chuckle. No, don't worry. Kachan yells louder. I was just surprised, Naruto explained. Though maybe you shouldn't bottle up your rage and let it compound upon itself until the pressure of your suppressed emotions cause you to explode in a loud and frightening display of righteous anger upon the nearest viable target once your limit is reached, Naruto smiled. It'd probably be healthier for you. And me. Shockingly detailed. Sakura observed well. Shock. A sweat drop rolled down the back of her head unnoticed. Yeah. You could even cause your suppressed anger to reach such a point that, in order to find an outlet, your mind subconsciously creates a second personality that openly displays its emotions in the ways that you secretly want to, but don't. And then it will stay inside your head all day and yell things like Sean Naro. Enthusiastically while punching the air and making various other gestures. Naruto laughed. Sakura's sweat drops grew. Even more detailed. She shouted in disbelief. Yeah. Spooky inner Sakura agreed. Seeing the girl stare at him dumbstruck as she was, Naruto thought that maybe he'd gone too far. Medic nin humor. Sorry. That's alright. Amik. The months that passed by before Hayatari's operation were not empty of events. Hayatari's room. Good morning Tsunade-sama, the bedridden Hyuga greeted, turning her head towards the doorway. I hear your son training and playing outside all the time, you should be proud of him. Tsunade queried, an eyebrow who says I'm not. The ill Hyuga gave a weak laugh. Your mouth is as smart as ever, Tsunade-sama, Hayatari observed, before wincing and holding her head gingerly. Of course, Tsunade replied, for all the world as if the person she was casually talking to didn't have an uncontrolled cancerous growth at the back of her brain. But your son, Hayatari brought it up again. He really is strong. Yeah? You haven't seen anything yet. His hard work is going to start becoming more noticeable soon. No. Not that. Hayatari objected. I meant. Here she said, placing her hand over her heart. Please thank him for me. My little Hinata has never had anyone to play with. Thank him? Tsunade snorted, that guy wouldn't want to hear it. I see, you're right. Tell him I'm sorry then, for thanking him when I had no place doing so, Hayatari asked. I'll relay your messages, Tsunade agreed. Tsunade-sama. Shizune interrupted. She normally wouldn't, but this was important. What did you mean when you said that Naruto-kun's hard work would become more noticeable? What, you don't know? Tsunade asked. What kind of apprentice are you? Shizune looked suitably embarrassed. Listen up, Shizune. I shouldn't have to explain this to you, Tsunade lectured. Don't you think it's weird that Naru-chan can pull off an imperfect form of my technique but can't even walk up a tree? Of course. The difficulty level should be nothing to him. Shizune mumbled. That kid's first perception of his own chakra was when he was a baby and the Kyuubi's chakra was still mixing with his own. He didn't get the lock seal until he was 2. That guy had absolutely no natural concept of how to move his chakra once the ratio of chakra in his body suddenly switched to 100% all him and stayed that way, Tsunade explained as she walked over to the window and gazed out. Seeing if she could spot the little troublemaker training. She did. A normal person can simply focus on the need for their chakra to do something and it'll respond. But Naruto can't do that, he has to focus on the chakra and try to move it on his own every single time. Every pitiful and slowly achieved scrap of chakra control that Naru-chan has, he's built from the very base up. Shizune's eyes widened in understanding, she joined her mentor in looking out the window at Naruto training. Naru-chan's understanding of his chakra's movement is more scientific. And he started off at a disadvantage, but he's just going to keep building on what he has and slowly. He'll definitely surpass the both of us, she smiled. Well. That's only if he continues to work hard. Shizune giggled. Heck, even Hayatari giggled, though it caused her head pains to increase. She'd heard him outside enough to say that he was probably not going to slow down his training anytime soon. The only reason Naru-chan can't walk up that stupid tree is because he doesn't think he can do it. It defies gravity and that throws him off. Being able to stay calm in extreme circumstances is also a part of chakra control, and for most people that do this training, walking up instead of forwards counts as an extreme circumstance. But it has a bigger effect with Naruto because we naturally overshadow him in the chakra control department and the tree climbing exercise is a fairly big turning point. In short, Naru-chan only needs to climb up that tree once and he'll never fall off of one again. Trailing off, Tsunade noticed Naruto finish off his chakra and drag himself into the house they were living in at the Hyuga estate. She was surprised to spot him through the kitchen window soon after. What's that brat up to in the kitchen? He's sitting down, he's looking around, and now he's going for the kitchen cabinets. That's my Naruto. Shizune cried in despair. Out of my way, Shizune. Tsunade bellowed as she barreled past, or rather, through her assistant and down the hall. Oh my, Hayatari commented, not able to currently see, but certainly able to somewhat hear the sound of Shizune being flattened and Tsunade's mad dash out. Itato. The roadkill that was Shizune suddenly and miraculously got up in a flash, surprising the hell out of all conventional logic-based expectations. Nuo. Don't do it. She cried as she too scrambled out the door and barreled down the unsuspecting corridor. Our residence. The house was quiet as Naruto tiptoed through. His adopted mother and sister had just held themselves up in an unused room and slapped the research room on the front of it this morning. Tsunade was off doing something girly or other, and it had occurred to Naruto that now was the perfect time to try out something he'd been meaning to do. Nervous as all hell, Naruto tiptoed. No. He slinked, he glided towards the kitchen cabinets and sat down before them after giving his surroundings a thorough check, grinning mischievously. He carefully opened the cabinet so that it wouldn't make so much as a squeak and took his prize. He sounded, placing the jar on the countertop and reaching for a saucer that was conveniently left on the countertop. He couldn't reach the overhead cupboards. I always wondered what the big deal about this stuff was. Why does Kachan like it so much, anyway? The saucer had barely touched his lips when things went horribly wrong. Naruto-chan. The voice of his enraged mother froze Naruto solid. His eyes widened to the size of small tennis balls. Hold still. The woman demanded and proceeded to pull out a pocket camera and fiddle mercilessly with it. Damn frontier technology, my ass, not worth a goddamn. Moo. Came the anguished holler that could only be his Ni-chan. Oh shit. While Naruto's adopted mother stood in the kitchen doorway huffing as if she'd just run through several solid wood walls and were those wood chips in her hair. Shizune opted to dive straight through the window and send glass shards flying everywhere. Click. Damn it, Shizune. I just got the damn camera to work and you obstructed the number plus and dollar number. Picture. Tsunade roared. The quiet whirring was heard and lo and behold, a picture of Shizune diving onto the floor in the middle of the frame, with small pieces of Naruto with a sake saucer to his lips in the background where Shizune wasn't obstructing. Hearing the telltale whir, Shizune scrambled to her feet and snatched the developed picture out of the air. No evidence must exist. She cried before proceeding to consume the photo with gusto. Ni-chan. Naruto was sweating, his Kachan and his Ni-chan had arrived. He hastily distanced the saucer from his lips and started scrambling for an escape plan involving the egg timer, 2 salt shakers, a bottle of sake. And jumping out the destroyed window that his Ni-chan had broken in through. What the hell? Naru-chan moves to the left so I can have a clear picture. Tsunade demanded. No. Shizune hollered and tackled her mentor to the ground. Where she opted to target the source of the problem and began to bite the ever-loving hell out of that camera. Naruto tried weakly. Things were looking really, really bad. Damn you Shizune, I can't see. What if he's drinking it right now? Oh, hell. Forget the picture. Tsunade yelled, throwing aside the camera and Shizune with it. What are you waiting for? She demanded, standing in front of him, drink already. You're not mad at all? Naruto asked in awe. Are you kidding? I was there the first time you opened your eyes, I was there for your first steps, I was there for your first word. She yelled. And I'll be damned if I'm not there for your first sip of sake. Naruto almost fainted, leaving it to his Kachan. And when you grow up and get married, I'll even be expecting a videotape of your wedding night. Tsunade declared. What the hell does that mean? Naruto screamed, thoroughly freaked out. She was just saying that to emphasize her point. Right. It was then that Shizune rejoined the fray, broken wires and other camera parts dangling from her mouth and tackled her mentor to the ground for the second time ever, Naruto getting caught up in it and hitting the floor as well. Ah. Tsunade grunted. She'd somehow managed to grab the sake saucer on the way down and she proceeded to try to move the sake to her son's lips despite the Shizune that was desperately screaming no. And holding back her mentor's arm with both of hers, her body weight, some help from her who wanted nothing more than to just get out of there, and her left leg. She wasn't meeting with much success. Desperately, she switched to tactic number 2 and chomped down on her mentor's arm with gusto. Ayarg. Naruto sighed in relief. It's finished. They had spent so much time working on sandcastles. In fact, the sun was setting in the background and though the moon was nowhere to be seen, he could only guess that it would be only a matter of time now. Sakura giggled. Congratulations, Naruto-kun. You finally made a sand castle. Eh? Just me? Naruto blinked. Don't say it as if you had nothing to do with it. He protested. Sakura deadpanned, grinning coyly. Who kept knocking things over? Who couldn't get the sand to come out of the bucket properly even once? Who kept spilling water on everything? She wheedled, almost bubbling in glee. Harmless teasing. It was a completely different thing from the sort she was used to being involved with. Much more fun, you see. quite freeing, really. Naruto sweated. He couldn't find it in himself to counter the point. The pink-haired girl struck her lecturing pose. That's why this success is so amazing for Naruto-kun. She began slowly, perhaps one could even say mockingly, clapping. Hakushu, hakushu. An. Hakushu. Clapping hands or applause. An onomatopoeia, I think. Naruto's left eyebrow twitched. Sakura-chan's meaning after all. The accused only giggled and began playfully prodding Naruto's cheek. Don't be so silly, Naruto-kun. I'm really very proud of you. Congratulations. Banzai. She threw her arms up for effect. Naruto couldn't quite shake the feeling that he was being mocked. It was nice to see this bubbly side of Sakura-chan and all, but Naruto's eye continued to twitch in annoyance from the clear mocking he was subject to. What was worse was that the twitching was starting to synchronize with the constant poking his cheek was receiving. Suddenly, the boy snapped his head to the side and made as if to catch Sakura's finger in his teeth on its next poke. Sakura yeked and pulled her finger away as Naruto playfully chomped on the empty air. As she danced away giggling, she stuck out her tongue. Hey. But how is it, seriously? Naruto queried, scratching the back of his head. Eh? Sakura looked at the object in question. Without a doubt, it could be described in a single word. Mediocre. It looks wonderful, Naruto-kun. And it was true. Ask any parent that has received a crudely crayon sketch of themselves from their child and they'll tell you. The story behind the art matters. The happy times behind that sand castle's creation were recorded in Sakura's mind and it made it impossible for her to say mediocre. Hee yeah. Naruto grinned sheepishly. Is it the best ever? Sakura giggled. Are you kidding? No way. Naruto thought he should probably be angry, but he soon found his own chuckles joining Sakura's anyway. The two were grinning at each other when it happened. A large portion of wall had dislodged from the rest of the building and made to come crashing down in a solid slab thrice either child's size, with only a faint crumbling sound as warning. It began its descent from the third floor slowly. But, in gaining momentum, was soon spelling inescapable death with a glaring clarity. Sakura's eyes widened in shock, not horror. Her young mind was too thrown in surprise at the event to process the repercussions of it, and her body froze up as if a deer in the headlights. Naruto was no such case. Sakura-chan. Having wasted no time, the boy quickly barreled Sakura to the ground and braced his arms on the sand at either side of her head, knees on either side of her waist, as he looked at her with relief on his face. But instead of seeing a mirroring image of relief on his playmate's face, he saw terror. It was then, in that sparse space between seconds, that he noticed that Sakura's eyes weren't fixed on him, they were fixed behind him. The sickening sound that accompanied the slab of wall slamming to a halt on her friend's back would continue to ring in Sakura's ears for days to come. After that thunderous clap, the world seemed very quiet to Sakura, save for her friend's labored breathing. The world seemed very still, save for his arms as they shook under the strain. The weight on top of him only pushing his palms further into the soft sand. She probably would have been traumatized by the situation if her now twice-over savior wasn't looking at her so reassuredly. That had hurt. Hell, it still hurts. The pain in his back made no sign to fade away anytime soon, and neither did the pain in his arms and legs. He was grateful that they had been on a soft buffering surface like the sand, but even so his arms were shaking under the strain of sustaining the added weight above him. He tried to give the girl under him a reassuring look. Yet the weight above him was relentless. He thought he might slip soon, and what then? Would both he and his friend be crushed slowly and painfully? Oh, hell no. Looking into Sakura's petrified emerald eyes, he decided that right now, her life was certainly his responsibility. He had to protect her. He had to. With a tremendous cry of effort, he managed to slide the slab to one side and continue to push against it, effectively shoulder charging it into falling away from them and onto the sand away from the pair, where it finally gave up and fractured into pieces. Panting, he caught his breath as he looked at his hands, which were, oddly enough, still shaking. However, it was strange. Hadn't he tried to tackle Sakura out of the way? And the piece of wall did not break upon impact with him, yet it fell to pieces as he dropped it to the sand. Without warning, Naruto's gaze left the broken slab as his head snapped up to the building and saw the corresponding hole in the wall. He also saw a male figure face obscured by shadows briefly before he disappeared into the building. Naruto didn't miss the glint of light reflecting off of the shadow's Konoha forehead protector. And it was both odd and sad, but Naruto couldn't honestly say he was that surprised. All he could think was, he won't try a second time, not for now. He's retreated already. The sound of Sakura shakily getting to her feet soon had Naruto by her side, helping her up and supporting her as she seemed quite shaken. Are you alright, Sakura-chan? In response, Sakura hurled herself into the boy's chest. I was scared. I'm sorry. And no. She mumbled into his chest, protesting. You saved me again, Naruto-kun. So I'm fine. Naruto was sure he didn't deserve her thanks, but the words he would have said, as such, died in his throat as Sakura turned her face to smile up at him. He hadn't noticed the bloody smears on her face before. Sakura-chan, are you hurt? I'm. Cough. Sakura didn't let go of her friend as, involuntarily, the blonde brought his hands to his mouth as he coughed. Pulling back, the blood now on Naruto's still shaking hands answered a few questions. Oh. He looked at his friend's face, not even remembering when he must have coughed blood onto it. He looked at his shaking hands and thought back to all the clumsiness that he'd been displaying when he'd started making sand castles. He recalled that it had been harder to push that piece of wall off than it really should have. Oh. Another cough, a little more blood. The last time he'd coughed, Sakura had looked concerned. Now she looked surprised. Sakura-chan. Akai. A.N. Akai is red. What? Naruto's eyes widened. Turning his head, he looked into one of the dusty school windows and saw his crimson-eyed half-reflection staring back at him. And his pupils had elongated into slits. Like a fox. Oh. The sun set at last, and as Naruto looked up to the sky he noticed the moonless sky. But it wasn't that the moon was later hidden. Rather, there would be no moon tonight. New moon. The boy tiredly whispered to himself. Recap. Chapter 2. Naruto nodded. Ni-chan picked out the day. She said making it work once every new moon would be more convenient. It's not bad, but I can't fight or train very well. I feel sick and cough up blood a lot. End recap. The blonde was suddenly overcome by a wave of dizziness. The world blurred before his eyes as standing became difficult. Naruto-kun. And suddenly, Sakura wasn't holding on to him as her emotional pillar of support anymore. She was holding on to him to help keep him standing. Sorry Sakura-chan. Could you help me walk home? Sakura complied, of course, and the two were soon trudging down the street. Sakura dutifully helped to support her friend's weight, even while acting as one would expect a concerned and fussy girl to act. It was slow going to say the least, and taxing for both parties involved. Naruto did his best to keep his eyes downcast for the trip, hiding his crimson eyes, though the street was all but deserted. The deserted street was not so surprising. There was a festival going on, after all. And for the majority of the village. The whole day's commotion was focused around the city center. By a twist of fate, the shortest path to the Hyuga sector would take the pair just past the outermost edges of the activities. Hey? Naruto-kun, what's wrong? Sakura asked her friend when he suddenly stopped. She was concerned for him. The hand on her shoulder for support had been shaking so much during their trek. On top of that, Naruto-kun said that they couldn't ask adults for help. Naruto stared at the image. He'd never seen the like. He'd be more concerned about exposing his eyes, which were more likely crimson than not, but the rest of the village was similarly attentive to the performance occurring at the raised stage and therefore had their backs to him. Sakura-chan, what's that? The bubblegum-haired girl followed her friend's gaze to the stage, where the spectacular sight of Konoha's fire dragon dance was taking place. Every major country had a dragon dance, where the performers, no less than 3, would take a specially made costume resembling a dragon and either walk through the streets in it or stay on stage. Fire Country's dragon costume was red, of course, but also gold and green. The long, serpentine costume was meant to throw over 6 members' backs, all working in practiced unity, to give the most realistic representation of movement, barring the legs that were easily seen under the costume, but that was beside the point. Naruto-kun, you don't know it. It's the Fire Country's dragon dance. Naruto was about to reply, but was overcome with another coughing fit. When he drew back the hand he'd covered his mouth with the one not on Sakura-chan's shoulder, he saw the blood, as expected. But when he looked back up to the stage, at that moment the performers twisted the dragon costume and, for a moment, Naruto believed that the red, gold, and green dragon had just snapped its head towards him. Then Naruto-kun. Sakura's surprised cry was the last thing he heard before the world blurred into black. Unconscious domain. Where am I? Looking left and right, Naruto found himself in a world of pitch black. The sole discerning feature of the landscape was the roaring bonfire in the distance before him. Sakura-chan. He yelled loudly, where did you go? But his voice did nothing more than echo into oblivion. And in response, the bonfire uncurled itself and bared its fangs. And suddenly he realized that it was no bonfire at all, but a beast of fire. A dragon. A real one. Though it was far away, he could see the detail of it well. Easily 2 stories tall, despite being hunched over, it bore little resemblance to the dragon dance he'd seen moments ago. Apparently taking notice of him, the large, yet lithely formed creature of living fire charged at him. Naruto's eyes widened as, halfway to reaching him, the dragon's speed redoubled. body of living flame zigzagging left and right through the inky black with a speed that made it seem to be nothing more than a trail of orange-red. Naruto's eyes could barely keep up. Which was why, when the dragon failed to zigzag and instead made a beeline for Naruto with a burst of speed that was far greater yet, Naruto throwing his arms before his face in pure reflex was the only form of defense he had. The jaws came crashing down. The world exploded in white. Naruto dropped to his knees on the ground. A dirt path now, and not an empty void of black. He panted for breath as he clutched his head in one hand. Such an acute headache pain. What was that place? And that thing? Such speed and power. Like it was built specifically to attack. Was that what a fire dragon should be? He faintly noted that Sakura was by his side in the dirt path. Naruto-kun. Are you alright? Naruto-kun. Sakura-chan. Yeah, I'm fine. I just blacked out for a while, he mumbled. An odd dream. Thank goodness. Sakura exclaimed, relieved. I was worried. You were just standing still and staring like that for so long. Why yeah? Naruto mumbled. His condition on the day of the new moon. Was it getting worse? It shouldn't be, but to just suddenly black out like that. Yes. The dragon dance is done now, already. She explained, wanting Naruto to understand the gravity of just how long he'd been all but zombie-like. They're showing the battle between Yondaime-sama and the Kyuubi now. Tenten looked up to the stage and was filled with pride. Her mother was truly amazing. One day, she too, would be so amazing she just knew she would be. She was her mother's daughter, after all. Earlier. Tenten-chan. Aka-san. Ara. There you are. Now how many times have I told you not to play with my kunai? But I want to be a great weapon mistress like Aka-san. I'll show all the stupid boys that girls can be strong too. Hi, but what of your father? His skill at the forge surpasses my skill with weapons. Well that's true. Right. And he'd be so disappointed if you didn't take up his craft, you know. Well. Otu-san and Aka-san should just have another baby already. He can be the smith and I can be the weapon mistress. Why can't I get a little brother or sister already? Then that. Haha, Aka-san is blushing. Hi, Tenten-chan. Now could you just help me with my costume now? Okay. Aka-san, are you going to perform for the whole village again? Present. Her mother. Kyogu Hito was there, playing the part of Kyuubi not for her acting skills, but for her mastery of armed combat. Her mother's proficiency with the wrist-mounted claws was not high in comparison to her abilities with other weapons, much less the over-large and decorated version that she sported now, representing the Kyuubi's claws. But it was said that if it had a blade, then Kyogu Hito was its master. Her opponent was a Yondaime costumed performer with a sword, though it was known that the real Yondaime hadn't used one and would have already lost. But it was a play, after all. Both performers stood on stage, wearing masks and overly frilly and flashy costumes of the ones they represented. There were no henge techniques used on stage. It would be too real. Too close to home. To this day, people are still afraid of Kyuubi's image in the fated battle that must have taken place. The crowd watched in rapt attention and cheered when finally, Yondaime was victorious. Piercing Kyuubi's stomach with his blade. Tenten watched in horror as Yondaime stumbled backwards, looking at his blade dumbly, and Aka-san's blood spilled to the floor. Aka-san. The girl scrambled to her mother's side. It was at this time that the crowd began to think that this wasn't a part of the play. Naruto had just been helped up from his blackout episode by Sakura-chan when he saw the actor Yondaime's blade bury itself into Kyuubi's stomach. The boy's eyes widened immediately, even as the crowd cheered. That's real blood. Shit. What a predicament. Today, Naruto decided it was just one hell of a craptastic day. I made a friend today and finished the tree climbing training. Though both were from my effort and all this bad stuff is due to the day just being incredibly craptastic. Nothing for it. Sakura-chan. A pause in the form of a mildly bloody coughing fit ensued. Listen, I'm going to go now. Don't follow me, okay? He took his hand from her shoulder and worked his way out of her grip. Glancing over his shoulder, he shot her a brief smile and said thanks. Naruto stumbling and head held down to hide his eyes made his way through the crowd. Sakura watched her friend depart in concern. Naruto-kun. Dutifully, she stood but didn't follow. Somehow, Naruto managed to get through the crowd quickly enough that none had identified and tried to stop his progress. Most likely because they were just figuring out that the Kyuubi performer was wounded for real. He scrambled onto the stage, cursing his body's weakness as even that action taxed him gravely. Still, he made it to the bun-haired girl in time to catch her hand. Don't try to move her, he commanded. And though they were the same age, his grave air and crimson eyes that said I know what I'm doing had her complying. It was good that the woman's mask was taken off, Naruto decided, but besides that there wasn't anything good about the situation. Her spinal cord was hit. He would have to heal her. Even then. He could not say if this woman would ever recover completely. But that wasn't the real problem. Time was the problem. This woman was dying. He'd need to do it by a jutsu, and he frankly didn't know if he could. For this to have to happen on a new moon day. And where were Konoha's medics? Were none of the spectators Mesidnins? But as of yet, none had joined him on stage, and time really was running out. A craptastic end to a day. Ijutsu is medical. The blonde worked his hands into the dragon seal, though his twitching hands made it difficult and focused. Suddenly, a chakra aura lit up around his kneeling form. Shit. It was blue and red. Could he pull off with a mix of his and Kyuubi's chakra? If it had a hauntingly low chakra control requirement, then maybe. Could he pull off a successful Ijutsu? No way. Naruto squeezed his eyes shut and gritted his teeth in concentration. Could he pull this off? Statistically. Not likely. Would he try? Naruto himself didn't know what he'd do if he ever lost his Kachan, but that little girl was losing her mother right now. Hell yeah, he'd try. The boy grunted in effort and the blue chakra lit up in response, seemingly forcing the red away for now. Shit. The pain was unreal, Naruto didn't even want to know what the hell he was doing to his chakra coils. But 8 hand seals later, his right palm was covered in a soft green glow, and that was what was important right now. It was odd. He could do this, but he couldn't heal his own burned lips without an ointment half a year ago. He'd foregone learning the burn healing Ijutsu for so long because he could already use the ointment version. Instead, he'd broadened the number of things he could heal. Now he knew that he'd made the right choice. It was then that Naruto leaned forwards and plunged his hand into Kyuubi Hito's stomach. It was an almost nauseating experience to him, but he'd been doing medic nin training for so long. This had to be done. What is he doing? Shit. The crowd. He's finishing her off. No. He just needed to touch the spinal cord directly. Horrible. What a horrible child. You're wrong. If he said anything, could it help? Or would the crowd only want to hate him more? Those whisker marks, it's the demon child. This wasn't how things were supposed to go at all. He was supposed to reduce their anger. Little by little. They look darker than before. Honestly, I'd be better off not doing this. But there's an injured person here, she's going to die. And I wanted to become a medic nin. That's why. There's no choice. I must heal the injured. The spinal cord. It's almost healed. Will I have the strength to close the wound on her stomach? His eyes too, I saw them. They're red, like its eyes. Fear. Yes. Their words were always angry, but in their eyes there was always this look. What should we do? What should we do? All this time, had that look been one of fear? Naruto withdrew his now bloody hand and reached into his ever-present coat, withdrawing a long roll of bandages. Alas, it fell from his weak hands. Here, he offered, picking up the roll again. Bandage up your Akasan, I'm too weak. Give her lots of liquids when she wakes up, she's lost a lot of blood. Thank you, Tenten responded, from the depth of her heart. She didn't know who he was or why they shouted demon, but he had saved her mother. Somehow, she'd been sure he would right from the start. When he looked at her that first time, it had been as if he knew just how scared she was to lose her mother. Naruto shot her a brief smile. He should have said you're welcome or something, but no words felt appropriate just then. The blonde boy tried to stand towards the crowd, but he fell back to his knees before he was even halfway up. He was low on blood as well, and he'd just burned a lot of chakra, placing those weaknesses on top of his already worsening condition. He's weak now. A simple phrase. Not even a full sentence. Just a phrase. But with that, the first stone was cast and all hell broke loose. Sakura watched, silently distraught. This morning Naruto had told her that his problems were a little different from hers. And this was what he meant. He didn't have a group of belittling bullies. He had a village that would call him monster. She had been saved by him. He'd caught the rock meant to hurt her, and then he stood up for her. And now he was being assailed by stones, cups, empty glass bottles, whatever was in people's reach. And there was no one there to catch the stone meant to hurt him. Should she go up there? But Naruto-kun had told her to wait, and what could she do? She was just a normal girl. Just a normal girl. Just normal. Nah, Naruto-kun. Hinata cried. Though the words barely reached her own ears, over the shouts of the crowd. Naruto-kun. Her meek nature was gone now, blasted away by the sight before her. Her friend was hit over and over and over by anything and everything that could be thrown. Normally, perhaps she would become self-convinced that the best she could do would be to find Tsunade, and perhaps she'd be right. But an empty glass bottle had just shattered on her precious friend's face. The glass shards cutting into him as they flew past or were lodged there, and right now she didn't know what she was thinking. But she had this urge. This impossible to describe urge was so strong that, perhaps, it didn't even consciously register. She had this urge to get up there and, for lack of any other method, cover Naruto-kun's body with her own. Because, simply, if the empty glass bottles were hitting her, then they weren't hitting Naruto-kun. In response to this urge, her body moved on its own, lunging forwards. And when her father grabbed her out of the air and restrained her with his arms, she fought him. Not with Jaiwikin. Her arms were pinned. But she thrashed and kicked and screamed and bit. And her father was actually quite impressed to see such a thing from his daughter. But he did not let go. If they were to get involved, then the Chuninins, Jounins, and Anbu would also get involved. And amongst their ranks were many that would attack Naruto as shinobi attack, and few, if any, that would protect him. Naruto was pinned to the spot. He was too tired, sick, and hurt to move. When the rain of projectiles had begun, he'd managed to stand up somehow. More spectacularly, he'd managed to stay on his feet more often than not. Right up until the brown-haired girl had dragged her mother away from behind him to safety. But now he could not move if his life depended on it, which it didn't. See. He was already as good as dead. Faintly, he thought he heard Hinata-chan's voice. Sayonara, Hinata-chan, Sakura-chan, Ka-chan, Ni-chan, Hero uncle. Naruto's vision was fogging, his cuts were bleeding, and the rain of projectiles continued. The ordeal had hurt before, but at the moment it didn't feel nearly as painful. It didn't feel like anything at all, and even that feeling was becoming less and less. Still, his lips split into a satisfied smile, even as the barrage continued to knock into his body. He smiled as if he had something truly great to be proud of. Ha-chan. I saved someone's life today. Does that make me a medic nin? Yet. The world blurred into black. It was quite a scene indeed. 1 second how Naruto was propped up against the backdrop scenery of a forest. Alone, with numerous injuries, and in the process of acquiring more. The next second, how Tsunade was there. Hell burning in her eyes and throwing a punch to the empty air before anyone could blink. And as this punch reached full extension, a massive amount of chakra was molded, collected, and released from Tsunade's fist in a single pulse. It not only knocked the airborne projectiles away, it also knocked down the crowd within 30 feet and shut up the rest. I definitely can't trust this place, after all. Damnable Konoha. First Nawaki, then Dan. You won't get the third. Linari-chan. You'll never take him as long as I breathe. Unconscious domain. Where? The boy looked around. An empty corridor greeted him. Somehow, this place felt very lonely. Is this like before? With a dragon? Or perhaps this is what death is like. The boy began to walk. Atauto. My precious Atauto. Shizune cried, sobbing as she nestled her adopted brother's unconscious but still bleeding form. Shizune had been only a second behind her mentor, and upon seeing her brother had proceeded to remove the glass from his face and heal him in general. Anbu formed a large, yet tightly knit circle around the mother, sister, and child. Unconscious domain. I sent something. A chakra signature. Left. Still questioning where the hell he was and wanting some kind of answer. The boy turned left. Tsunade-sama, please disarm yourself and place your hands in the air, and Anbu, presumably the captain, instructed. Actually, they would normally bind the potential threat's movement with rope, ninja wire, and certain metallic restraints. Problem was, no one could expect any of that to make a significant difference at all, considering that this was the woman that could open the grand gates of Konoha single-handedly. Of course, Tsunade didn't really have or particularly need armament on her, either, but any reduction to her threat level at all would be welcomed right now. The civilians had all left by now, save for a pink-haired girl that just seemed dead set not to budge at all come hell or high water. And both Jounin and Chunin had arrived on the scene. Some of them being professional, calm, cool, almost cold and just awaiting orders, others of their number frothing at the mouth to kill something whisker-marked and red-eyed, though they did a good job of not showing it. The Hokage was on the scene as well. The old man had been with Tsunade in the Hokage Tower, as his former student had been threatening to do horrible things to his anatomy if he didn't find her son with his crystal ball. Fast. The Anbu captain spoke up once again. Tsunade-sama, you'll have to come with us to question the captain calmly. Tsunade's reply didn't miss a beat in Neri-chan. You will each be taken to separate areas for questioning. Like hell. Tsunade growled. The Anbu tensed, needles were in their hands as if by magic. Tsunade's fingers on her right hand twitched with apparently nervous energy. We're leaving Konoha. Now the Sannin said strongly. But these guys were Anbu, and their assassination skills likely topped hers, though she was a Sannin. How many of those were aimed at her, and how many were aimed at her son? Unconscious domain. Seal Naruto read aloud. Such a small piece of paper for such a big cage. Small. But the material is very high grade, and an echoing powerful voice floated throughout the room. Who's there? Who? Oh, just the local inmate, jailer-san. There it was. The darkness behind the bars dissipated to reveal a gigantic figure of a fox with 9 tails. The Kyuubi had been depicted as an ugly, uncouth thing, but the image before Naruto was nothing if not the picture of primal animalistic power and grace. Kyuubi. The fox was sitting on its haunches, staring down at him with those blood-red eyes. A massive claw rammed into the bars and almost made it to him. Oh? You do not flinch. Flinch and do what? Naruto retorted. I'd rather keep my footing steady than stumble backwards and lose it. You won't run. As if I'd show my back to a demon. Well, what a curious man kid you are. Jailer-san. You certainly have either idiocy or bravery to spare. Shut up. You bastard. You killed my father, my biological mother, shot my chakra control to hell, and gave me a village's worth of hate. Well. Should I care? A small human with his small problems. Why do you need a father? A mother? If your control is bad, then increase it. If a village hates you, then crush it. Ha. Ha ha. I should have expected. What? Such a big demon. Such an ancient demon, but yet you don't get it at all. What? Such a general view. Aren't you just an idiot? My little human problems. My little human victories. My little human longing and my little human happiness. To experience these types of things is what it means to live. To deal with these types of things, each time trying to do better than the last, that is what it means to grow. An idiot like you wouldn't get it. A village hates you so you crush it. And then what? You'll prove that you're strong, but what else? Not a goddamn thing. Not caring about having a father? A mother? You idiot. How can you not care? Ignoring it doesn't make you strong, it makes you a coward. Kyuubi. You only have your strength left to be proud of, don't you? How dare you? I dare because I'm not willing to run away like you. You shot my control to hell, so I did increase it, but I didn't feel nothing. I felt like shit knowing that it was only me that was handicapped. I felt lower than dirt whenever I compared myself to Kachan or Nichan's level. But I'm dealing with that. I'm overcoming that feeling of dread and despair. I'm beating it. And I'm stronger for it. And I can stand proud because of that. But a coward like you must have stopped growing a long time ago. There was a lengthy pause, as time seemed to have frozen. Neither child nor demons moved. Then finally, one spoke. Perhaps. So. You'll admit it. My strength. Always, it was unlimited. Without end. Without horizon. Never once did it stop growing. When it all began, I was alone. In the demon realm there was just me and space. Empty space. Then there was a world on which to live. What created it? Perhaps the realm itself was lonely. But as more demons appeared and grew, one thing never changed. Always. I was the strongest. From the very beginning I was without peer. Without equal. I fought, I grew, I learned. Sometimes I would be challenged, but I was always faster, stronger, swifter, smarter. One day. They called me king. Then, they called me god. Yet, I wonder why. None of these things ever made me feel satisfied. Tsunade saw that look in his former student's eye. This was bad. Tsunade had been backed into a wall with her adopted son's life on the line. She'd lost too, and if she thought that there was even a chance that she'd lose her son here as well, then she would eradicate that chance with any firepower she could possibly pull out. Right now there wasn't a price on this earth that she wouldn't pay, and she would raise most of Konoha to the ground or simply flee out the front gates with her son. Whichever was the surer bet. She didn't gamble with her son's life, she'd made that very clear in their meeting the very day she'd arrived in Konoha. Tsunade hadn't had much contact with his former student over the past years, but he knew that Tsunade knew that Anbu's skill at assassination and willingness to use it topped hers. But she was a Sannin and they were not. He knew that Tsunade knew just how blindingly fast Anbu could act. And he knew that Tsunade knew that she was faster. The tension was dangerous. The Anbu captain made to throw his needle aimed to incapacitate, not kill, but Tsunade's chakra had already been molded and built up within her right fist, the one that had supposedly been twitching in nervous energy. Stop. The Hokage commanded. He didn't want to know just what Tsunade was planning with a metaphorical chakra nuclear warhead she'd gathered in her right fist without the Anbu noticing. Tsunade. Saratobi sighed, feeling old and tired. He looked his former student straight in the eye and saw a mother that had just seen her son attacked by a mob and wanted him to be safe and well. And Saratobi felt sick. That mob was from his village, which he watched over. It was his mob. Tsunade. The old man bowed his head sharply. I'm sorry. On behalf of Konoha. I'm so sorry. Tsunade let out the breath she'd been holding. We're leaving. Of course Saratobi's head remained bowed. The Anbu's heads were bowed as well. And the Joinins and the Chuninins had the same image. For when the Hokage bows his head on behalf of the village, all shinobi must bow their heads. We won't trouble you further. Tsunade gingerly took her son from Shizune and looked her old sensei in the eye. Sensei, I don't think I'll ever really forgive Konoha. But if you say Nasai on behalf of just yourself, then I'll consider it. Tsunade said this. Frankly and honestly, then turned to leave. Shizune bowed hastily once to the Hokage and followed. And just like this, not even going back to the Hyuga compound for their things, the house left Konoha. Jiraiya actually showed up at the Hyuga compound one day, though he could not stay for longer than a day. Jiraiya-sama, we'll need proof of your identity, a stiff Hyuga guard informed. Stiffly. Rather than be discouraged, Jiraiya chuckled briefly and upped his egotistical gauge by 100%. He put one hand before him and scrunched his face up to look especially intimidating. The man known in every country in the world. He hopped to the left. Men say his name in envy. Women sigh his name in wistfulness. He hopped to the right. The fantastic toad hermit. And back to the left again. The unbeatable Sannin. Right. The ultimate author. Left. It's wonderful. Now this was different, this time he stomped his foot as if he were a sumo wrestler. The spectacular. And the other foot. Jiraiya-sama. He held up a copy of his latest novel for either emphasis or just because he loved to show the damn thing off and enjoyed bringing more comparatively innocent people over to the perverted side of the world. Unexpectedly, the guard turned to his companion, who was also a guard. Do you have Naruto-sama's list? Yes. Here. The first guard produced a pen and began to go down the list. Silver hair. Check, the guard announced, introduction dance that involves hopping, talking of women, and seemingly random lines of self-praise. Check, he continued, straight-faced and serious as a guard should be. Picture in a perverted book. Check, one or more slap marks on his face. There is no slap mark. What the hell is that thing? Jiraiya shouted, pointing at the offending list. Obviously, he'd picked up how to swear from his nephew to a point. This is Naruto-sama's checklist list. We are under explicit orders not to allow you to pass unless you meet the requirements, the guard is stoically informed. You what? Whose orders? The Sannin demanded. Naruto-sama's orders, of course. The guard informed. What? That brat. That brat. He informed us that. By Akugan or whatever, if the guy doesn't even meet these requirements then he's definitely not my uncle. Now please, if you would be so kind as to leave the premises. The guard politely dismissed. Wait, Jiraiya said, holding up his hand in a stop gesture. It's a. Excuse me? The guards blinked. The Sannin sighed deeply. That brat just knew him too damn well. Kai. The Jinjutsu lifted and, lo and behold, Jiraiya's previously unslapped face was now littered in not only slaps, but bumps, bruises, and footprints as well. There. Now let me in already, I have a nephew to beat up. The Hyuga considered. Yes, the release has confirmed check number 4. Also. The bumps, bruises, and footprints confirm check numbers 5 through 7. That brat. Alright, so let me in already. The Sannin demanded. The guards looked at each other, briefly. No, the reply was in stereo. Jiraiya's eye began to twitch, though it was difficult to see, since that particular eye was so swollen. Excuse me? Are you saying that I still don't pass that stupid test? No, you passed the test, the Hyuga guard on the left informed. I'd just rather believe that your current face is the. Why, you what? Jiraiya stuttered in disbelief. Yes. You see, I have a wife, the guard informed, as if that revealed anything at all. And I have a sister, the other added. And? Jiraiya grounded out. And really, I'd just rather you weren't anywhere near the same general area as my wife at all, the first guard informed. I have to protect her honor, after all. Same here for my sister, guard number 2 added helpfully. This. You. Jiraiya yelled. He glared furiously between the two seemingly unassuming guards. You guys are actually real bastards, aren't you? No, not really, Hyuga guard number 2 denied. We prefer to think of ourselves as new age guards that solve our problems proactively and in a non-violent manner. Yes, the other agreed. Fighting without fighting and all that. You what? Jiraiya blustered. You're pretending that you don't know who I am. Oh yes. Well, it's all very new age. Reject reality and pretend your problem's something else and eventually some other person will deal with it, guard 1 informed. It's all in the handbook, guard 2 added. Handbook? You say Jiraiya couldn't handle this? Such a ridiculous yet somehow believable scenario. Now he is pissed off and exasperated. He could feel the headache coming on. Guards these days. Non-violent guarding. What was this world coming to? Yes. Naruto-sama's handbook, guard 2 supplied. Naruto? That did it, Jiraiya felt a headache. It was a big one. He wondered. Was that nephew of his trying to corrupt the world? It's a terrific handbook. We used to just be a pair of boring guards that used to debase ourselves to such beastly acts as patrolling and defending against intruders. Guard 1 sighed. Oh yes. It did horrible things to my feet, that patrolling. I used to get blisters. Guard 2 reminisced. Now we just stand around all day and dismiss our problems in various underhanded and selfish ways, Guard 1 summarized. Ah, yes. Times are good, the others agreed. Jiraiya stared at them. Really, soon he would probably just walk by them. Truly, there must have been some more reasonable guards inside Erg. Fantastic handbook. Changed our lives, Guard 1 mused. Yes. And the title's so appropriate as well, the other agreed. What's the title? Jiraiya grumbling asked. Oh that. Guard 1 blinked. It's How to Trick an Idiot Hero Uncle. What? Jiraiya screamed. Naruto the hanged and dismissed his Hingo Bunshin. 2 puffs of smoke later, the blonde boy stood grinning maniacally at his uncle and looking like he was simply the cleverest damn thing in the world. BWHA ha ha ha, you're such an idiot, you beat up Hiro Baka. In punishment for being such a useless pervert. You have just been pranked. Jiraiya, to his credit, only screamed die. And lunged at his nephew. The brat had been those guards all along. Naruto proceeded to nimbly run for his life. Somehow, he managed to get the time to stick out his tongue and go as he'd always wanted to do at least once. Tsunade had been hit with uncontrollable giggle fits in the room she was using for study. Her nature might have had her been concerned about the white-haired man or condemned for trickery, but if it was Naruto-kun, then she would have faith in him. So she could giggle freely. Neji watched a blonde boy scamper out of Jiraiya's warpath in awe as they passed him. As I thought, Neji muttered to himself, wonderingly. Naruto-sama is a true prodigy genius. To force even a Sannin to get this serious. The air was heavy as the house trekked onwards, too conscious, and one not and met a fork in the road leading to a large town that they had stayed at once before. Tsunade did not pause in her stride as she passed the town. We're not stopping yet were her only words. It was not that she was realistically expecting trouble to follow them or any such thing, not now that Naruto had a Sannin such as herself holding him. Rather, she just wanted to get farther away from what had wounded her son. Her unease would not diminish until they had doubled the distance. Shizune did not complain, though she had not slept or rested in over 24 hours due to the operation on Hinata's mother and the later searching, finding, and leaving with her at Tautu. But Shizune could not feel the pain in her feet, stomach, or back. The suffering within her heart was far too consuming. Eventually, the house made it to a small, unexceptional village and rented the largest room they could, which was actually not large at all, at the only hotel that was open that time of night. Through what remained of the night, Tsunade and Shizune stayed by Naruto's bedside. And when he regained consciousness in the morning, the boy was greeted by an array of reassurances such as you did the right thing and those bastards won't lay another finger on you, tight hugs, and tears right off the bat. For this. He was both very grateful and very relieved. It was noon by the time the house left the small hotel room. All were hungry and made their way to the best-looking restaurant the little town had to offer. Where Tsunade forcibly demanded that they be served many plates of rolled omelette, rice, and miso soup. They were then told that those items were only offered on the breakfast menu and not now at noon. Tsunade had only replied that was exactly the point and had then glared with such menacing promises in her look that the house soon found themselves being served breakfast for lunch. They spoke much, but not a word about Konoha was said over that breakfast and, finishing their meals, Tsunade and Shizune determinedly led Naruto to the best day late birthday party one could manage when one is still recovering from extreme blood loss. And with only one sister and mother for company. That Naruto was not an emotional train wreck was a mark of inner strength and perseverance. Knowledge of the villagers' feelings about his existence was nothing new. His status as Kyuubi's container was never kept from him, never avoided by his family, and he had always had their acceptance. Even if a whole village would have him dead for that, it was a sure fact that his small but precious family did not feel the same. And so he tried to keep his self-image from being tainted by the words and actions of a mob. The civilians of his home village had attacked him, he was dealing with that. Time passed. Naruto sat atop a high cliff, staring blankly at the expanse of town before and below him. It was not Konoha. Konoha had been left behind weeks ago, like a bittersweet dream. He could scarcely think of the Hyuga compound without smiling at his memories of playing hide and seek among other things with Hinata-chan. And the times they would spend talking or inquiring about what the others were doing, and so on. The Hyuga compound also brought to mind all the other Hyugas who had made a prudent point of giving him at least outwardly the benefit of the doubt with regards to his demonic threat level. Perhaps due to his family name as a Hau. Perhaps out of sheer Hyuga, almost stuck-up, discipline to authority and tradition. He could scarcely think of that sandbox tucked against one side of the academy building without smiling at his memories with Sakura. Building sandcastles, talking, and just plain having fun. Lastly, he could scarcely think of the villagers of Konoha without an involuntary wince and furtively checking his surroundings. Though he knew there would never be anything there, it was something he always did. Perhaps he was picking up his mother's sense of superstition. But on top of that stage, he had been at their mercy of which they'd shown none. It was natural to retain a certain amount of uncertainty, he reasoned. Actually, the town below him was in the midst of a festival. And he could not stand to be there, as if there was an actual almost nauseating physical force that repelled him. His adopted mother and sister were at the apothecary, which was open even on such a day as this. He doubted they knew there was a festival today, and even if they did know, he doubted they would expect his reaction to it. Naruto was proud to be able to be supremely tough when he had to be, and it had been 2 weeks of concern and support already. He was fine most of the time. He really was. He was as close to acting normal as anyone could hope for acting most of the time. It's just that on days like today when he's alone. A particularly strong wind blew. It was a much warmer day than any seen yet this week, but though Fire Country had a warm climate compared to others, it was the 24th of October, after all. The lone blonde-haired boy pulled his knees up to his chest in response to the chilly wind. He'd left his customary white jacket at home. The geeky one that he'd found himself wearing for its simple functionality. His gaze remained blank as he stared at the village beneath him. He only snapped out of his blank daze when he felt a newfound weight on his shoulders. A jacket. And it wasn't white. Yo, brat. Hero uncle. You showed up. Jiraiya sat down beside his nephew. Of course he'd shown up. Naruto was probably surprised that he'd taken so long to appear since the hermit had missed the boy's birthday. The spiky-haired Sannin indicated the jacket now draped on his nephew's shoulders. Solid orange, he informed pointedly. The single most extremely orange jacket ever designed in grass country ever. He'd gotten it out of a bargain bin. With the local Pumpkin Day celebrations over, no one had wanted to buy the damn thing. In fact, perhaps no one had ever wanted to buy the damn thing. If the scandalous looks he had to endure were any indication. Yes, it was that orange. And he was hoping it would be just the thing to spark the kid right up. Naruto smiled, thanks hero uncle. It's awesome. Jiraiya chuckled, glad to have more proof of how great he was at, well, damn near everything. At least, that was how it was meant to sound. Yet Jiraiya's laughter felt hollow in his own ears. What, brat? That's it. No, it's the best birthday present ever. Or Yuiro Baka, it's the wrong damn size. No randomly screaming orange. Until I get a headache. I just gave you the most orange piece of clothing you've ever seen. Jiraiya trailed off, now permitting himself to sound worried. And you didn't even flail around like a chipmunk on a sugar high. Naruto. Are you sick or what? Though of course the Sannin knew what was wrong. Where else would he have been for the past 2 weeks than in Konoha? Arriving there a mere day late for his nephew's birthday, he'd come home to a living nightmare. Hearing what had transpired had been tough, but Jiraiya was tougher than that. Dealing with the aftermath was tougher, but Jiraiya again was tougher even than that. But that dull, melancholy look in Naruto's form pierced straight through any toughness the Sannin could have. Naruto sighed and stood up. Jiraiya stood up as well, his form dwarfing the smaller blonde. Regardless, the boy held his uncle's gaze. Hero uncle, I want you to teach me. Ah, Jiraiya thought, looking into blue eyes that had come to a resolution. Those eyes were tinged with sadness, fear, and reluctance, but Jiraiya could see the clarity of Naruto's decision in his unwavering gaze. Then. It's time. Not having realistically imagined that the events of Konoha could have ever come to pass with such startling ease. Naruto had discovered that the world wasn't quite what he thought it was, and though he disliked the notion he now perceived that he would need more than his mother's battle techniques if he wanted to be properly prepared for a future which now seemed so uncertain. He had never really limited himself to only his Kachan's techniques. He had wanted to be able to fight, though he'd put healing skills first. In fact, he was pretty sure he still felt that way. But he had never felt a real necessity to fill in the gaps that were inherent in his mother's highly specialized skill set. Now he did. Jiraiya believed that. In life, there were some lessons that if learned on one's own, would have a greater value by sevenfold. He also believed that. In life, there were some choices that should be made on one's own. But he knew. In fact, he'd always known that Naruto would come to make this choice eventually. The life of Arashi's-san could not be easy, and neither could the life of a Jinchuriki. When the boy grew up and invariably found himself in a valley surrounded by wolves, at least he could be armed to the teeth. His face was caught somewhere between a grim frown and a grimmer smile as he nodded his assent. They would start on perfecting Kyoryu-enden. One thing first though, Naruto said, looking once more at the village below. There's a festival in town and well. The boy fidgeted, looking almost ill. You want to go? Eat some lunch or something? So, Naruto would choose to face down his fears now to ensure that his decision was not driven by an underlying fear of weakness. It was odd how Jiraiya could pick that type of complex motive out of a few simple sentences, but there were certain aspects of Naruto that were so similar to his father. So similar, in fact, to Jiraiya himself. It would be my honor to be your support. Fine, Jiraiya agreed aloud. But we stopped by the bathhouse on the way. I have my research to consider, after all. What? Is there even anyone who would keep a bathhouse open in the middle of a festival? Hero uncle, every time I see you I become more convinced that you have some type of mental disease. It's called adulthood, brat. No, it's called pathetic. Now come on, let's get going. I'll even pay for your freeloading ass. Not bad. Jiraiya thought, noting the insult. It was a good sign. Many of the brat's insults were often too smart-mouthed to be thought up in a despondent mood. Naruto, I'll have you swearing my ear off by nightfall. Tsunade crouched in front of the counting tree. In front of her and Naruto's tree. She was in pain, as evident from the way she clutched at her heart. The longing look in her eyes was an easy tip-off that the pain was not physical. My daughter, is that you? Hyuga Hayatari asked, arriving on the scene. Ever since the successful surgery, her eyesight had gradually been returning, though not by much. But even this was a medical miracle, considering the many differences between Hyuga eyes and those of anyone else. Tsunade turned to see her mother. Hi, Akasama, it is me. She was then taken into her mother's careful embrace. Are you in pain? Hayatari asked softly. Tsunade produced the most despondent mumble Hayatari could ever dread to hear. He's gone. Oh. Hayatari said, as if she hadn't suspected the cause of her daughter's distress all along. I didn't even get to say goodbye. Hinata cried. It was a small point that she could not have said goodbye. A small drop that could be recognized in a vast ocean of misery which she could not name. Her closest, one and only friend, her laughter, had left. Tazzed out of the village by those she thought would celebrate his existence. She'd known him for only months, yet time in that period had moved so slowly. It had been so precious. Hayatari smiled in a way she hoped was encouraging. Do not worry so much, my daughter. Perhaps there will be no need for goodbye at all. What do you mean? It's true that Naruto-sama's departure was. The woman fumbled for a word that would not cause more pain, suddenly. Yet one day he will likely return, and on that day, you two may play together again. At least, I hope that will be the case. For Konoha as well as for my daughter. If Naruto were to return and play with my Hinata, then it would be a sign that he was amiable to peace with this village. Jiraiya of the Sannin himself had been working in the aftermath of that fateful night, according to her husband. Apparently, the Sannin had been working in the background to sow seeds of the path for Naruto's hopefully eventual return. But there was a whole village whose collective view needed to be changed, or at the least, shifted. At any rate, your father asked me to tell you. It's time for your calligraphy. As Hayatari watched her daughter nod and walk off, she couldn't shake the feeling that the girl looked so ill. But he said that, today, you must create only the most beautifully styled informal letter. He'll make sure it's delivered properly. Hayatari smiled sadly, so it won't be like the ones you sent Naruto-sama before. Where they weren't delivered. Wide-eyed, Hinata sprinted off without so much as a goodbye, Akasama. That day, the Hyuga heiress held herself up in her calligraphy room for 2 hours straight. Alright, let's get this started then, brat. Jiraiya stood. Stomach apparently full to bursting with nephew purchased food and drink. The pair had returned to the same high cliff where they had met earlier in the day. The tree line was a good 20-15 paces behind them and provided them with productive scenery. Good feng shui and all that. Feng shui is the practice of placement and arrangement of space which is claimed to achieve harmony with the environment. Naruto stood in front of him, face somewhere between one of careful attention to the speaker and a flat look that said, I can't believe it. Did you actually eat that much just to spite me? But he was, after 4 hours of immersing himself in festival scenery, feeling much more over Konoha now. A strange notion to him, as he thought he was already over Konoha. Now, the first order of business is to find out why your idiot self can't perform a single Kyoryuenden. Shut up. This is the guy I invite along for emotional support. So the student, Jiraiya said, pointedly ignoring Naruto's glare. He really seems to be doing better now. Perhaps he really was more down than normal because of the festival. Naruto. It's not easy to keep you down at all, is it? We're going to go into the theory of Kyoryuenden a bit more. Its uses should be obvious even to a dimwit such as yourself. It's a projectile attack which can have its uses tweaked a bit. For instance, it can really have a wide spread. Kunai are fine, I guess. But a good Kyoryuenden is just better. As far as projectiles go, it's damn fast too. So. When was the last time you tried it? Sensei, I have a question about how Naruto raised his hand. Do all teachers insult their students every other sentence, or is it just a perverted loser thing? Do you want me to teach you or not? Naruto didn't miss a beat. "Well, I don't really want to learn from a guy like you," he proclaimed, throwing in a thoughtful sounding voice for effect. "But you're the only one here and you taught my father after all, so." "Arashi was 1,000 times more respectful than you." Naruto cockily raised his hand again. "Sensei. Then have you become 1,000 times more useless since back then?" "You brat." Jiraiya yelled angrily, scowling and pulling the boy's face up to his own. Whereupon, his voice dropped to a whisper, "We're being watched." Thud. "What?" Naruto spun around. He came face to face with the very image of an assassination specialist ninja. The lanky form had not a spot that wasn't covered in black cloth or the midnight visor hiding the stranger's eyes. Thud. The sound was repeated 7 more times, and as many more black-covered figures dropped out from the tree line. Naruto backstepped in surprise, but became painfully aware of just how close he was to the edge of the cliff. Shit. Jiraiya smoothly slid in front of his nephew. "No head protectors. Renegades. Sneaking up on me and Naruto. That's an impressive feat. But do you really think you can take me?" Naruto's eyes were still wide. To the boy this whole situation seemed so surreal, things had been so normal seconds ago. Naruto swallowed the lump in his throat and steadied his footing. These guys had revealed themselves in the middle of such a moment of normalcy, the parallel between that and the assassination attempt he dealt with at his and Sakura-chan's sandbox 2 weeks ago was not lost on him. They're probably here for me. 8 figures launched a cloud of kunai in a sparse flicker of motion. Oten. Daichi Hadatate. That Jiraiya could perform the earth shield technique in the time between the assailants had prepared to throw, and the time the kunai reached him was a testament of skill. There was a corresponding series of thuds as the kunai lodged in the thick and well-chakra-reinforced curved shield. Though it was not much taller than Jiraiya himself, it was strong enough to handle projectiles such as kunai and shuriken, yet how long would this barrage last before higher-grade artillery would be pulled out? Naruto had a sinking feeling in his stomach when the thuds of kunai did not let up. They were outnumbered, 8-2. His uncle was said to be quite formidable, but he'd never actually seen the man fight. Either way, Naruto knew he would have to do something. But what could he do? They were pinned down to the spot. Damn. He had one option. One desperate option. Maybe his uncle wouldn't need his help and it would all be for naught, but he wasn't going to take that chance. Rat, horse, tiger, dog, ox, dragon, horse, hare, tiger. The quiet long drag of air alerted Jiraiya to the boy's plan. Kyryuenden. The kid's strong, but he knows he's not fast enough to land a hit. Smart move, kid, now hopefully you can pull it off. Naruto's gaze became intense as he neared the end of his molding. Slowly, his eyes closed as his mind became even more intensely focused. Like this, the world shrank down to him and his targets. Over the whisper of his own breath intake, he thought he heard a crackling in the back of his mind. It was getting louder. This is all I can do. In fact, I probably can't even do this, but there's no way I won't try. It's either this or stand back and be helpless. No, I refuse. Like hell I would do something like that. Closer. That crackling, what was it? It was tough, but he was focusing on his molding and managing to keep a bead on the 8 assassins' chakra sources at the same time. In his mind's eye, the picture of blankness was now inhabited by 9 blue flames. His mental representation of chakra sources. And still. That crackling was getting louder, yet Naruto had no time for such frivolous details. Please. Naruto begged to himself, work. Time seemed to slow down to a crawl, yet suddenly, the crackling was so much more than just that. It was a blazing roar as Naruto felt the presence of a hallucination he'd never forget arrive with vicious speed at his back. And waited. He did not turn to see the fire dragon behind him. Poised to pounce, but he knew that it was there. Waiting for something. Naruto's eyes snapped open and glared at his opponents with a frightening intensity. Kaiten. Echoed the boy's mind, Kyryuenden. Naruto's head and indeed, his entire body snapped back from the recoil as hell was let loose in a breath. The fire dragon missile did not roar in freedom, it only sizzled the air and blazed its way in a punch through the back of Jiraiya's shield with no perceivable difficulty at all. It met even less resistance as it punched through a black-clad ninja and forest line beyond. All in an instant. Jiraiya was startled at the sheer focus displayed in the dot. It was not large by Kyryuenden standards, but its power was concentrated to an extreme. However, the silver-haired man's surprise was clamped down on in the next split second. Jiraiya snapped his head to his nephew's location. The boy was wide-eyed, surprised at the force of his own technique, but yet more surprised at the kickback which was sending him flying the short distance off the edge of the cliff. The silver-haired man launched himself to the cliff's edge with an arm outstretched. Too little, too late. Naruto. He was on the verge of launching himself downwards off the cliff face, catching his nephew, and dealing with the landing in some last-second plan, but was interrupted by a sight he hadn't expected. Naruto looked more grave than the toad hermit had ever seen him. Hurry and pull me up, Irobaka, he demanded, standing on the side of the cliff easily and grabbing his uncle's still dumbly outstretched arm. We've got some bad guys to toast. Jiraiya broke out of his doubly surprised look with a dot so Naruto had finally finished the tree climbing exercise. He easily hoisted his nephew up but held his wrists in place to forestall yet another Kyuenden. Naruto shot his uncle a look demanding an explanation. Every second of inaction was a second where they were little more than human-shaped target practice props. They aren't real. What? Jiraiya smiled a proud smile as if Naruto had passed some type of training regime with exceptional results, and the black-clad ninja behind him dehanged in puffs of smoke, revealing. Yet more Jiraiyas. Impossible. The nearby frog croaked oblivious to the impending violence. It was the only sound made in the vast seconds it took for everything to sink into poor Naruto's mind. "Be Bunshin no," Naruto yelled, between disbelieving shock and equally disbelieving outrage. "Bunshin no $, he then roared. You bastard. Is this some kind of $$ up revenge for that prank I pulled?" he yelled, incensed beyond imagining. Surprisingly, Jiraiya actually paled in the face of his nephew's rage, which was radiating levels of anger and violence that pissed off Tsunade like magnitudes. "And no, he placated. This is training, I swear. Like your father, you pull out all the stops when you're backed into a corner, so I." "Hero uncle. Why you? Jiraiya didn't like the way his nephew's voice seemed to echo with malcontent. "Well, you did it, didn't you? That Kyuenden." "That's true," Naruto eventually, slowly admitted, yet he did not decrease his glare. He had been worried for his and his uncle's very lives. "But I swear to God I will make your life a living hell for the next 5 days," the blonde said gravely before drawing back, craning back his head and shooting a look at his uncle down his nose, which suggested that Jiraiya really had no idea what level of horror he was in store for. "Be prepared. To repent in your misery, Irayaru." Amik. There were many questions that were not answered that day on both sides. Naruto wanted to know how a Bunshin could create such a level of chakra output, and Jiraiya wanted to know just what was up with Naruto producing a Kyuenden of such force. However, these questions would have to wait a day or so, as more pressing matters were at hand. Tsunade, for the love of all that is good, help me." A battered Jiraiya yelled desperately as he approached his old teammate in the middle of the shopping district. The man and his clothes looked like they had just been through a meat grinder and lived to tell the tale. "Please." He frantically begged. "Please." Tsunade raised a delicate eyebrow at her former teammate. Her silent question of "what have you done now?" was answered in the form of approaching hordes of angry women. From all sides. "Oh," Tsunade said. "You want me to get Naruchan to stop, huh? He's been leaking information to them." Jiraiya insisted, yelling over the menacingly approaching crowd. "He's been organizing them. Help me. Save me." Jiraiya felt the cold surface of a glassy storefront window at his back through the rips in his tattered clothing, and the man knew fear. These turned them into vicious monsters. Some of the women noticed Tsunade who, compared to Jiraiya, was on the complete opposite of the respect spectrum for her glorious additions to female pride everywhere. Seeing attention focused on her, Tsunade knew it was time to make a choice. She chose her son, of course. "Oh, Jiraiya. Every time I catch you, you repent your perversity, and I foolishly believed you. Yet for 4 years now you have been trying to corrupt my son and use him to aid you in your deranged daily tasks." It helped that the villagers didn't know about Naruto's status as a Jinchuriki. In fact, outside of Konoha, most villages in the Fire Country actually didn't know about her son's connection with Kyuubi. A feat accomplished by a deal she'd extracted from her old sensei before she'd left Konoha that fateful day she'd adopted Naruto as her own. Screams of "what? Unbelievable. Inhuman. An enemy of women and children everywhere," were heard repeatedly from the increasingly violent din of the female crowd. "Yes," Tsunade fake lamented. As if her Naruto would give in to the old pervert's corruption. "And I had been willing to forgive and forget. I had thought that you would change. I thought you truly cared for the one you would call nephew, but it's become so clear that the only one you care for is yourself." Tsunade only regretted that she wasn't as good at getting the pervert into trouble as her son was. The boy was capable of taking such acts and breaking it down into a science. Once or twice, he had gone so far as to research new words and then practice them in a written speech, all for the sole purpose of using them to prank or insult his uncle. And now it seemed that the boy was moving into an even more terrifying pervert punishing strategy. Jiraiya, and indeed most male shinobi, had an iron, unspoken rule of refraining from using ninja techniques to either incapacitate or escape civilian women, lest they be gossiped about and shunned by the female half of the world. Because, simply, in Jiraiya's experience, female civilians knew how to hold a grudge if you didn't either talk them out of wanting to hurt you or accept your punishment like a man. But back to the subject at hand. Jiraiya was frantic with terror. The wall of angry women was closing in by the second. Creak. All movement paused as the glass door just to Jiraiya's right opened and a group of men walked into the street and therefore into the middle of the closing ring of women intent on bodily harm. The men who were, it turns out, but the first of a stream of males leaving the shop froze solid as the situation and tension in the air became known to them. It was then that Jiraiya spotted the books many of them were carrying. The orange-covered novel was easily recognizable as his precious creation of mass perversion. Comrades in arms. He smiled, realizing that the shop window he was now pressed against must indeed belong to a bookstore that had only just stocked his newest novel, not less than an hour ago at 12 o'clock noon. Wait. Wasn't that a little too convenient? The situation suddenly reeked of either irony or fate, getting ready to kick the ever-living daylights out of his sorry ass. Jiraiya's smile started to falter. Ah. Jiraiya-sama. One man greeted reverently, clutching his copy of the book close to his heart. Your latest. Anything further the man might have said was cut off by the sound of a sickeningly sweet voice saying not ah. Oh dear. The man noticed his wife in the crowd, hid the book with masterful swiftness, realized exactly the situation that was underway, shot Jiraiya an apologetic look, and dutifully grabbed the large broomstick his wife daintily handed to him with a smile on her face. Oh shit. Jiraiya's mind screamed as the scene was repeated with only marginal variation for every man that left the bookstore. Even men that weren't romantically involved with anyone were somehow coerced onto the side of the female crowd. The market street became full to bursting with women that each insisted they wanted to get at least one solidly satisfying slap or kick in personally, and men that really had no sane choice but to refer to Jiraiya strictly as an enemy of women everywhere and act like they wanted to get at least one hit in as well, whether they actually felt like that or not. The thought occurred to Jiraiya. Really, compared to what happened to his nephew 2 weeks prior, this was less than nothing. These people were not the sum of the population of a village out to kill him, and they were mobbing him after he had actually done several perverted things and not after having saved one of their own. These women were angry as hell, but not truly hateful with the ferocity that Konoha had been. Yet he still didn't see why he had to endure this hell. I repent. He desperately cried, hoping that wherever the boy was, he could hear his heartfelt pleas for mercy. The crowd closed in. I repent. Shizune turned to her Atautu, who had just arrived on the scene with her. Did you hear that, Naruto-kun? Naruto made a reluctant sound. Yeah, I suppose I can just let him off the hook after today. It's not like I have anything that can top this. That Irobaka won't fall for this a second time, and I don't really want to spend any time thinking of something new. I did complete my Kyoryu today, too, I guess. Shizune smiled at the boy, feeling God forbid sympathetic to the painful pleas for mercy coming from the Frog Sannin's location, such as no, not there I beg you. And that doesn't come off. That doesn't come off. For the love of God, stop trying to rip it off. Tsunade looked thoughtful at what her son had just said. No, she disagreed. You know, I really think you should just go for the whole 5 days, she said with glee. Why not? Hell, I'll help you. Tsunade-sama. Really, you'd help? Well, things would be a lot easier. Sure, of course. Just tell me what you need me to do, Neri-chan. It's about time that perverse idiot got his proper punishment. Tsunade grinned vindictively. Jiraiya's pained wailing once more cut off Hao's conversation. You can't do that. The pervert insisted. That's my writing hand. I'm an author. What? He's an author? One woman asked, not having known this. Yeah, he writes those orange eki novels, another woman responded. Break that hand. Wait. Jiraiya interrupted. Surprisingly, people actually did wait to hear the man out. He addressed the real driving force behind his current pain, the women. It's become clear that I'm going to die today. So you all should at least do the decent thing and flash me some flesh so I can go to heaven with a smile on my face, he reasoned. Total outraged disbelief. Suddenly, half the men, the married half with wives in the crowd, had much less difficulty becoming enthusiastic about kicking Jiraiya in painful places. Ka-chan. You know, I really think just today will be enough, and honestly, I think it'll be a little dangerous for Irobaka's health if he gets hit at all in the next few days. Maybe I went too far, he might be in casts or something. What, just from this? Tsunade asked incredulously. This is nothing to that guy. He's just being whiny. Tsunade insisted and was going to say more, but she was rudely interrupted by a high-pitched scream. The pain. Oh, the pain. Tsunade-sama. I don't think it would be wise. Oh, nonsense. He's done his endurance training. And you can't tell just by looking at him, but internally he's fine. That idiot reinforces his internal defense by molding chakra right underneath the surface of his skin. So only the top looks hurt, really. What? Naruto exclaimed. That cheater. Exactly, see? Don't you want to punish him some more? Huh? Tsunade prodded. Tsunade-sama. Stop trying to force Naruto-kun into things. Sure, let's do it, Kachan. Itato. That's my son. Tsunade-sama. Just one more day, though. I'm stopping after tomorrow. Naruto informed me. Sigh. Well, I guess that's enough then. It's just that this looks so much more satisfying than merely punching him when he's perverted. No. You two are going too far. Itato, you have to. By the way, Shizune. I didn't tell you, did I? Tsunade rhetorically asked. Jiraiya actually is planning on teaching Naruto some more techniques, but he wants Naruto to help him be perverted in return. Silence from Shizune. Her head tilted downwards and her hair fell over her eyes and cast them in shadow. Oh, that. Was he actually being serious? Shit, I don't want to, but. Don't worry, Naruto-chan, we'll get him to change his mind somehow. I suppose. But how? Tomorrow. We rained suffering down upon Jiraiya-sama, Shizune finally spoke out in the form of a growl. Uncharacteristically promising Jiraiya's fate as a painful one in a surprisingly dark tone until he changes his mind. Heh, I knew you'd see the reason, Shizune. I didn't take you on as my apprentice for nothing, after all. What? You never said anything like that before, Kachan. You're just making stuff up. Oh, when will the pain stop? When will you have mercy? Jiraiya wailed. 2 years. Life returned to a semblance of normalcy for the house. About the fateful night of Heroes' Day. They moved on. They never forgot and never, ever, would forget, but they moved on. The next few years markedly showed, in accordance with Naruto's new resolve, a number of interesting developments. Jiraiya, of course, trained Naruto for real, as opposed to merely leaving him with a few frogs to spar against. However, even so, Jiraiya would always stay only Jiraiya. And while each of Jiraiya's training methods did have actual benefits, arguments would often break out over the efficiencies of some of these methods. Okay, kid. Today let's work on stealth try. Wait, Naruto immediately interrupted. Is this actual stealth training, or is this try to get Naruto to help me peek on the hot springs and call it stealth training? Jiraiya looked at his pupil as he carefully considered the question. Is there a difference? Hero uncle. The student growled menacingly, you damn perverted, useless sensei. Like I'd go along with crap like that. Don't lower me to your level. The frog Sanin looked both incredulous and insulted. Are you questioning my training methods? A student should just sit quietly and learn. He demanded imperially. Naruto glared angrily. What the hell? I'm definitely questioning your training methods. I'm telling you that I don't want to learn your peeking skills in the first place. Stealth. Fine. But for the love of God, why did this guy have to sneak peeking in, along with any and dollar action he could manage to? Wait, was he just trying to piss Naruto off? Since it was a pervert like his uncle, he really couldn't tell. But before all else, he was his mother's son and endeavored to advance in her medical teachings. Well, though every now and then a distraction would arise. Alright Naru-chan, what's here? Tsunade asked, pointing to a body-size picture of the human body. What? Naruto said flatly. Skin. You idiot, you know what I mean. Someone's neck. That's it. Tsunade howled as if she'd been pushed to the edge of her tolerance and then been shoulder charged off that edge by Gamabunta. You've been pissing me off all day, explain yourself or be Nujit all to hell. It was as if Naruto was waiting for this as some form of K. Acting like you don't know. Kachan. The blonde ground his teeth. Tsunade's sigh was a tired and defeated one, damn it Naru-chan. I was going to pay you back, really. She already felt guilty about it. Would the brat just let it go? My money? You took my money. You're as bad as Hero uncle. Naruto was practically hysterical. I still can't believe it. Look, the mother's flustered voice revealed her discomfort. I told you I was only borrowing it. You have so plus and dollar number. Much, I don't even know how you noticed I took any. Indeed. Naruto had, when he was younger, been allowed into a gambling establishment and walked away several pounds heavier. In cash. He'd let his Ni-chan use most of it to clear off no insubstantial number of debts, but he'd kept a portion of it to himself. Henceforth, this secretly hidden stash had been named the Naruto Ramen and Awesome Stuff Reserve. Truly, it was a sacred and wonderful thing. And to take from this, the most cherished of cherishable stashes of money, was an unforgivable offense indeed. But I needed some sake money. Tsunade almost pleaded almost. And it was hardly anything. No one touches the Naruto Ramen and Awesome Stuff Reserve, he informed her gravely. It was a 500 yen coin. No one. You. This is Tsunade. Sanin, mother, and veritable god of medic nins the world over, spluttered indignantly for a response. And besides. You're my precious Kachan, and I love you. But. Naruto muttered darkly. Are you expecting me to believe in your ability to pay off debts? What the hell kind of idiot do you think I am? You? Are you saying I can't even pay back my own son? Tsunade was incensed. If you have it, then give it to me. Naruto demanded. What? That. A short ominous silence filled the room. Later. I'll give it to you later. You don't have it. Naruto vindictively shouted. You definitely don't have it. Shut up. I'll give it to you later, so sit down and tell me which organ is here. She jabbed her finger at the picture once more as if she were stabbing it. The slug Sanin then preempted her son's demands, which she knew were coming. And I promise as your mother. I won't touch your stupid money reserve without permission again. That stopped him cold. Naruto blinked, surprised, before sighing and sitting down again, passively, still faintly annoyed, but passively willing to let that be the end of it for now. The parathyroid glands. And what do they do? Tsunade asked in a lecturing tone. She was glad to get that conversation behind her. Honestly, taking 500 yen and replacing it before he noticed. It seemed painfully easy and harmless at the time. To think of it, she should have cast a and number and Jinjitsu on the stupid bag right from the start. Well, it didn't matter anymore. She always kept her promises to Naruto. It was why her promises to him were so scarce in the first place. She'd simply never break one, she'd break her own arm first she could heal her arm. If it was her heart or her son's trust, she wasn't so sure. Parathyroid hormone. It increases the calcium concentration in the blood. Naruto stated simply. Too easy. Tsunade snapped out of her briefly wandering thoughts. What? Yeah. And here. The heart. It pumps blood throughout the body's arteries and veins. Why the hell are you asking such an easy question? These are important. Each organ has its own function. If someone suffers internal injury and you only know the symptoms, then you need to be able to connect that symptom to an imbalance in their bodies and know which organs were hit right away. Tsunade barked. It should take you 1 second. No, if you're going to be a medic on the field, it should take you less than 1 second. Anything less is a half-assed medic nin. Now again, and faster. What's here? Naruto got it. Someone's life could depend on this. The gallbladder. It stores about 50 milliliters of bile for the digestion of fats. Not enough. What are the properties of bile? And so it continued. Being a medic nin was more than just knowing enough ijutsu, it was a matter of knowledge of the human body. Incidentally, Tsunade did in fact pay Naruto his 500 yen back at dinner that night, though a particular incident overshadowed that event. She then gave Shizune an IOU note made out to a local noble family worth 500 yen to put with her other debt papers. Naruto's greatest progress was in his chakra control. Having struggled with that issue his whole life, being told that he was growing at a far above average rate was something that flooded him with awe, pride, and perhaps most dominantly, relief. Life was not moving on merely for the house, however. Back in the village of Konoha, life had progressed as well. Higher country. Konoha. Ino-chan. A bubblegum-haired girl called out. Over here. The blonde girl sighed and made her way over to the swings where her 2-year friend Sakura sat waiting. What were you thinking about? The curious pink-haired girl asked as her once bully took the swing seat beside her. Neither girl was actually using the swing to swing, but it was somewhere to sit this lazy afternoon. It's like you're always daydreaming nowadays. Not always was the stubborn, immediate response. Okay. Sakura placated. The girl looked a far cry from how she'd been 2 years ago, mostly courtesy of Ino herself. Most notably, her hair now framed her face in a way that didn't have her forehead painted with a figurative bully me sign. Ino's friends took this time to appear on the scene and amicably take up spots sitting on the grass or against the nearby trees. Hey everyone. One girl spoke up victoriously. I saw Sasuke-kun today. The girl yelled triumphantly. All girl chatter ceased and attention was summarily diverted towards the girl. In a blink, the excited children crowded her, gossip engines running full throttle. The girl seemed to brighten up at the name, minus the notable exception of Ino. Sasuke? Sakura asked eagerly, you mean Uchiha Sasuke? The last Uchiha. Wow. What was he like? What was he doing? An excited black-haired girl asked. He was shopping for vegetables. The first girl informed. Gasps were heard all around, as if this was some strange epic development. So he likes vegetables. Did you talk to him? Another excitedly asked. Oh no, I couldn't. Uchiha Sasuke. Ino vaguely pondered the name. 3 months ago, a terrifying Uchiha prodigy had apparently gone insane and killed his own clan members. Now only Sasuke was left. The event was called the Uchiha Massacre and was still the talk of the town. Of course it would be. The Uchihas had made up most of the police force, the lack of their presence on the streets was an easily identifiable thing, even for 8 or 9-year-olds such as themselves. Uchiha Sasuke. The last Uchiha, the child that insisted on living on his own inside that huge Uchiha complex. Everyone spoke of him. All the adults did nothing but sympathize and praise him. Sometimes. The crowd would part for him or he'd be escorted to eat for free someplace. An independent, quiet, and according to just about everybody perfect boy. No wonder he was a hot topic. He was like a real-life fairy tale prince. Oh, maybe I should become a ninja after all. The brunette lamented. Sasuke-kun's in the ninja academy already. I want to go too. You can't. It's really tough if your parents aren't ninjas, you know. This Uchiha Sasuke situation. Normally she'd be all excited about it as well. He was their age after all, he could be her Prince Charming, her knight in shining armor. On top of that, he was the #1 popular topic right now. And Ino had a long history of being on the leading edge of such things. But somehow. She just couldn't share Sakura's or the others' enthusiasm. Uchiha Sasuke. Really, he seemed so fantastic, but the fact was she didn't like him. She'd seen him around, but he was so cold and seemed so far away. He didn't seem like the kind of person she could look on as an equal. No, maybe he would even be someone she'd look at as a superior. When everyone else started talking about lovey-dovey stuff regarding Uchiha Sasuke, she kept thinking of that blonde-haired boy who'd stood up to her 2 years ago. If he were here, she could probably argue and talk with him, no problem. She wouldn't have to watch her words or change her hair for him. Strangely, that just seemed more appealing, somehow. She couldn't explain it, was she being lazy? These thoughts often occupied her. People kept saying that she was looking quite thoughtful all the time. Ino-chan. Sakura called. Snapping back to reality, it seemed that all of Ino's sometimes friends and Sakura, her only constant friend, were up and ready to leave. Ino-chan, let's go. Sakura motioned to the other girls, who were walking away. Without a doubt, Sakura wasn't impressive enough to hang out with such cool kids on her own. What she did have going for her was that she was the only person that Ino hung out with any kind of consistency. And Ino was, basically, popular enough for both of them. No, I'm not coming today. Ino responded, not getting up from the swing. A brief silence hung in the air. One of contemplation. Hey Sakura, do you remember the day we became friends? Sakura jolted, startled. Huh? You mean at the sandbox? Sakura was half surprised, half bewildered. Where had that come from? Yeah, I'd been looking around for that blonde friend of yours, but couldn't find him anywhere, Ino thought back. So then I asked you about him. I remember. I told you about the festival. Sakura reminisced. And do you remember how he told you to wait somewhere before he went onto the stage, right? Ino pressed. Sakura easily nodded to her question. And you used to go back to that spot and wait around there for hours all the time. Now Sakura was embarrassed. She fixed her gaze by her feet, yeah. Why did you do it? Ino asked sharply, as if she were impatient. What? I don't know. It's just. Naruto-kun did so much for me. But I couldn't do anything for him. Sakura's embarrassment was overshadowed now by a distant but enduring sadness. The only thing I could do. The only thing he asked me to do. Was to wait there for him. That sad look there, Ino recalled, that exact same look 2 years ago was what caused her to suddenly think that Sakura was worth helping out. And from there, a friendship had grown. A very impatient voice grabbed Sakura's attention. Sakura-chan, are you coming with us or not? Is Ino-chan coming? Sakura hastily ran to meet them. No, sorry. Ino-chan isn't coming, but I'm coming. She looked back and waved. Bye Ino-chan. Ino waved back and watched the girl leave, one question still weighing on her mind. Sakura, but then why don't I see you there anymore? The House, in their travels, finally made their way outside of Fire Country. There were 2 reasons for this. Firstly, Tsunade deemed Naruto competent enough to travel to these new countries without things being overly dangerous. He was 8 now. Secondly, there was a need to assess Shizun's practical skill level against foreign diseases. This led to the House visiting Grass Country to cure a wealthy merchant who demanded only the best, but had, in the face of his death, managed to settle for the best assistant. Next on Hau's list of locations was Wind Country. Among the less worldly educated, a series of particular questions are of unending confusion and amusement. These were questions surrounding the seemingly mismatched naming of other countries, for instance. Why exactly is Wind Country called such when it is clearly much, much hotter than Fire Country? Naruto, age 8, mused on a great conundrum as he walked alongside his Ka-chan and Ni-chan. As Naruto glanced around at the swirling sands of Wind Country, he realized something. Wind Country really was hot as hell, but it could never be called Fire Country. Indeed, while the heat was truly blistering, fire had no actual place here, for there was nothing to burn. There was simply not enough greenery for fuel in a place as barren as this. Naruto squinted against the harsh wind, which was carrying sand into the air and proved to obscure vision, among other things. The white cloth longer than any scarf was wrapped around his head and acted as protection from the sun, as well as a filter to keep the restless ants out of the young boy's lungs. The rest of his immediate family wore the same. So this is wind country. It lives up to its name, as Kachan had said. It's unreal. Does the wind really never change direction? It always blows towards the northeast, away from the heart of the country. If a force were to invade. Between fighting against the sand and the wind just to reach the village, they'd be dead on their feet by the time they reached halfway to the front gates. And if sand shinobi were mobilized to meet the invaders, they would only have the wind at their backs. It's a natural defensive and offensive advantage. Naruto gritted his teeth, this damn sand, if only it were harder, and his foot didn't sink into it all the damn time. Shizune's eyes widened in shock, seeing her take another heavy step in front of her to stand on top of the sand and stay there. Shizune, confused and unsure, watched her own footing as she stepped forwards, but was only rewarded with her right leg sinking into the sand under her weight, as always. Her head snapped hastily up to meet the back of her adopted younger brother again. "No, you're not hallucinating," Shizune Tsunade's muffled voice barely made its way to her apprentice's ears. The woman was looking at her adopted son with fondness and pride. She felt an unreasonable urge to brag to somebody. "That's the real thing." "But Tsunade-sama," Shizune protested. Walking on sand without sinking in was nothing like walking on water. In the end, walking on water was simply a matter of pushing the right quantity of chakra out of your feet so that you were pushed above it. Doing such a thing on top of sand would do nothing more than send the sand under your feet, spraying in all directions, as if a fan were strapped to your leg. To walk on sand without sinking in at all. It involved pushing the chakra out of your feet and grabbing not only the sand, but any gaps of air between the sand and holding everything together before your foot even lands. It was a technique designed for the desert. Once a person's foot sunk into the sand, no matter how slightly, physical energy and speed were lost. Shizune's eyes were pleading for reason. "That's a B-rank Chunin technique." Tsunade queried her eyebrow, though she could definitely understand her assistant's confusion. It was a difficult thing to accept, but honestly, her apprentice should be better than this. "It's not like we can't do it too, Shizune." Shizune absently stepped onto the sand as well. Yes, she could do it with ease, that was true. Even sand jounins might have difficulty with this act, but it was a matter of chakra manipulation, and in this field, Shizune stood far above normal people. Yet she'd had training and a full day to get it right. But without any training at all, Naruto-kun just did it so suddenly. As if it were nothing. Hearing this, Tsunade was shocked. "No, not about Naruto. I can't believe this. You still don't get it. The rules of chakra manipulation that Naruto follows are completely separate from the rules that anyone else uses." Tsunade's side. "It's always been that way. I guess. But it's always strange to think that it could be so drastic. He's come so far in these past 2 years." "It's not that it's drastic," Tsunade growled, attempting to drill this point home once and for all. "It's that your subconscious keeps thinking his growth should slow down already, but it barely does." This was her genius apprentice. Tsunade made a face. "And why the hell are we talking about this at a time like now? Don't forget why we're trekking through this god-forsaken desert in the first place," Tsunade reminded us. "It's time for your final exams." Indeed. Shizune considered herself Tsunade's apprentice for some time now and would remain so in the future. However, she was still, unfortunately, considered a student in Tsunade's eyes rather than a medic nin. A strange notion, considering the black-haired woman's capabilities. The fact was, however, that Tsunade's personal beliefs on what a medic nin should actually be capable of were set quite high. And until Shizune completed this last step on her own, her mentor would never accept her as a medic nin straight until the day she died. The first test was cleared. Treat a patient in another country using only local ingredients for the crafting of medicine. Since Naruto was old enough to travel to new countries, she'd finally completed this step. The second one, the harder one, was all that remained. Wind country. Tsunade. 2 guards stood watch diligently by the gates of Tsunade, the hidden village of sand. They didn't speak a single word to each other. This was not due to a rigid adherence to duty, as Suna might have other villages believe. It wasn't even because they were sulking or silent types by nature. The fact was, they didn't trust each other at all. Was this strange? No. In Tsunade, everyone was afraid of each other. It was ingrained into their bones. The common, silent belief of every person in the village went something like this. It was a village of selfish backstabbers that would do anything for the sake of improving their own lives. But then, it was a harsh and poor life in this village. The pain of monotonous constant poverty had driven neighbors to each other's thoughts repeatedly. Only the children and those that were drunk on alcohol were spared from the mental taint upon this village, to a point. Just how much of that belief was exaggeration of the truth and how much of that was reality in itself? Squinting into the distance, the guard spotted an anomaly. People approached. From the northeast. where they would have to battle the famed winds of their country head-on. The rightmost guard brought out a small telescope. What could it be? Perhaps they were survivors of a caravan that had been swallowed by a sandstorm. There was a child with them, walking on his own. A mere child walking through the vast and brutal desert. Ninjas, most certainly, and no average ones either. He was focusing on the following woman's face when her hawk-like gaze snapped directly to him. "Shit." The guard uncharacteristically exclaimed. Stumbling backwards. Did she see him from that distance? Tsunade increased her pace and walked beside her son. She was going to say something, but was predictably cut off. "Are we there yet?" The boy asked, mirroring a key phrase spoken by children throughout the generations. "For the last time, brat. Shut up and have some patience." Tsunade demanded for the umpteenth time. "And yes, thank God we're almost there, I can get away from your noisy self and grab some sake. The guards have probably already seen us," Tsunade added. "It's not easy to see it, but we're going too far north. We're going to angle south now, so just follow me like the patient child that I always wished you would grow up into but never did." "What was that?" came the indignant, if muffled reply. "Say that again, Kachan, I dare you." "Oh, drop it, it's too damn hot to argue." "Like hell I'll drop it. I'm patient." The boy insisted, still muffled by the cloth around his head. "I'm the most $1 number impatient child in the whole damn world. I put up with you, don't I? You brat." Tsunade rounded on her son and prepared to sock him with one hell of a punch, but the heat stole her passion and she soon lowered her vengeful fists. "Ugh, it's too hot for this," she reiterated. Her next words were snapped. "Oh, and brat. Lift up that cloth." "Huh?" Naruto sounded. "You mean I can take this stupid thing off?" "Yes." "No, Naruto-kun." Shizune interrupted quickly, instantly beside Atautu as well. "It protects you from the sun," she pleaded. "Just lift it enough to show them your forehead, okay?" The two identifying symbols of the slug Sannin were, without a doubt, the diamond mark on her forehead and the kanji on her coat. "Eh?" Oh, Naruto blinked. "You mean this thing, huh?" he asked, doing as he was asked and revealing the blue diamond mark on his own forehead, the one usually hidden by his messy hair, it being a deeper blue than his mother's. 10-year-old Saku Utamari walked casually through the streets, an in-training version of the standard Suna battle fan being carried on her back. Though she was small, she was recognized as the Kazukiya's daughter and was silently deferred to as she always was. Oh, it gave her no special privilege. Nothing came for free in Tsunade, but she was treated with the respect that was due to her. Perhaps it was some kind of vain attempt by the cosmos to balance the good with the hellishly bad in her life. Tamari's father was a downright cold and distant bastard even by Suna standards, and her youngest brother was a maniacal killer born from the death of their mother and the sealing of a demon. Bringing forth a perversion of nature which even her father feared and hated. These were constants in her life, and she could properly surmise that, due to living with Gaara, the Saku family was the most frightened family in Tsunade. Oh, such a prestigious award. But these were still constants, it was normal for her to fear her brother, bearing no comfort from his presence. It was normal to feel that, as the boy's sister, she ought to reach out to him, but it was also normal for her to note that such an act would spell death and pain. But on top of all the everyday shit she routinely put up with, now Kankuro, her other brother, was wearing face paint that she suspected was supposed to make him look like a kabuki actor, but did in fact look eerily closer to makeup and was now obsessing over a stupid marionette doll. Honestly, this whole world was going insane. "Proof of ID?" came a voice filled with bland amusement. Tamari looked up from the stall selling clothes for kimono obi. It seemed someone was at the east gate. A tall blonde woman stood haughtily with another woman and a child waiting behind her. "Proof of ID?" Tsunade sounded vaguely amused, with an undertone of annoyance. That guard had been rude as hell, who did he think she was? Oh, he was in for some pain. Shizune watched the scene unfold yet again. Naruto, used to this, tapped his foot impatiently and wished his mother would just get it over with. Was this becoming some kind of twisted ritual, he wondered. Alright you uncouth bastards. Here it is. In a flash of movement, her fist was inches in front of the stunned guard, my proof of ID. Flick. Naruto watched the predictable event. And now the guard sail ouch. Right into the building. Alright, the other guard responded, unnerved. That will suffice, Tsunade-san. Tsunade cocked an eyebrow. Asama, Tsunade-sama, the guard corrected himself, fearing for his health. Yet he did not feel the killer intent lesson, Heim. Tsunade-heim. Please follow me, Tsunade-heim. The slug Sannin lost interest in the guard at that point, just lead me to your Kazukiage. We're here on personal business. Neri-chan, you want to come? The meeting with the Kazukiage was a brief one, there not being much to discuss and the Kazukiage not being the type that could muster enough humility as to be a pleasant host. The Kazakiya's hard voice inquired, lacking humane levels of emotion behind it. Tsunade wasn't fazed. Yes. Why come here? Why? We're here. Tsunade said in pure business tones, for the Shoju family. The Kazakiyage took a deep breath and leaned back, disguising his surprise. To have cured a new deadly sickness as your final exam. You're in a class of your own, as expected. Very well. It's an honor to have you reside in Tsunade. But though the Kazakiyage's words were polite, they sounded as if they were forcefully pulled from his thoughts. Frankly, Tsunade didn't care at all. Well, we have permission now. Why don't you go play or something, brat? All that's left is to iron out the details. Unknown to Naruto, Temari, most analytical of the Sand siblings, had received a discreet command from their father to follow Naruto and befriend him. It was an information-gathering mission. The fact was that family meant little to the Kazakiyage, and he sought to implement his children as tools where he could. Temari knew why she was chosen, how could she not? Her analytical mind surpassed Kankuro's and, indeed, anyone else in their age bracket. She'd met this How Naruto, the boy easy to identify as she'd spied him at the village gate before. He'd been tending to a dog, of all things, with a care and precision that seemed out of place for the sake of a mere stray mongrel. He'd turned, seen her, had been confused to hear that she wanted to talk to him, but was clearly interested to hear that she'd proposed a game. The pair sat in the shade of a building, their backs against its wall. Well, Naruto queried this strange girl that had not shown him even one genuine smile, even when telling him to play a game with her, what do you want to play? Temari hesitated. Dare she be so obvious about it? No, even if he suspected something, it wasn't an unusual suggestion, wasn't something that she couldn't explain away. Temari licked her lips. Truth or dare? 2 hours later. She couldn't believe it. They had played truth or dare for all of an hour. It was ridiculous. More ridiculous was that, during that time, Naruto hadn't picked truth even once. From that 1-hour game, what technical specifics she learned about him. Some of the most important discoveries were that he could rub his stomach and pat his head at the same time, was able to multitask several other strange and complicated motions, and that he could do both cartwheels and a fairly good chicken impression. That was it. Whereas he now knew that she had at one point owned a teddy bear, she secretly likes kimonos but didn't own one, and that the reason she kept her hair in pigtails was because it would otherwise resemble something he'd laughingly called a spiky afro. However, during conversation with him as they'd played this game, and now as they merely sat and they talked about Tsunade, she'd learned much more. To her, how Naruto was open, yes. Sometimes painfully so painful to her, that is. He held no qualms about telling her she was being stupid or mean, and he absolutely wouldn't stand for it without one hell of a fight. He was so brave that he could pick dare every time, and when he was dared to would hop on one foot, hold the other with his left hand, balance her fan in the palm of her right, stick out his tongue, and whistle Mary Had a Little Lamb, all at the same time. Oh, he'd complained. He'd sworn at her too, something she'd learned to get used to. His anger had been obvious, and he'd pointed out using it highly creative terms that it wasn't fair, but then, that had been the point. Yet her impossible dare hadn't deterred him a bit. How Naruto, Temari realized, wasn't a naive or foolish character, he was simply a very strong and perhaps stubborn character. Besides, he had, after 20 tries and subsequent falls, managed to do her impossible dare, whistling and all. Though she wasn't so foolish as to think she couldn't be wrong after knowing the boy for only an hour or two. No, but she was probably close to the truth. She wondered if her father would want to report on Naruto, but soon stopped that train of thought when the boy in question proposed a game of hide and seek. It may have been a mission at first, but he was her friend now, despite the 2 years she had on him. Yes, his bluntness could annoy her, but it was also refreshing. He was very trustworthy. Or rather, she could trust him to plainly show his intentions or views without bothering to cover anything up. The question was he like that with everyone or only with people he deemed were not a threat? The small, red-haired child stood a far way detached from the scene, but watching ever so intensely. His body was half hidden by the wall of a building he stood behind, such that the kanji for eye on his right forehead was blocked from view. His eyes tracked the new addition to his village intently. He reached up and tentatively tuffed the red kanji distractedly. Love only yourself, live only for yourself. These were the things his koch-aunt said on her deathbed and the voice in his mind. His mother had hissed as the sand turned on him and carved the message into his flesh not so long ago. But maybe that new boy, the loud and bright one, would let him play with him. Maybe. It was just so hard to be all alone. And maybe they would let him play. Bara didn't smile at the thought. He was a child who had forgotten how to smile. And he knew well and deeply that no one would ever let him play with him. Everyone. Every single person he'd ever met had been afraid of him, afraid that he'd kill them. And the voice in his mind, mother kept telling him to kill everyone. Even his uncle, the only one to ever acknowledge him, had revealed his actions as a purely fake ploy and cursed Gaara's existence. Everyone kept treating him as if he was there to kill them all. But he didn't really want to hurt anyone. He didn't want to be a monster. Could there be another purpose for him? Another reason? Everyone else seemed to have more than one option, they seemed to get to choose theirs. Maybe they would let him play with them this time. And maybe he wouldn't have to be alone after all. Maybe. Amik. An interesting item came up that day before Tsunade repaid her son the 500 yen. And here? Tsunade asked yet again. They had stopped earlier but had regained this same training a short while ago. It was dark, actually. And Shizune was undoubtedly preparing dinner by now. That's the Come on, Neri-chan, Tsunade prompted, amused. You're a medic nin in training. It's just a technical term, so say it. Hell, he swore all the time, anyways. Kids could be so odd. I know that. Naruto responded hotly, the male reproductive organ and external organ of urination. Tsunade snorted at her adopted son's face, noting that in the end he hadn't said the organ's actual name. Right, well next one, what's? Kachan. Naruto interrupted, somehow shy. Huh? This was new, Tsunade wondered what. Well, Hiro uncle was saying some stuff about it. Jiraiya did WH. Instantly, the color drained from Tsunade's face. What? She asked, voice hoarse. Well, you know, Naruto scratched the back of his head, embarrassed, he was saying how it really had many more uses, or something like that. He said that I was missing some information and that it was really important. You. The horror in the mother's face was joined with the shocked outrage in her voice. Well, it's Hiro uncle, so I can't be completely sure, Naruto frowned thoughtfully, but is it true that? Yo. The voice of the previously mentioned Hiro uncle accompanied the unmistakable bang of a front door slamming opened. The house do, as it happens, lock their front door, but hey. Jiraiya was a ninja, come on. It would be embarrassing not to pick the lock. Real ninjas didn't consider something that puny as any kind of obstacle at all. Just thought I'd drop by since I was around, Jiraiya reasoned loudly that the inhabitants of the house could hear him. But, actually, I'm starving. It's been a tough day and I have a huge hunger. Do you know any good restaurants and hey, that smells like Nikujaga. He yelled, sounding ever so fake to the well-trained ears of the house. What an amazing act. Tsunade had just come skidding through a door to his right. Before Jiraiya even had a chance to clasp his hands together to beg for mercy, he was grabbed by the shirt and pinned to the wall. Jiraiya. Tsunade's voice was ominous in a way that very few things could be. And the fact that she didn't have her "you're annoying" look on, or even her "I'm going to kill you" look, but instead was sporting her much feared and respected "I'm going to castrate you in a very painful way, heal you. And then find a far, far more painful way to do it again" look only scared Jiraiya even more. Jiraiya gulped, he'd seen that look twice before. In his mind, there was little doubt that, had she caught him those times, the look would have proven to be exactly what it sounded like. Just what did you say? To my son. Tsunade sounded vengeful and terror-inducing in a decidedly unhealthy for Jiraiya way. Oh shit, Jiraiya almost said. But of course, Tsunade wouldn't have liked anything but the truth out of him this very moment. Even so much as a hello could endanger his future. Sighing, the frog Sennin informed Naruto that he was leaving all his possessions to the boy and reluctantly motioned for Tsunade to lean closer. Well. Whisper. Tsunade's face became pale, quite pale. And then the color came flooding back. Perhaps too much so. She became red, you see, quite red. Finding no words to adequately express even a fraction of her rage, she made a strange, strangled squeaking sound and gathered a terrifying amount of chakra in her body. She released it in a focused point from her fist, slamming it into the unforgivable pervert's stomach. Naruto watched his uncle sail away through the front door and rack up some truly impressive airtime. He turned to his mother, who was huffing and puffing. Not with exertion, but raw rage. So wait, does that mean it's all true, then? He asked, confusedly. Thanks for listening. I do hope you enjoy it. If you want the next part of this video, turn on that bell notification. Like, subscribe and comment down below. And also check out the others videos I have created and enjoyed it. See you guys next video.